about adventure times. Another drink and I'll go anywhere. The way you smell, like a flash in the universe. You are illuminating. I don't really care about the people in the bar line. I don't really mind all the who goes doing stage dives. I don't care at all, baby. You got my attention. So you were saying, I don't see the logic of things. It's quite a lonely world that we're living in. Oh, baby, you are something special, I'm sure. Everything makes total sense when you're next to me. Even if I told you I could never let you go, I'm not so sure you believe me. But if I mean to show you, I will never let you go. No, 'cause you don't see the logic of things. It's quite a lonely world that we're living in. Oh, baby, you are something special, I'm sure. Everything makes total sense when you're next to me.
Hear us. Hello, chat. Hi.
We fixed?
We're fixed.
And we're live.
And we're live.
Welcome to Build On Live.
Welcome to Build On Live, not muted edition.
All the rehearsals.
All the rehearsals.
All the things. All of that stuff that you said that you'll never be able to remember what
I
you
will
just
never
said.
be able to.
It's
I
never
will
going to
never
be as
say
good
that
as it
again.
was just then.
I mean, you just missed the best joke in the world. You know what? And the way you can check it out, if you go and follow this channel and check out the video later on. See, that was the thing.
Yeah, right,
now,
nice.
friends, welcome to Build On AI, open source and machine learning. And today is, well, as I said in the muted part, your favorite stream of the month.
Or day, or week,
or day, or week, or whatever.
or whatever, like hour maybe, who knows?
And today it's going to be all about open source and machine learning and anything in between. And we're going to have a whole list of amazing guests talking to us about, well, what I just said. But we're going to be talking about generative AI. We're going to be talking about video translation. We're going to be talking about content moderation. We're going to be talking about code generation. We're going to be talking about responsibility and security within AI. But more importantly, we're going to be talking to these wonderful people over here. So before we get into anything more, I think it is time for us, first of all, to say hello, chat. I hope you're doing good. We have a couple of special things lined up for you. Of course, the content, the guests, all that fun stuff. But on Twitch, if you're watching this on Twitch, you can actually use the Twitch challenges. So in the chat box, there's a way you can collect Twitch points. The more Twitch points you get, the more you can use them, and you can use them for amazing things. You can use them for, I don't know, having us play the Jenga tower. There's a Jenga tower here somewhere. There we go. Look at that. For 400 points, I believe, we will pull out a Jenga piece, and hilarity ensues. For I don't know how many points. For 400 points, we will make a large language model tell a bad joke.
Great news. Somebody, I have no idea who redeemed Let the LLM Tell Us a Good Joke, but also Aaron Hunter redeemed Jenga.
Okay. So we will get to those, so you can redeem those points, but there's also an important community event going on. Well, a community challenge. 10,000 points will make that man solve a Rubik's Cube.
Yes.
Apparently he knows how to do it.
Try
to solve it, yeah. So make sure to stick around for all of those shenanigans.
How many points do we have to raise in order for us to all disappear and have us all replaced with generative AI?
1 million points.
Okay,
a
let's
million
do it.
points.
Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
VTubers. We could get virtual avatars, VTubers. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
Fantastic.
It's amazing. We're gonna get our generative AI overlords to help us. Awesome. So people in the chat, drop us your favorite generative AI joke, if there is one. We would love to hear them. But also do make sure to vote on those Twitch challenges. Now, before we get into the yes.
I think he should pull the first Jenga piece on behalf of Aaron Hunter.
Okay.
Should we say who we are? Is that a good idea?
Exactly.
Oh,
Let's introduce ourselves, and then we'll have Mike.
Why even are we here?
Yeah. So first of all, let's start with the beautiful bald man over there. Mike, tell us who you are. What do you do? Where are you coming
I've
from?
been introduced in a number of different ways on things like this. Never quite like that.
A bald man to a bald man.
Beautiful was the word. Yeah.
Exactly. So
hi.
tell us who you are. What do you do? And what's your favorite Pokemon?
Oh my goodness. So my name is Mike Chambers. I'm a developer advocate with AWS, and I work in the machine learning and artificial intelligence space as a specialist. And increasingly these days, I'm being, the little strapline that comes underneath says generative AI specialist, because that's what we do these days. And I'm very happy to be doing it. So yeah, very excited to be doing that. Thank you so much for inviting me on, or just allowing me to just slide on to this live stream. It's the first time I've ever been on Build On Live.
You're more
It's my
than
first
welcome.
time.
There you go. Look at that.
Will it be the last
Welcome.
time?
We're very excited to have you here.
So where are you coming from?
I'm from Brisbane, Australia.
Okay.
So other side of the world.
Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome.
So yeah, I'm sufficiently rested from jet lag though, so I've been here for a little while. So yeah.
That is amazing. And the most important question of all, what is your favorite Pokemon?
Yeah. Okay. Dedenne.
The Dene.
I like the Dene.
Cutting deep. Love it.
You like
love
that?
It. Yes, I love it. Amazing.
Don't ask me why.
Okay.
Because I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But it's an important question in
Yeah.
life, right?
Sure. I've made machine learning projects before with DNA. So I made a project where we would find the DNA in a room from an object detection algorithm, and we built the model using generated data. So it wasn't what am I calling synthetic data sets. So that was pretty exciting.
Amazing,
That's
amazing,
very cool.
DNA was used.
amazing. Now, Jackie.
No.
No.
Aaron redeemed 3 Jengas on the condition that we each pull one out after our introduction.
Okay.
Okay, go for it,
Then
go
I'll
for it,
go.
Mike. Jenga piece.
Are there rules about how low down it needs to be?
No.
What are the house rules here?
You pull a Jenga piece wherever
Okay.
you feel.
We're on camera, so like, you
Yeah.
know, just don't break the usual rules or chat will call you out.
Okay. I'm trying to build the tension here a little bit, but I think this is going to be okay.
Beautiful. Okay, good, awesome.
There you go, folks.
Jenga piece number 1. Thank you, Aaron, so much. Jackie, introduce yourselves.
Yes.
Selves.
Fantastic. Hello, friends. I'm Jackie Grindrod, and I am a developer advocate here. And it's very fun at AWS, yes, here at AWS. But for me, this is very fun because some of you might know this. I'm a DevOps engineer background, and I've done a lot of automation and pipelines and stuff like that. And we've been doing a lot of AI ML stuff in the last couple months. So I've been like learning that, and it's been very fun. Your project sounds really cool. I kind of want to do stuff like that. I am probably slightly more jet lagged than you because I just got back from Japan.
Yes.
There we go. There's camera. I just got back from Japan on Saturday from vacation, which was great. And yeah, I'm here now. I'm super excited for the show. I'm super excited to see the topics. And my favorite Pokemon is Sylveon. Also, I'm from Canada.
Also from Canada. Okay,
It's me.
amazing. Jenga block now.
Yes. This is going to be very fun when it falls.
Well, yes, that's the whole point, right?
I think at
Great
some
news.
point-
I've almost got 2. This is not great news. There we go.
Okay.
Yes.
Amazing.
Oh, we're supposed to put it on top, aren't we? Sorry, I didn't do that. Yeah.
You don't know the rules.
Well, I got to say, all right, if we're going to start talking rules, my understanding is you have to pull out the one you touch first.
Yes, exactly.
No, none of this shenanigans. You were spotted.
My understanding
Sorry.
was that you could tap it, but you can't take it out and put it back.
Well, you can understand what you like. I mean,
Yeah. Rules
there
are
you
the
go.
rules.
I put
Jacqueline.
mine on top. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, we're not
Amazing.
playing Vegas rules this time.
Amazing, amazing. Beautiful. So please make sure to redeem those points. Let me just get hi, hello, Twitch chat. My name is Darko, and I am what they used to call a systems administrator a long time. I used to carry around the big screwdriver, fixing servers, mounting stuff on racks, networking, and all that fun stuff. Fan of automation, fan of doing everything with code. Currently, I happen to be working for AWS as a developer advocate with these wonderful people. And I'm originally from Serbia, currently living in Seattle, Washington. And my favorite Pokemon is Ghastly. I don't know, there we go. Do you know who Ghastly is?
Of course I do. I used to be able to list all of them off with their numbers in order. Oh my God.
I know.
I just thought that was an interesting choice.
I know. I'm a huge fan.
I'm
Huge
picking
fan.
fairy Pokemon. You're picking ghosts. Like,
I love me
we
some
can't
ghost
co-host
Pokemon.
anymore.
I love me some ghost Pokemon. So I need to pull this thing out. So okay. I'm gonna reach over Jacqueline and I'm gonna do.
Oh.
Good luck.
That's not gonna work.
This rule is already going to bite us.
We're breaking rules today, friends, because otherwise we are gonna.
No, that was good.
Bad time.
Oh,
Amazing.
Aaron Hunter. According to Jenga's official rules, players may tap a block to find a loose one.
Aaron,
Thank
Fine.
you, Aaron.
Fine.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yes.
so
There's a
much.
lot more, but there's a link to.
Thank you, Aaron. So
That's the validation I needed.
So that's a bit about us, but that's not important. That's not important. What is important is you, the people in the chat. So today, we're gonna have a bunch of sessions talking about open source and AI ML. I'm gonna go through the agenda. I believe I have the agenda video propped up somewhere, maybe. Oh boy, I hope this is, I loaded a lot of videos. Is this the one? I don't
You have a
know.
lot of things to do in
Yes.
this. We appreciate all the things that you need
Yes.
to do.
So this is the video. This is the agenda. So currently, you're going to see a couple of things. We're going to kick off with just talking about AI and ML and a bunch of other different things, right?
Jenga.
And Jenga, yes. We're going to have Heiko join us in a moment to talk about how can you chat to your document. That's a very interesting concept, chatting to a document. We're going to have Gilbert join us in a moment as well, talking about translating videos using AI, which is always really important for foreign language speakers like myself. Todd is joining us straight from the Twitch or the interactive video services team to talk about how can you make a safer community on live streaming by using AI. Then we're going to have the beautiful bald man talk to us about security and responsibility in AI. Finally, we're having Emily join us. Emily Weber is joining us for a moment to talk about Hugging Face and SageMaker. Technically, we're going to be talking about reinforcement learning. Was it reinforcement?
Reinforcement learning with human feedback.
Human feedback. Yes, it's a complicated word, but it is an important one.
It's very exciting. Yes.
And for the end, we're going to wrap up with everybody's favorite topic, CodeWhisperer. Right? We're all up to code. We're all up to build things, but having the ability for AI generate some code for us is great. So we're going to be talking about CodeWhisperer at the end of the day. So make sure to stay. We're going to be talking about stuff, but more importantly, we're going to be showing code, we're going to be building stuff, we're going to be sharing code with you, so make sure to stay here. Yeah. And I want to share also something with you. If you want to stay connected with us, there's a thing you can do. You can do a thing, you can check the agenda by typing in !agenda. We do have a bot for that.
Nice.
You can also do !survey, so it will take you to a survey we have there where you can tell us how do you feel about the show, how do you feel about the content, what would you like to see in the future, and also what kind of questions about generative AI would you like answered. You don't have to do the survey yet because we haven't done anything yet, but throughout
Can
the
I
day,
answer that survey as well? Like how do I feel about the show?
How do you feel about the show, please? All right. Okay.
I'm just going to piggyback on that real quick. I always piggyback on this one, but we really do listen to the things you tell us. So if you tell us that you want to see these topics, or if you tell us that Django is just really distracting from AI/ML, we need more serious, we will do more serious. So whatever feedback you give it, we read it, we take it very seriously, we discuss it, and then we make sure to implement it as best we can for you. Because as Darko said at the start of the show, were you muted or unmuted? I don't know, but everything is like, you're the most important part of the show. We do it for you, Twitch chat, our viewers, and yeah, we're really excited to be doing this with you today. So,
amazing.
Yeah.
So, Mike, you have 5 minutes.
Yes.
Explain us generative AI/ML.
Can I do something first?
Yes.
So I came from Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, and we had a call before I came here, and you were saying, can you bring something from Australia?
Okay.
And obviously, you travel around with all your stuff here.
Yes, that's my personal luggage.
I had a word with Australia.
Okay.
And to say like, well, what could we bring that sort of, personifies Australia and you could have here. So if you just bear with me 1 second, I just have to disappear down here. So talk amongst yourselves for a moment.
He's going down under, just so you know.
Yeah, exactly. So
There's a
the
song
thing
about
is, like,
that.
you can imagine what could I have brought, and you can imagine all kinds of things from Australia. Vegemite, boomerangs, whatever.
Kangaroos.
I wanted it to be something slightly tech related if we could. So on behalf of the people of Australia, and I think I can talk with authority on that, we'd like to present you with this trophy.
Oh my God.
And this is what an electrical plug kind of should look like. You can plug this in and it won't fall out.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Currently in North America, we suffer with these.
I don't want to be electrocuted. But
Well, yeah, okay, all right. So that's the other thing you need to bear in mind. If you do go to Australia, please don't plug that in because it will kill you.
Okay. Okay.
this camera, there we go.
Obviously, it's gold plated. So that's from the people of Australia there to commemorate the fact that we are connected.
Thank you, Australia.
Even though they're all asleep at the moment.
Thank you, Australia.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Brooke, and Toby, our
other Australian friends.
in-house Australians.
Yes. Yeah. I can hear. Because we've got Toby in the control room, I can hear him. He's welling up a little bit.
He is.
Yeah.
He saw this. It brings the tears to his eyes.
That's what you wanted for this bit,
yes,
right?
I just wanted.
You didn't want me to talk about.
This is now a
machine learning.
centerpiece of all the things we do on Build Online.
It will be at every
from
build on
Australia.
from now on.
Yeah.
Any future guests coming from different countries, you are now obligated to bring your local power plug.
Well, so I'm also from the UK.
The best power plug in the world.
The best power plug in the world. Yes. It is. So the next time I come, that's what it'll be.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, so 2 minutes. Why is generative AI important?
Generative AI is important. Right. So machine learning obviously has been ramping up for decades, right? And we've been more and more capable over the years. Generative AI, look, I mean, you'd have to be literally under a rock to not have noticed the impact it's having on society as a whole. I used to sort of go out and talk about machine learning, and you would find an occasional audience who was interested in listening about the details of how it works. But this explosion, which I think is a right word for it, in generative AI. It's hit the mainstream. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody in an organization from the very top to the side. My dad's talking about it. My family's talking about it. Everybody. And I think it's a really, really cool piece of technology. And the really important thing for us right now is to really understand how it works. So if we can sort of educate and talk about how it works, what it is, what it's not, then I think that's the right thing to do, and we're going to be able to take advantage of this technology and make really good use out of it, and not get ourselves all wound up in hallucinations and all the rest of it. And yeah, which I'm sure we'll talk about.
I love that.
So yeah, it's a really big topic, and I don't think I'm exaggerating. It's going to change everything in a good way. I think it's going to change everything. So it's really exciting.
Well, that's great. I really hope you are correct. With that being said, friends, we're going to get our first guest in. So we're going to have Heiko join us here in a second. And Heiko is going to be talking to us about all things when it comes to, well, large language models, but more specifically, he has built a demo, a chatbot that enables you to talk to a document?
Talk to your document.
Talk to your documents, I guess, if you're lonely. But you can
Wait,
absolutely.
that would actually be so cool for writing.
Well,
I would have a great time with that.
Yeah, well, we'll see. And Heiko has actually built a thing, and he can build it yourself because it's all open source, which
So
is
you
amazing.
can try this at home.
You can try this at home, absolutely. And what's more important, again, it's built with open source, and there's even some code where you can test it out.
Love it.
Okay, we're gonna bid Jackie a farewell for now. So Jackie's gonna be back in a couple of hours. Well,
And caffeinated.
Back and caffeinated in 2 sessions. Now it's gonna be Mike, myself, and the most wonderful Heiko. After I spin this wonderful little transition. Oh, I need to find the transition. Oh, look at the joys of production.
So many things you have to do. Yes.
So many things we need to do. Okay, so
many things you have to do.
I have to do.
Like
okay.
conquering the world with machine learning.
All right. Transition, and I'll have the wonderful Dave in the green room focus on me because we want to give Jackie a smooth exit right now. So transition time, and we'll bring Heiko in a second. I, for some reason, played not the transition, but the goodbye slide. No, we're not going anywhere. That's it, we're done. Heiko!
Hey, Daco.
Welcome to the show.
I do hear an echo.
You can hear
Is
an
that
echo.
something we can fix?
Something with the thing? Wait a second, why do you hear the echo? People in the chat, is there an echo, some sort of something, or is that just Heiko? I'm gonna ask Dave to lower the music because I believe there's music playing in the background. Can we just get that down? There is echo.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, still the echo.
Still the echo. Let's see who's producing the echo. Is it by some chance Heiko? I'm gonna mute Heiko for a second and I'm gonna talk. Hello, people in the chat. Do you hear an echo right now? There is still echo as I talk with Heiko being muted.
Okay.
Only for Heiko. So okay, so Heiko, I believe when you speak, there is no echo cancellation. Let me see if I can enable echo cancellation. Can I enable echo cancellation on your side? Edit mic settings. You have echo cancellation set up. So is your audio maybe coming out from your laptop instead of your headphones?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe. Okay, this is really distracting. Let me go to.
I'm making an assumption that we are sending the audio back and mixing it together, maybe.
Yeah, there's echo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. That's not a problem. But for some reason, the people in the chat hear you twice, or you hear us as well twice. I don't really know why that's the case. Let's see if there's something else going on. I think there shouldn't be anything else going on. All of the things here are quite muted. And
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, friends, this is a live show, just so you know. Not sure if you noticed, but this is not pre-recorded.
Yeah.
But there is still echo coming from Heiko. Let's see why this is happening, because...
So to confirm, Heiko can hear echoing, and so can the audience, I think, but we can't. Is that? I think I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Heiko, we're gonna try to figure out the audio issue right now. In a second, people don't go anywhere. I'm gonna play a little video for all of you. Somewhere I have a thing. Where can I play? What can I play? Oh, I know. Okay, I'll play you some agenda slides. Give us a minute. We apologize for all of the weirdness right now, but for some reason with Heiko we're getting a lot of echo. We don't know what's happening. We tested this out yesterday, but you know, as things go in computing, it worked on my laptop, but it doesn't work in production anymore apparently. So while we're trying to fix this one out, we have our friend Aaron Hunter helping us right now with Heiko. So Heiko, if you can hear us, join the session with Aaron so that you can test all of those things out. While that is happening, we're going to spend the next 5 minutes, instead of having you watch the agenda, I'm going to talk to Mike Chambers here for a moment.
Let's do it.
So Mike, you talked about the importance of generative AI and how that thing is gonna take over the world. No, it's gonna take over whatever we're doing.
I think the line is, I mean, it's going to change everything, and it is changing everything already, right? I think the opportunities that it gives us.
Right.
We are really scratching the surface right now, and we're trying to figure out, you know, the ways that we can use it. So,
So the thing I noticed about generative AI is that it's moving really fast.
Yes.
Like it is just crazy how fast it's going. A year ago, almost none of this existed.
We wouldn't be having this conversation a year ago.
We would not be having
Absolutely
this show
not.
today a year ago.
That's right.
How do you see this kind of, well, I don't want you to kind of guess the future, but
ask me to predict the future.
Please predict the future. But maybe you can take me through, like, how did this all happen? Like, how long did it ago did it start or something? Give us a bit of history.
Yeah, for sure. So so we've been playing. So let's talk generative AI.
Right.
Let's just set a framework for what that is. I mean, it's machine learning that is capable of generating output which sort of mimics human ability.
Right.
But broadly speaking, you could say that there's fringes of other things as well. And so, you know, we've seen things like chatbots where we're able to type things in and it creates an output, and it kind of almost feels like there's a human involved. We've seen the image generation, so you can type in a prompt and get an image to be generated. So that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. And what was the question again?
How did this all come to be?
Oh, how did this all come to be? Thank you, yes. I knew I was getting there. So let's talk about large language models. So large language models are the things that sort of underpin all of that chat. We've been working in machine learning, we've been working on the idea of being able to generate text for a little while. And so many years ago, we'd have things like recurrent neural networks.
Okay.
Recurrent neural networks would try to predict the next word in a sequence of words. They had challenges because of the amount of compute power really that they needed to do what by today's standards would be quite a poor job of doing that. So that's the kind of technology we had. Now in 2017, and I'm going to get this date right, 2017, some researchers from the University of Toronto and Google came out with a paper called Attention is All You Need.
Okay.
We've entered this realm where academic papers have these obscure and kind of funky names, and so this one was called Attention is All You Need. And the thing that this paper did was it introduced to the world the transformer architecture.
Okay.
Which we're kind of like an ode to the transformer architecture here.
Transformers all around.
We have transformers.
What's your
everywhere.
favorite transformer?
Yeah. So the transformer architecture came about, and what they developed that architecture in order to be able to solve translation problems. So going from one language to another language, and mostly natural language to natural language, but we found it can do other things too. So that transformer architecture was revolutionary, and it was quite complicated. It still is quite complicated, but it had this ability to be able to understand language in a way that we couldn't before. So with recurrent neural networks, our previous types of generation, we would really look at the last few words in a sentence and predict what the next one's going to be. But if you look at language, just the last few words of a sentence aren't really enough. Like the whole document could be about something different to this particular sentence. And so the Attention is All You Need paper, it introduced this idea of attention.
Yeah.
And the idea is that the model is able to pay attention to the words that matter in the preceding sentence or even the preceding document. So the model can get an understanding of what is this document actually about. So that's sort of taking some shortcuts, but this transformer architecture allowed you to do that. And so people started to slice it apart and build different kinds of models. And we now have this new generation of machine learning models, these generative AI, large language models, that are based off of the transformer architecture. What we found is that the more data you push into it, the bigger the model gets, the more capable it gets. We have these emergent properties of sort of, let's say, intelligence, but it's reasoning and being able to really understand. And I'm using air quotes a lot here, and I hope everybody can see that.
Yeah.
The language which is going into it, and they're able to do some of the incredible things that we see today.
Okay.
So, in answer to the question, where does this all come from? It's really that pivot point of the transformer architecture coming out, which has enabled everything, pretty much everything that we're seeing at the moment.
Okay. Amazing. We have Heiko back.
Awesome.
Now we're going to try to see if this works. So because apparently our good friend Aaron helped him out test it out. So it apparently works at that side.
It'll be fine. It'll work.
It will be fine.
I have faith.
Let's have Heiko here right now. Heiko.
Hey.
Is there an echo? Chat. We expect.
There is. Yeah.
There is. Oh, okay. So I think I may know what's happening. Friends in the green room, Dave, are you sending the audio from Heiko back into the show? Because that could be it.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a nod
I
there.
think that's kind of a thing. If you're sending Heiko's audio back, that could be one of the reasons why we are getting the echo. Otherwise, we can kind of try to play around with. But I think do you hear the echo of us talking, or just Heiko's echo when Heiko says a word? So for example, if I would mute ourselves and have Heiko say something.
Hey, how's it going? There was no echo.
Echoey, right? I think when I mute ourselves while Heiko is talking, we can kind of get around this. Yeah, no echo, right there. That's solved. Okay, so let's try to make this a kind of a weird thing. We're gonna mute ourselves while Heiko is talking while we try to figure this one out, because hey, that's how it works. Okay, Heiko. First of all, hello, welcome to the show. We're sorry for all of these confusions, but before we get on, tell us who you are, where do you join us from, and what do you do?
Sure. Hi, my name is Heiko Hotz. I'm a specialist senior solutions architect for AI and machine learning. That's a mouthful. So, and I'm joining from London, UK. So, best part of the world. And I'm very jealous, by the way, on on the fun you are all having in the studio. So I'm hoping to expect at some point an invite to the actual studio. So what do? I help customers who want to build generative AI applications on AWS. I help them out, try to make the Gen AI journey successful. That's the short of it.
Amazing. And what's your favorite language model?
So right now, we're going to see that in action in just a bit. It's the Falcon model. So if people haven't heard of the Falcon model, it's from the TII, which is the Technology Innovation Institute based out of UAE. And they have about 3-4 weeks ago released this new model called Falcon. And this one is now at the top of the Open LLM leaderboard on Hugging Face. So, I find it quite capable because it's the first time that I have this document chatbot set up with an open source model. First time I could do that was with the Falcon model. So I'm really happy about that.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Heiko. I think you and I have had a chat before in the past. You've been part of the weekly generative AI show. So, but today we're going to have this amazing thing where you're going to show us something. How do you chat to a document? So give us the background on that. What are you going to show us today, and how does this all look?
Sure. Would you want me also to share my screen? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
We can try.
We can definitely
we'll
try.
see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we tested that one.
Okay.
So yes, please do share your screen, Heiko. By the way, chat. We're trying to kind of mute ourselves while Heiko is talking, but do you still hear the echo while we are not muted, or is it kind of intermittent? Let us know. But Heiko, yes, please share your screen, and I will bring it on. Oh, I see it. Yes, beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So, what is this about? Yes, customers. When I speak to customers, they, especially customers who have already played around with large language models, they saw the potential of these large language models. But what customers need is not just a large language model. It's great to play around with, the models that are out there. But when it comes to going into production with these models, what you also need is an application. We call it, I would call it this one, an LLM application. So it's a large language model application. There's much more to it than just the model itself. The large language model, I like to compare it to the engine of a car. So nothing runs without the engine, but also the engine alone doesn't drive really anything. So you got to build an application around it. Now, this one is not a production-ready application, but what it does is it shows customers, when I speak to customers, CTOs, they understand instantly with a demo like this what large language models are capable of, and because they're technical usually in their background, they can extrapolate very quickly of like, oh, okay, so I see how this works. It's very simple. So we're going to, for example, upload one document, but then the customer asks like, oh, okay, so yes, I understand how this works. And if I wanted to do this with several documents in a document store, I can walk them through based on the example that I've shown them. So this is where this basically started. It is with having conversations with customers around like, what is the art of the possible with large language models at the moment?
Say that again, Heiko. We just had some audio issues. Can you repeat your last word sentence?
Yes, sure. Oh, by the way, no, yeah, you're on mute. So the art of the possible is basically what I'm trying to show here. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be uploading a file and then just chatting with a chatbot about the context of the file. And the nice thing about that is it's all going to be private, i.e. it all happens in one AWS account. So that means data never leaves your account.
I think that's beautiful, because one of the things that we will talk about this later on is that responsibility when it comes to AI is important, like having your data secure, right? Not sending potentially sensitive documents somewhere you don't want to. But at the same time, the thing you're talking about is very useful. I've dealt with a lot of government-related documents, personal documents, that contracts. Somebody gives me a contract. I'm like, I don't know what this is. And I may just read through all 40 pages of it.
Sure.
Or I can ask a chatbot to tell me questions. So when does my contract actually end or whatnot? So I'm a huge fan of this. Yes.
I have a quick question here. Can you let us know how big is the document that you're working with?
Yeah, so the document I'm going to be working with is very small. The reason, again, is because my demo is very basic. So I need to adhere to the context window limit of the large language models. So what is that? Basically, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be loading the document and also all the conversation that I'm going to be having with the document into memory, which is just basically we save the whole text. And every time we talk to the chatbot, we give it the document and the previous conversation so it knows what we're referring to. However, these large language models, these transformer models, they only have a certain bandwidth, a certain number of words you can send to them before they just don't work anymore. And that's when you read context, token context window limit, something around that, that's what that's referring to. So the Falcon model right now has a context token limit of 2,000 tokens. And you will see it down here. Once we start chatting, I'm actually counting the number of tokens just to make sure that that we are not going to go over that limit. Now, the next question then, obviously, sorry, yeah.
So Heiko, I just wanted to ask you, so as a person who's very novice when it comes to AI and ML, what is a token?
Oh, yeah, of course. So a token is the way transformer models understand our language. And you can have tokens on many different levels. You could make it so that each character is a token, or that each whole word is a token. However, what is usually used in these large language models is sub-word tokenization. What it does is it takes every word, like short words are usually mapped one-to-one to a token. But if you have a longer word like tokenization, what you want to do is you want to split that into two words, because isation, that ending, is in many different words. So it would be a bit wasteful if I gave a whole separate token to tokenization. What I can do instead is I can split that up in token and isation, and token gets its own token and isation gets its own token. And roughly the rule of thumb here is that if you have 750 words, 750 words usually correspond to 1,000 tokens. So for the purpose of this conversation right here, you can roughly equal, a word to a token, just to give you a sense of order of magnitude.
An awesome in-depth description of tokens. Can I offer as well tokens and numbers? Is that fair to say? So machine learning models don't deal with words; they only deal with numbers.
Yeah, obviously that's also true. So these tokens will then get mapped to numbers, and these numbers mean something to the large language model, but they wouldn't mean necessarily something to us. That's when you hear something about like 768 dimensions, embeddings, stuff like that. That's basically a representation of a word that a machine understands, but is not useful for us.
And so a comment here from Curious Mind says, does each word have a unique token number assigned to it, or is that something, some sort of a way that some other way this works?
Yes, so each word has a unique token assigned to it, but you would then, with the example that I had earlier, isation, that would have its own token number, but you would use it in many different words. So tokenization, quantization, regularization. It would always at the end have this isation token, but that token is unique. Yeah, the unique token number.
Amazing, amazing. So now, can you show us how this thing in action right now?
Yes, let's show it in action. So all I need to do here is I open this open file dialog, and I have here the quarterly results of a company called Amazon.com. And as you can see, the document is quite short, so it's only an excerpt. And if you wanted to do this with much longer documents, you would have to build an architecture around that. You would have to chunk the document and then retrieve the chunks that are relevant to the question of the user. But for now, let's make our life easy and just upload a short document. So now I have uploaded this file, and I have the confirmation from the chatbot that it has read the file, and you can see we have currently 1,048 tokens in memory. So now I'm like, well, maybe I don't even know what is this about. Like, what is this report about? So I send that now to the chatbot, and it comes back with like, okay, this is about Amazon's first quarter earnings for the fiscal year and so on. Highlights financial performance, but it doesn't actually give me any numbers. So now I can go back and basically ask something like, well, it does say, it discusses net income, operating income, and so on. So how much was the revenue? And the nice thing is I can always refer back to what I spoke about before. That's why we keep the whole conversation in memory. That's the way also like any chatbot, like ChatGPT works exactly the same. There's no magic to it. ChatGPT, I think it's important to understand, is an application where a lot of stuff is happening versus a language model. ChatGPT is an application that is powered by a language model, usually GPT 3.5 or GPT 4, but there's a lot of stuff happening in the application itself, just like here as well. So this is usually the way to design these applications. And then it comes back with like Amazon report and net sales and so on. And you could do that with all the data that is within the document. I know that the document, the first quarterly results, also mentions large language models, because apparently they are going to be important. So, and then it comes back with hopefully the right answer. Yes, so the report mentions large language models as one of the key initiatives and investments made by Amazon during the quarter, launched Trainium, Inferentia, and Bedrock. So yeah, this is basically, the chatbot. What I'm really excited about this is that it's completely open source. I mean, the model is hosted on AWS because, well, I have to host it somewhere. And, I have an AWS account, so I chose that. But, if you have a machine that is capable enough, you can host that yourself as well. And everything else around it is open source.
So I think that's a really good point here, right? So this is all the elements you're showing today are open source. We're talking about Streamlit for the UI. We're talking about LangChain for Mike. What is LangChain?
Well, I mean, maybe Heiko.
What is LangChain?
Yeah.
What's the LangChain element of your demo here?
Yes, so the LangChain component of this demo is quite small. LangChain has many different components and key concepts. What we're doing here is just using the memory component of LangChain. But if you were to go to the documentation of LangChain, let's see, LangChain documentation, I had all these open before, but I had to close them because of the audio issues. But you have memory chains, agents, and so on. So what LangChain really is a framework that you can use to build large language model applications. And it gives you many different things. One of my favorite components of LangChain is the agents, because these agents, what they allow you to do is very similar to the plugins, if you have seen those in ChatGPT. It basically allows you to access external information that is not known to the large language model. Something like, my favorite example is like, if you ask ChatGPT today, who's the current Prime Minister of the UK, it will come back, oh, sorry, knowledge cutoff 2021. Back then it was Boris Johnson. LangChain enables you to create and design an application where the model comes back with, let's say, I don't know this answer, I need to do an internet search, and LangChain does that internet search for you, comes back with a response from the internet, gives it to the large language model as additional information, and then the model responds, okay, now I know, the current Prime Minister is Rishi Sunak. So that was a very brief overview of LangChain. I hope that all made sense.
No, it makes sense, absolutely. I think you and I talked about LangChain in the past. Like, this is the thing that allows a contextual, like, in a sense, like it allows you to actually create like this kind of a conversation part.
Yeah, look, so I think Heiko described it really well. I think if you look at the website for LangChain, it looks enormous, and it looks like it's been developed for like years. It's one of the fastest growing open source projects that I've ever seen, and it's really only been developed over the last few months. And so yeah, as Heiko was saying, allows you to be able to interact with other components. So as you said there, internet search, you can also like connect it with APIs. One of my favorites is that you could use this to actually query a SQL database inside of your organization. So that's something that we probably all have. So if you want to be able to make a SQL query but use natural language to SQL, then you can certainly build that with this. So it's a super exciting platform to use. My description of it, I think the description on the website is to build applications powered by large language models. My description of it is that it's a prompt engineering platform, and so maybe prompt engineering is something we can talk about later today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome, Heiko. Now, you talked about hosting this, right? That's one of the things. It's open source. You can build it. You can take all of these elements for yourself. And you even said if you have a powerful enough computer, you can host it yourself. Now, but you said you host it on AWS. So how complicated would it be for me? I don't want to call myself a dum-dum, but I'm almost a dum-dum when it comes to AI, especially generative AI. How complicated, how involved is this to run on top of AWS?
Yes. So let me actually quickly go into my AWS account to show you that it would be not complicated at all. I'm going to go to the Foundation Model Hub. You will see here the Falcon models are available on SageMaker Jumpstart. If I go into the View Model, and then there should be, the code is already available for you, the deployment code. So all you need to do is run this notebook in Studio. Let's view the code. So this is the code to deploy the model. It is also, so you can just run all this code, and by the end of it, you would have the Falcon model deployed on a SageMaker endpoint. SageMaker is our machine learning platform, a managed platform where data scientists can focus on the actual data science and don't have to worry about like, oh, how do I have to spin up an EC2 instance? How do I scale this if I have more traffic? All these ML engineering heavy lifting parts are abstracted away from you as a data scientist, and you can focus on the actual data science or generative AI.
That's amazing. And you also shared the GitHub repository with us. So there is apparently, let me find the link to it. There's a Git repo with the way you deploy this specific thing, right? Not just the language model, but the entire thing here. Maybe you can use a couple of minutes to take us through the code and how does this actually work? How do the wonderful people in the chat deploy this for themselves?
Exactly. So this is the GitHub repo that I created for this particular application. And what we have here first you would need to deploy the model. Again, in this notebook, I deployed to a SageMaker endpoint. If you want to deploy it somewhere else, feel free to have your own deployment code. But once it is deployed, it's one file, chatbot.py, that's all you need. And as you can see, this is 113 lines of code. So, it's very lightweight. I can walk you quickly through the main parts of this application. So first of all, we need to specify the name of the endpoint. So the chatbot needs to connect to the endpoint, therefore it needs to know where this lives. And then we need a content handler. Now this looks a little bit complicated, but the point is into a SageMaker endpoint, you can deploy any model that you want. And every model might have a different way to pass the input and give you output. And in my application, I need to tell the application in which way the model expects the input and how to pass the output. That is different if you use a standard API. So if you were to, at some later point when Bedrock is available, you would use Bedrock. You wouldn't have to do that because Bedrock has a standardized way of passing input and giving output. But because this is a model.
Could you kindly just zoom into the text a bit so we can see it a bit better?
Mm-hmm. How's that?
Thank you.
So once we have the content handler, so we told the application this is how you need to transform the input, and this is how you transform the output. We then load the chain. So this is from LangChain. And again, there's many different components you could have in here. But for our application, all we need is the actual large language model and the memory component. So again, just as Mike said, LangChain helps you to do prompt engineering, but without the heavy lifting. Very much like SageMaker takes the heavy lifting away for model deployment. We would have to, if we wanted to build this all ourselves, we would have to make sure the document text in every conversation gets appended to the prompt, and you just don't want to do that because LangChain does it for you. So that's the memory component. Then we need to initialize some session variables, because what you need to know when you run a Streamlit application, every time you do a new input, a new chat with a new conversation, part of the conversation, the whole model, the whole Python code will be run from the beginning. So you need to store these in a persistent way. You have here the sidebar where you have the uploader. And then down here is just how you, we have here the form, the input text box, and we have a submit button. And when that submit button gets pressed, we basically call our LangChain object, our chat chain, give it the user input, and then we append the user input as well as the model output into those variables that keep track of the conversation. And this is some prompt engineering that I did myself in order to, when I upload a file, I just put around the context, around the text, the content of the file, I put a begin file, an end file, and then also ask the model to confirm that it has read the file by, yes, I have read the file. And that's basically it.
We just wanted to kind of, I know Mike was saying, I have a bunch of questions, so I didn't want to interrupt you with some echoes, but so Mike has questions.
Yeah, look, I just wondered if you could just talk us through, with Falcon, obviously when you were looking there in SageMaker, there's different numbers after the models, like there are different model sizes for Falcon, I think. Can you talk us through which one are you using and what the differences are between those sizes?
Yes. So we have here the Falcon 40B and 7B, and then both in an instruct version and a not instruct version, and all of them are stored in floating point 16 precision. So let's decode that. Falcon, the name of the model. 40 billion and 7 billion, the number of parameters, basically how big is your model, how much memory, VRAM, GPU memory does it need. Bigger usually means better. Then instruct versus non-instruct. Instruct means it has been fine-tuned, it has been trained to follow specific instructions. And that is good for chatbot applications. It is not so good for if you want a model to be a little bit more creative. What happens is the entropy in instruct models actually goes down, meaning they usually pick the most likely next token. So if you have a task where you want, like, write me an advertisement for my shoe company, you might want to try out the non-instruct version because they're usually a bit more creative. And then the last part, BF16, you can store these models either in FP32, so 4 bytes per parameter, or in 16, like we do here. 2 bytes per parameter brings down the GPU requirements, and even you can quantize into integer 8, so to even further reduce the memory requirements.
That's amazing.
So can Darko run it on a Pentium 1?
Can I run it on a Pentium 1? That's my big question here. How small of a model does this need to be so I can run it on 256 megabytes of RAM? But no, I mean, so this is usually, again, as a person who doesn't use this quite often, sometimes those little markings when I go to Hugging Face or any of the jump starts, like I don't know what 40B instruct BF16 means. What? So it's a great clarification you gave us all here, Heiko. So thank you so much. We're slowly coming up to the end, and I know we kind of cut some of your time. But if you would tell the wonderful chat, how can they get started? How can they build the thing you've done? And I did share the link with the GitHub link with them. But can you give them some pointers, or how can they take what you build, or build their own thing with open source machine learning models and tools and frameworks?
Yeah. So in addition to the GitHub, I have a blog post up that describes a little bit further what is actually happening here, and I might even have in the end, like I would say, take this as an example, run it, see if you can get it to run, and then you could. There are some some ideas on how to improve this chatbot even further. Have a range of documents stored in a document store in order to retrieve them. I hope this is a good jumpstart for people to get started. And if any questions, just reach out.
So we're gonna ask Heiko to share this link with us, because I don't think we have this link shared before. So Heiko, just throw it in the private chat that we have here. So but before we let you go, first of all, I want to thank you for the amazing content you created, and I can see the chat here just loved the stuff we talked about. So I'm gonna try to beg Heiko, maybe bribe him with some candy, beer, or more language models. I don't know what Heiko is into, but I will try to bribe Heiko to maybe we can do a more dedicated YouTube video on this exact same topic, because this is just chef's kiss. Absolutely. I love it. I'm gonna be posting the link to Heiko's post in the chat now. Chat, people in Twitch, you must go to that blog post. You must go there. What do they do on Medium? Do they clap or heart, whatever? Do the thing that makes this document like.
Yes. Go and do that. Share it with everybody. Bring Medium down. Let's do it.
Influenced our AI algorithm overlords to shill Heiko's blog post. Yeah. Heiko, thank you so much for this. Is there anything else you would like to call out at the end? Is there something we haven't asked you that you want to make sure we let the audience know?
Maybe one last thing, if I have 30 seconds. If you are looking into deploying large language models on SageMaker, have a look at the new Hugging Face LLM inference container for Amazon SageMaker. It's a collaboration between Amazon and Hugging Face. We've been partnering with them for 2.5 years now. And this is a fantastic way, if you're a little bit more into the weeds, into the details, to deploy any language model or one of the supported ones on SageMaker. And it makes a whole lot of difference when it comes to inference time. So it's much, much faster with this one.
Chat, if you want us to, chat, if you want us to talk about that more today, then let us know, because I'm itching to talk more about that kind of stuff. It's awesome.
Exactly.
And Heiko, thank you so much for this presentation. The number one question I get asked is, how can I get a large language model to work on my data, not just data from the past? And that's exactly what you've shown us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heiko. Heiko, we're going to let you go right now. We're going to let you go now, but make sure, folks, to connect with Heiko on social media, or I don't know what people use these days, but Heiko, and make sure to check out his blog, follow him, and all that fun stuff.
I'm going to write him a letter.
From Australia. He's going to post you on a letter from Australia. So, Heiko, thank you so much, friends. We are going to be right back. We are going to have to try to figure out our audio issues, because this is no fun. So, as a treat for all of you, I'm going to be playing you 2 videos about the stuff we do. So some YouTube stuff and some other shows. So we're going to be back in a couple of minutes while we try to fix our audio conundrum. We figured out what the issue is. Let me explain. So we have a laptop in that side that's actually live streaming things. And the audio output we get from that laptop comes to our ears. But the problem is the audio output also comes back to you. And then when we speak, we speak into our ears again and back to you. So it's a kind of a weird thing.
I thought large language models were complicated.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
so video production is a complicated thing. So we're going to have Gilbert join us here in a moment. Gilbert, we're going to, because we see you're here, we're going to slightly start later your session, but please do stand by while Darko plays a video right now. We'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, friends. Dewan Lifer here, and I have a question for you. Are you interested in building on the cloud with AWS? Do you want helpful tips from experts and to hear inspiring stories from the global cloud community? Well, I know where you can find all of that and more in just one place. Head on over to the Build on AWS YouTube channel, where you can find in-depth technical demos and interviews to help you build and innovate faster on the AWS ecosystem. Now, remember, it's not just a channel, it's your first step into the AWS Builder community. So get your head in the cloud and subscribe to Build on AWS today. I'll see you there. Peace.
I'm Ricardo, and I believe open source is art.
Hi there, my name's Derek, and I love building things. So, we'd like to tell you about a new show coming to the AWS Twitch channel called Build on Open Source. Ricardo, tell us more.
Every 2 weeks, we're going to feature the latest open source projects from around the AWS communities. We're going to tell you about the blog posts that you need to read, and we're going to have plenty of live coding and demos for you.
If, like us, you're passionate about open source, we'd really love to hear from you.
So if you have a favorite project you want us to feature, or perhaps you're a maintainer and you want to come on and share your project with our audience, we'd love to hear from you.
Join us on twitch.tv/AWS.
See you there.
Friends, I think we fixed our audio issues. Please, people in the chat, tell us if you can hear us, okay?
Yeah.
Because
I can hear you.
You can hear me, yeah, that's fine. I think we fixed it, I think. But yes, let us know in the chat if we fixed it. We're going to bring in Gilbert in a second to see, well, to actually see have we fixed this or not. But you can hear us. Thank you, so Mr. MM Kearns. Thank you, Recursive Codes. Hey, Todd, welcome. So we did some cable switching, and we should be able to hear both the guests properly, and hopefully there should be no echo. But this actually makes for really good content. Awesome. So right now, after this fantastic transition, we're going to have Gilbert joining us to talk about how can you translate videos using AI?
Without echo.
Without echo, yes.
Come on.
By the way, chat, do not forget, if you're on Twitch, there's a Twitch challenge on the chat box. The more points you collect, you can redeem those points to make Mike and myself pull out Jenga blocks. Just so you know, do not forget about those because, hey, we count on that stuff. Okay, so Gilbert is going to come back with us in 2 minutes, gives us a chance. So Gilbert is also having technical issues because why not?
Why not?
So let's talk.
Yes.
I want to talk about Heiko's thing because
yes.
I wished we didn't have the audio issues as we had.
Yeah.
But I think what he built here, because it includes a bunch of things, of course, a
yes.
language model, it includes a bunch of open source tools, LangChain, but also he did something with prompt engineering,
yes.
right? So
yes.
tell me a bit more about that, because
yeah,
we didn't
look,
get into it.
Look, I think prompt engineering is my #1 topic, I think, for generative AI, large language models in general. If you want to get into this space, that's a great place to start.
Yeah.
Because it sounds awesome and it sounds really complicated. It's actually really, really simple. And if you look through Heiko's code there, you can actually see it in action. The secret is, and I'll tell you, don't tell anybody else, prompt engineering is just text manipulation. Like, it's just adding strings together. It's nothing really much more than that. Now, what you can do with it is really awesome, right? So what we saw there was some Python code adding together different strings to say, okay, well, this is what my prompt is. Prompt engineering is about formulating that string that you're going to pass to the large language model to get the large language model to do something a little bit more deterministic. So we talked there about creativity and how you can sort of add prompts in, and the large language models can go all over the place. It's hilarious, and we can post it to social media, and it's funny, but it's not really very practically useful. So we engineer the prompt by saying very specific things to get the model to produce what we want. In addition to that, and what Heiko did there, was he was adding in things into the prompt. So whilst in the actual chatbot interface itself, he was typing in the question he wanted to know about the document, in the background, that was getting added into a prompt, which included the document itself. It included maybe some instructions, literal natural language instructions that you can send to the language model to say, you're a large language model. You don't really know anything about the quarterly results of that company. Yeah. So I'm going to provide that for you here, and sort of telling it what to do. So that's engineering the prompts together. That's what LangChain helps you do as well. And so, yeah, putting that into literal written instructions that passes to the large language model to get it to provide the output.
That is interesting because, how I see that is that the language model is the smart bit, right? It knows how to do, well, I don't want to call it smart, but it is the actual thing that does the things.
Yeah.
But then, because it's not general purpose, but it's kind of general, right? It doesn't know how to deal with this exact situation. So you have this prompt engineering and this thing in the middle, which actually translates your wishes to it in the best way possible. Listen, hey,
yes,
you are smart, but this is what you are right now. Please act that way.
That's right. And this is what's so exciting. Well, there's many things that's exciting about generative AI. One of the things that's exciting about it is that you are now you're not coding the algorithm necessarily with brackets and colons and numbers, but with natural language. You're just literally asking it what you want it to do.
Yeah. Awesome. So, chat. Tell us in the chat, have you used generative AI before? Did you have a chance to play around with that kind of a thing? Because I think those things are quite important, right? Did you go ahead and maybe use one of those publicly available image generations or chat programs? I want to see how many people are actually have experienced the world of generative AI. I believe a lot of us have, at least to an extent, but please do throw us a yes or a no or whatever in the chat, because we really would love to see. Mike, I think we have a couple of people in the chat. Kane, Aaron, Todd, Dennis, they have all redeemed Jenga points.
Oh, right.
So let's
turn, right?
It is my turn to pull a Jenga block. So we're going to go ahead and pull a couple of Jenga blocks while Gilbert is joining us. I think we should have him here on in a moment.
That's a bold move. That would be a bold move. That would, okay.
Ooh, should I do this? No, I won't do this. I don't think.
I just point out, if you do take that one out, it's over.
I think the middle ones are like the safest ones. Coming from a country where we don't play Jenga, this is all new to me. There we go.
I mean, it's like you just don't play Jenga?
We don't. As a kid,
generally play that.
It's illegal.
It's illegal.
I have never played Jenga when I was a kid.
Right. Oh, I'm doing it too.
Yes, we have a bunch of them.
All right,
I believe we're ready to have Gil. We're not ready to have.
I think in order to do this properly, you need to go at least below halfway, which I think you did.
Okay.
So I'm going to go. Oh yes, look, that's very loose. Out it comes.
Beautiful. And I think let's stay here. Let's stay here. I'm gonna do another one, and then we can have Gilbert on.
After just saying how I think you need to go from at least halfway down, you've basically gone to the top.
I'm a rebel. Doesn't matter. So, okay, cool. Gilbert is ready for us. So let's play the fantastic transition and get Gilbert in on the show. Hopefully, without echo. Fingers crossed. Is there echo, Gilbert? Tell us. Gilbert.
No, I think the audio is perfectly fine.
Is it good? Beautiful.
Yeah,
awesome. Thank you, Dave, in the green room. Thank you, everybody. Hello, Gilbert. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Gilbert.
Hey, man. Appreciate it. Hi, Darko.
Hi, Gilbert. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we get into whatever we're going to be talking about, Gilbert, tell us who you are, what do you do, where do you join us from, and tabs or spaces when writing code.
Yeah, so I'm Gilbert Young, and I'm a software engineer based in Belize. Currently working with Serverless Bureau, and also tabs or spaces. I pretty much got to go with tabs. I mean, if you're using spaces, you're doing it the wrong way. It's like more work for sure.
Awesome. So, Gilbert, we're going to be talking about a couple of things today, but you have been building some. First of all, you're a cloud builder, AWS community builder, right? Is that the case?
Yeah, community builder, user group leader. Yeah, I forgot to mention it.
Amazing.
Pretty cool that you brought it up.
And we had you on the show before. Gilbert was on our show back during reInvent. So Gilbert is a recurring guest.
A veteran. This is my first time. Thank you for letting me on your show.
and Gilbert is Gilbert is the only person I know that's from Belize.
Okay.
The country of Belize. Yeah. Which is hello everybody in Belize. We hope you're enjoying the most amazing Gilbert.
Do you play Jenga in Belize?
Do you play Jenga in Belize?
It's not so much of a common game here.
See, told you. Yeah. It's not. Do you play Jenga in Australia?
It is certainly played. Yes.
Do you do it upside down? Or?
Yes, you have to. Yes. You have to be upside down, not the block. So,
so okay, Gilbert. We know you've been playing around with a couple of things, but today the topic we have on hand is something to do with video translation using AI. So tell us, what is this problem you're trying to solve? I mean, it's kind of obvious what it says on the tin, right? But tell us more about what is this thing you're trying to solve and how did you come about it?
Yeah, good question. So the problem we're trying to solve is localization. And especially, it's only like 13 or 15% of the world that speaks English. So if you think about it, if you have like a favorite podcast you like, majority of the time it's in English, and users around the world can't relate to it because it's not in a language that they can interpret. So usually users feel more comfortable if they could relate to the content in their personal language. And that's one of the problems we're trying to solve with video localization. And we came up with it, my friend and I, Solomon. He couldn't be here to join us on the show, but he's a content creator and he's also a YouTuber. And he realized that he can grow his channel if it's multi-channel in different languages, expanding his user base and audience. Basically going into an untapped market to gain more potential revenue.
Okay, awesome. Now, so tell us a bit about why is it important to translate videos? I mean, it may be very obvious, but like from your perspective or from the people you work with, localization is quite important, right? Mm-hmm. Most of the content we consume out there is in English, and for us English speakers, I guess it's fine. But have you had experience with people who struggle with understanding English and have this need? Where did this need or this vision of this need arise from?
Yeah, the vision of the need is, like I mentioned before, a lot of content out there. It's basically essential for you to understand, interpret content in your own language, and if you can get users to interact with your content in a native language that they speak, the turnaround of engagement and retention becomes more useful to whatever company or product they're using as a marketing agency or content creator.
Awesome, awesome. Well, cool. Then tell us a bit about your solution. So we talked about that this is important, and of course, localizing content is difficult, right? In the past, you actually had people translate content, and it was never in true real time. So you'd either have this I think it's called simultaneous translators, or like basically people who translate content in real time, type it out or speak about it. And that was kind of wonky, right?
It doesn't scale.
Doesn't scale. But we have the technology, right? So how did you utilize AI to do this job for you? By the way, Gilbert, I wanna just have a check it out here. Your audio is a bit weird. Can you double check which kind of a microphone you're using? Are you using your headphone microphone or your laptop microphone maybe?
Hold on, give me a second. Let me check that.
Your voice seems to be fading in and out, so people want to make sure that we want to make sure that people can hear you clearly.
How about now? Is it any better now?
It's slightly better. It's a bit more broad, but it is better than it was right now. It was cutting in and out when you were talking previously.
I say go with it. I think we'll go with it. Yeah.
Okay, hold up. Yeah, that's the thing about technical difficulties. I didn't mention I was having some difficulties here.
So listen, if everything would work, people would not think this is live. So it's okay, beautiful. So tell us how do you go about using AI to solve this specific problem? Tell us about your solution.
Yeah, so basically it's a 3-step process, and it all starts with transcription and translation and speech synthesis.
Okay.
And so to touch more in transcription is basically getting the text that's underneath an audio or a video. And whenever you have that text, then you need to figure out what is the target language you want to translate the text into. And whenever you translate the text, then you got to figure out what voice I want to use to speak the translated text. And when you have both those components, then you got to figure out how can I overlay that audio into the video and also match the content creator to the speech he's speaking. So for example, if like 3 minutes into the video, he started to speak and say something, you want to get it as real time as possible. So basically lip sync into the content creator to get it sound as natural as possible.
Yeah. So we already have a question coming from Bowler Sam 12 saying, what is the app called? Is there a link? Now, from what I know, it's not yet publicly available, but maybe you can share something with us, Gilbert.
Yeah, for sure. I'll share something maybe at the end of the session so everyone can go on the app and start playing around with it. Because we actually have a public app out right now and running like a live version of it to collect user feedback to continue scale and grow the product.
Amazing. Now, is there something you can show us? Is there some bit of code, some architecture you have ready to show us so we can have a look at things?
Well, it's called Build on Live for a reason, right? So we're
exactly. So let's do building live.
Yeah,
you got played.
We're actually gonna get more hands dirty and try to build a mini feature of it today. So let me see if I can share my screen.
Let's do that. Let's share your screen. While you're doing that, I just want to talk to Mike for a second. Yeah. So one of the things that I see people using when it comes to AI is not just like here's a poop, you plug it in and it works. There's usually layers to it.
Sure.
Right? Sure. There's multiple different AI components to get you what you want, right? One thing does the transcription, one thing does the translation, and maybe you have a thing that does context or whatever, or comprehension.
Sure. Yeah. So different kinds of services for different kinds of applications.
Right.
It's a very interesting point actually, and it may be something which is kind of changing. I mean, we talked before about large language models and how general they are in nature. They can do lots of things in the natural language space, but still at the moment, like if we want to build something which is going to do some of that transcription and stuff, and as Gilbert's probably going to show us. I have to see what technology Gilbert's using, but yeah, you can take different machine learning models and sometimes they're deployed with APIs and things so that you can get ready access to them and start to chain them together essentially for solutions.
That's amazing. Gilbert, are you having issues sharing your screen?
Nah, I was waiting until you guys finish explaining.
No, man, we're waiting for you. We could talk all day if you want, right? But we can pull Jenga blocks as well if you want.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Give me a second. We can see your screen. I'm going to put it up on screen right now. So please do show us what. Oh, okay. First of all, you're going to have to zoom in that text a lot. Remember,
Okay,
there are
hold on.
people in the chat watching us on mobile phones, so
Yes.
make it uncomfortably large. You can plus
Oh no,
one.
is that any better? It's a bit more
Let's do one more zoom.
One more.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Look at that. Awesome.
Yeah, awesome. I can see it now.
So what are we building?
So we're gonna be building let me demo the website first.
That's what we all want to see, really. That's what we want to see.
So this is the UI we have for it at the moment, and if we clicked into this, it shows a translated video. Can the chat also hear audio or no?
I don't know if you're going to be seeing audio, but
It depends a little bit on the audio setup at your end, I think. But
yeah, let's try to play it. Maybe you can just see the transcript or anything. Look at that buffering.
Let's do a live video.
What could possibly go
What
wrong?
could possibly wrong?
Let's do it live.
I am. We won't be hearing audio from Gilbert because StreamYard doesn't pass audio through a screen share. But at least if we can potentially see like, will it just generate voice, or does it also generate like text?
Right now, it's just using voice that from Amazon Polish. So the voices that Amazon Polish has, that's the one we're offering. So it first started with a user entering a YouTube link. That's the only updated source option we have at the moment. And it displays the video to confirm that's actually the video you want to translate. And the next step is to choose a language. And I'm just going to go ahead and choose Spanish. And when you choose a language, it gives you the available voices in that language.
Can I ask a question? So is this the language that the video is in, or is this the target that you want to get to?
Yeah, this is the target language. The source language is already identified automatically through Amazon Transcribe.
Okay.
So there's one layer of abstraction we took away, so the user don't have to identify what language the source video is in to make it simpler. And you could go ahead and listen to. You could listen to what the synthetic voice sounds like, but unfortunately, the users can't hear audio. And if I'm pleased with the voice I selected, a voice I listen to, I could go ahead and select it, and I hit translate. And if everything worked out perfectly, we should be able to see.
We should be able to see a video. So while we are waiting for that, like there is a way for you to play the audio through StreamYard, but only if you share a tab. Now, because you're using Arc here, I'm not sure if this is going to work with Arc, but if you are using like a normal browser, you can share a tab within the browser.
Oh, careful. Normal browser.
Normal. I know. Whoa. Mainstream browser.
Yes.
Let me put it. Okay, but my understanding here is you give it a video, you give it a YouTube video, and it will actually generate the audio overlay over it to translate it in one of the given languages there.
Yeah, that's correct.
Beautiful.
So that's the simple demo. I think maybe we'll come back to it. So let's get the building. What we have right now is AWS CDK stack, and what we're using, the first step we're going to start with is Amazon Transcribe. And all of this is overlaid into a step function. So this is the stack that has our step function in it. So the first step we're going to do is Amazon Transcribe when the video gets uploaded. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is just deploy this stack.
Okay.
I like it. Live deploy.
Live deploy, beautiful. So what Gilbert is doing here, he's using the AWS CDK or the Cloud Development Kit to deploy and create and define infrastructure on AWS. So basically, we're just deploying a bunch of infrastructure right now.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, beautiful. And by the way, while this is happening, people in the chat, do tell us what is the best internet browser out there, because that's not a contentious topic, right?
What's the best normal?
What's the best normal internet browser?
Web browser do you use?
What is the most superior browser we have? Look at that, synthesis problem, deployment failed, beautiful. You have security token has expired. You have to log in. I'm gonna hide your screen while you do the logins because we don't want to share any of your personal information. So what happened right there is the issue with just permissions.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're using transcribe there, right? So Gilbert's deploying transcribe.
Transcribe, yes.
So transcribe being one of the services that you can use. It's an AI-powered service.
Exactly.
Very sophisticated service, but it's available to be called as an API endpoint. So you can send your data to it and ask it to transcribe audio or audio from a video.
Correct.
And bring it back into text.
Exactly.
So that's one of the things you were talking about before about those different layers.
Yeah.
And so that's
one of
a building block component you can use.
Gilbert, can we put your screen back on?
Yeah, that's fine. I went ahead and used Leap, so I didn't have to do any configuration.
Okay.
And just to add on what Mike said, the level of layer we're going to be covering today is inference. So basically, we're using pre-built models from Amazon already, and we're just using it as an API call. It would have been way too much time consuming to actually train a model and do all that fun stuff on here. So wanted the shortest route possible to give the users something to see.
Okay. So it's a pre-trained model, but it's one of the AWS services, right? When it comes to transcribing, right? It's the transcribe service itself, right?
Yeah.
So you have not built your own anything, like you have not trained your own stuff. It's just a pre-built machine learning service out there available to everybody.
Yeah, and that gives the benefit of using already built AI services is speed, and you don't have to go ahead and build all that complexity by yourself. But one of the things we're focusing on building right now is voice cloning, and that is being custom built and also a pre-trained model. We're actually using Google Tegatron model and a couple other Hugging Face models as well to get voice cloning. Because one of the things we're planning to do is keep the content creator in natural voice. So for example, if Darko and Mike, if we have this live video, it's going to take all the content creators' voice in it and it's going to translate it using your actual voice. So it's going to sound like you have a Spanish accent in your native voice. So
I want to hear that.
That's one thing we're actually working on as well at the moment.
That's great. So the thing there is that you can take off-the-shelf components such as transcribe and other components, and then maybe quickly prototype something, and then as Gilbert's doing here, like if you want to drill down further into one particular thing, you can just take that component out and then drill down into that. It's perfect.
Correct. Yes. Okay. So we have the stack here deployed. Okay, you've deployed your changes. You've added transcribe as a component. Okay. What are we doing right now?
So I'm just going to show what all resources we have on there right now. So we have an S3 bucket where the videos will be uploaded, and we have a step function which has all these lambdas in it: transcribe, get the transcription job. Media convert, which use the overlay the audio into the video and generate audio with Amazon, pull it and get the generated audio and translate the text. And the state machine consists of all these lambdas and a bucket notification to trigger the step function whenever a video get uploaded. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna fill in all the lambdas because it's just like a boilerplate template at the moment, and we actually have to add in the logic to get it to work. So I added to-do comments to make it a bit easier to follow.
Of course.
So what we're gonna do here now is write the API call to Amazon Transcribe. So this is where it might get sticky. So let's see if everything could go as planned.
I love it because Gilbert is brave enough to write code on a live stream. So just go for it, Gilbert. No pressure. No pressure. Right.
So we're putting together this application stack, and Gilbert's talking there about step functions.
Correct.
So S3 buckets, I think most people know what an S3 bucket is. Lambda functions, yes, the S3 bucket.
I have an S3 bucket, just so you know, just in case. But yeah,
just in case we need one. Lambda functions, I think most people probably know what they are. If you don't, then let us know.
Right.
Step functions.
Step functions. So step functions is it's a state machine. It basically gives you the ability to pass on different. It's basically a workflow, right? If you want to do a couple of things to achieve a single goal, you use something like a step function where you can pass input and outputs through different elements of this workflow. And those elements can be lambda functions, can be whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So he's using a step function here. And again, there's a comment here from Mr. Ping. Can we see the step function graph if that is available, Gilbert, once you are done writing your amazing code, just so we can see how the data flow works here. But
yeah, we'll get to see the step function graph.
Amazing,
Awesome.
amazing.
And there's no copy and paste happening here.
No
by the
copy and
way.
paste. Look at that, Gilbert. Amazing. So, but let's actually. While Gilbert's talking that, I want to look at this CDK code. So what he's doing here, he's just creating a resource called. He's calling. He's using asynchronous. This has always been a problem with me and JavaScript. Asynchronous call to the transcribe client. Basically, creating a transcribe job. You're passing it some data and you're receiving some output to it. Basically, you're passing it a media file, and the media file is sitting in an S3 bucket. You see the variable here saying media file and the media file URI. That's where the video is going to sit. And basically, you're taking this video, passing it on transcribe, and you're getting some output from it. You're basically getting a text file or a JSON object, something that's transcribed the video. So what are you returning? You are returning the job name and the video. So we're returning the actual name of the job, the transcribed job, and the video file itself. Beautiful.
So the transcription is not going to be instantaneous, right? It's going to take some time.
It's going to take some time,
right?
So
you make the call, and it will go and do the job. And you either need to call back, or you just need to check to see if it's finished.
Correct. Awesome.
So hold up, I think I still see an error. It's kind of weird coding with this much zoomed in.
Yes, yeah.
You have to get used to it,
There we
Gilbert.
go.
That's the perks of doing code live.
Yes.
People in the chat, do you live code? Are you also a fan of live coding like Gilbert is? And I would also like let's see how this works. But I don't see any errors so far.
I think we're good. So I have the transcription job name set to a generated UID, so a random ID. And I have the output bucket set to my
To a
variable.
bucket you've created, right?
Yeah. So I have identify language to true, so it's going to detect the source language. I have the output key, and I have the media file URI. That seems correct. Then I return the job name and the video. That seems correct. So let's deploy this. And
beautiful. So let's see. Moment of truth here. So remember, Gilbert was live coding this. This is an app. This is an app he and his friends are building to basically translate videos in semi-real time, produce a voice output of a translated video using pre-built AI services, which is amazing. And what he has done right now, he has added changes to this application in real time here on live stream. So
it's very brave.
Very brave, I must say. And the comment here from Todd says, no live coding without a printout of the final code in front of my face.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure Gilbert has it somewhere in front. Well, I don't know.
I would say no live coding without the actual code that I'm going to do on another screen that I can copy and paste over.
Exactly. And if it doesn't work, have it deployed somewhere else.
Have it deployed somewhere else, yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. I like how you were introducing before, like you had the which browser, you introducing the browser wars. And then I thought there you were going to start introducing maybe JavaScript versus Python as well. Can we do that?
Okay, so while this is deploying, Chat and Gilbert, what is the best programming language?
Yes, not which is your favorite, just which is the best.
What's the best programming language out there?
Yeah.
I always ask this question because there are different answers and there are different correct answers as well.
I think there's only one correct answer, but maybe I'll leave my opinion for now.
See, Dennis is saying basic. I would agree with I would agree with Dennis. Basic is the best language. I would say small talk as Todd says.
Yeah.
Kane is actually correct. Kane says the language that works. There's even a better answer.
Yeah.
The best programming language is the one you're good at.
Whoa, yes.
Philosophy, welcome.
Yes.
But yeah.
The best programming language is the one that somebody else is using to write code for you.
Exactly. but I will say the best programming, sorry, the most important programming language these days is, okay, things have changed in the last 6 months. 6 months ago, I would say JavaScript.
Yeah.
Now it's Python.
It is. It's certainly like I'm going to put it out there, and I don't think it's contentious. In data science and machine learning, it's Python. Now, is it the most efficient and is it the best? No. But the amount of code that's out there is enormous. If you go to Papers with Code and look at the analytics that they've got there, of all of the research which is coming out, it's basically all in Python. Yeah. There are definitely some exciting things coming with other languages, but for the moment, it's Python, and I'll stand by it, and I'll fight anybody that tells me otherwise.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I'll get Darko to fight anybody who's.
Okay, Gilbert, what do we have here?
I also agree with Mike. I gotta say Python and TypeScript. That's my favorite
Yes.
languages. So we already deployed Transcribe, and what we're gonna do now is gonna test that the implementation works. And
So tell me, the deployment worked, right?
Yeah, the deployment worked. That's
okay. Beautiful.
Our sync green is always a good sign. So I'm gonna upload this video I have on my local file on my local computer.
So
Today is
always green.
So you're uploading a thing to an S3 bucket right now.
Hold up. I think we might have missed one step. And that's
Sorry, so Gilbert, when you say we might have missed a step, what's this we business?
I think there's no we in this.
We missed the step to execute the state machine here. So.
Okay. So you're now writing a step that will execute the actual state machine to do something with that video. Because if we just upload a video, nothing's going to happen.
Right.
By executing the step function state machine, it actually takes that video somewhere else to be transcribed.
Gotcha.
Okay. So, all right. Love that.
I mean, this is basically this is pure serverless coding right here, which is very exciting.
Exactly.
So I know we're doing open source machine learning, and this isn't a serverless build on live, but this is awesome serverless.
This is definitely that. So okay, so you are basically starting an execution command, defining, pointing it to a state machine again. One of yours, one of the.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what's the name of the service? Step function.
Step functions, yes.
Step function is one of those services I always forget the name of.
Well, yes, step functions and state machines, and like it's kind of used. Yeah.
So okay, beautiful. So you are passing the stuff there. Or do we look green? That's a very convincing answer. While you are doing that, people in the chat, I'm gonna type something. I'm gonna paste a thing, and it's gonna pop like a survey link. Well, actually, I want you, because this doesn't go on YouTube as well, I need to paste a YouTube link for you. But there's gonna be a survey link in the chat where I want you to tell us, are you enjoying this show? Are you having fun with us, even with all of our wonderful technical issues we're having? And also, more importantly, what would you like to see in the future? What kind of shows would you like us, well, people here to do?
Hey, what do you mean? You just, not me? What? Oh. one show and I'm off already.
and also, more importantly, what content or what kind of problems would you like us to help you solve when it comes to generative AI?
Audio problems.
Using generative AI. Okay, Gilbert, we are deploying. Have we deployed?
I just want to pick up on a comment just before it disappears. Architect Dev has just pointed out Mojo is coming to beat Python. That was the hesitation when I said like there are going to be things coming.
Okay.
We're watching this space with Mojo. I'm watching this space with Mojo very keenly. Very much in its early infancy at the moment.
Okay.
It's basically I'm probably going to butcher this, but it's like Python backwards compatible, but extremely more efficient way of doing Python. So it's very excited about that.
Okay, well, we'll see. Architect Dev, we are keeping your word for it.
Yeah.
I've heard of Mojo in passing, but I don't really.
So right for right now, like it's experiment with it and play with it. It's nowhere near production, as I understand it.
Okay.
But definitely worth keeping an eye on. I mean, Rust is the other one as well, of course, for like super efficient programming. My understanding is that Mojo is just going to be a little easier to use.
Okay. I know we have Jackie yelling from the other room saying it's COBOL, but okay, yes, it is COBOL, Jackie.
Sure.
If you want to make money. And Roman saying Mojo will give you Austin powers. Love that. Okay, so I see a lot of green here, Gilbert.
Yes.
That is super positive.
Yeah, that's good. So I think we're good with this now.
Add a file. I love how you realize, like, before hitting the upload, like, oh, I forgot a crucial element of my code. Beautiful. So we're uploading the file right now, and let's see what's going to happen. I'm really interested to see how the execution. Oh, look at that. That's the graph. That's the state machine graph.
Yeah. So you got the state machine graph, which is like the definition of it, and maybe if we can, we navigate in there, we'd be able to see the actual flow through, and. Hey, it's live.
Okay, we're having an error, which is beautiful.
Natural error.
So state machines can be used for for many things. I think what we're doing here is we're gluing together a serverless application. You can also use it if you want to pipeline some data. You can use this. There are lots of different ways that you can do that, but this is certainly one of those ways.
Exactly. So the error that I'm seeing here right now, it is something that is transcript job complete. That's the job within the state machine. Basically, it is finding an invalid path. Which it happens.
Yeah,
it happens.
yeah.
But maybe if Gilbert used something like, I don't know, CodeWhisperer or other AI code generation tools, maybe this would solve the problem. But I don't know.
Maybe.
Well,
CodeWhisperer is you mentioned it, so we should probably talk about what CodeWhisperer is.
Right. Okay. So tell us what CodeWhisperer is.
Yes. So tell us what. Oh no, this is me. So CodeWhisperer is it's a generative AI coding companion that you can install inside of your IDE. So if you're working in, say for example, Visual Studio Code, is that what we're working in here?
Yeah. VS Code, yeah.
So you can install it as a plugin, and it uses generative AI essentially for code completion. Now, when I say that, you think, okay, well, great, I can already do tab completion because I've got those plugins and linting installed and all that kind of stuff. But what this does is much more than that. So it will look to see sort of what variables you've got defined already in your code. It will look to see what libraries you've imported. I'm talking Python at the moment, things like that. And then you could do something like you could type a comment line. So you could say in a comment, a function to do. So I've actually used this with things like transcribe already, and with translate. A function to translate an audio file, and then give it a. Oh, we're doing a comment. Once you press enter, the CodeWhisperer will come in and actually write that function for you.
Yeah.
Give you different options for what that code might look like, and not just give you the next line, but give you the whole function potentially. So super powerful. If you're a developer, or if, like me, you're not a developer but you still write code, then you absolutely should be using tools like this because they just make you so much more productive. It's amazing.
Yeah, I agree. And folks, if you want to learn more about CodeWhisperer, we do have a session later on today. Basically, the last session of the day is all about CodeWhisperer. So make sure to stay on this Twitch channel. Keep on watching, and more importantly, keep on sending messages of support to Gilbert in the chat. Because
Absolutely.
We're seeing Gilbert trying to fix this in real time. Because how many of us are brave enough to do this in real time like Gilbert? So please.
I figured out what the error was. Is because the get transcription step, we didn't fully filled out the lambda. So when it returned, it was looking for the status of the job and it didn't find it. But
so you've got
a work. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, so I was just seeing a loop there. It's a little bit small on my screen to see everything, but so is that loop basically waiting for the transcription job to finish, is it?
Yeah, it's actually waiting to get it's actually, it waits a couple seconds, and if it returns a success, then it actually moves on to the next step. But I figured out what was the issue, and we actually get the result from transcribe already. And if we download this, this should show us some valuable data.
Awesome.
Okay, so look at that. So that is the look at that. Chat. Claps in the chat for Gilbert. Please, a clap emoji or just write clap or whatever, right? Finger guns, something. We coded, well, I'm using we now because we succeeded. Gilbert!
We were all in on the journey together, right?
Gilbert coded live. Gilbert troubleshooted live, and he built it live. Beautiful.
And Gilbert may not code live again after this experience, but it's fine.
So we got the full transcript of the video, and then it shows us the different language it might have identified in it. And we saw that the language that has scored is actually English, in the United States English. And it gives you a breakdown of the duration of what each word was said. And this is what you can actually use to do lip syncing, because you could create an SSML document from this, and using these times, you could say that a pause or break, that the speaker took a pause or a break in whatever he was saying, and you could actually create an SSML document. And so Amazon probably could use it to create a speech synthesis as realistic as possible as what the user was saying in the source video.
Amazing. Awesome. Beautiful. So Gilbert, this is great. I think is it time for us to wrap up this session? I think it is. We need, no, we have a couple more minutes. So maybe you can tell us a bit more, how can people access this application? How can they have a sneak peek? Because you kind of did tease that.
Yeah, I'll paste let me paste the link in the chat.
So we're going to clear your screen right now, but Gilbert is going to paste us the link so you all can kind of check this out. But what I want to emphasize here is that there are tools, services, pre-built stuff out there for you to make use of AI, right? You can be a not so experienced person in AI like myself and build something, right? You don't have to be Super Mike here with all of his knowledge of generative AI to build things. You can absolutely just glue a bunch of different services together and have them do what you actually want them to do.
For sure.
So I'm not saying that Gilbert just threw a bunch of glue here, but
no, and then, as we were saying before, you can iterate down on that. You can take it apart and zone in on the thing that you want to build. I'm very much a fan of Lego, and so I think of it very much as like that. You can take those Lego bricks, you can build something up that's amazing. And at the end of the day, yes, I am super excited about artificial intelligence and machine learning, but to actually get a product in the hands of people who can actually use it, your customers, your community, whoever it is, that's what really matters, and that's what Gilbert's done here. So that's really all it's all about.
Yeah. Amazing, Gilbert.
The goal of it all, Darko, is to build something really fast so that we can start collecting data, and we can only build fast with pre-made services. And as soon as we have collected data, then we can start continuum model training so that we can do voice clone and generated voice. And also build on it, because the goal of it is to build a content repurposing platform for content creators and agencies. So if you think of it like usually the way the market is going is social media marketing, with content creators creating short form content and companies reaching out to hire content creators to drive their brand. So what we're trying to do is bridge a gap in between content creators and marketing agencies and use AI to help make both of their life easier for them.
Yeah, amazing. Gilbert, thank you so much. I pasted the link in the chat to the app. You can go and try it out. Throw a video at it. Go play with it. I think it's a great way to kind of check out Gilbert's work and see what he has actually done. Gilbert, I want to thank you for your time. Is there something that we forgot to call out? Do you want us to send the audience to check out something, follow you on social media or whatnot? Has there been something we missed?
Probably maybe just a follow on Twitter, and also the AWS user group Belize. It's also one thing, an active community in Belize, that we're trying to get more members onto the cloud and more people into AWS building.
Right. So give Gilbert a follow on Twitter, and also check out the AWS user group in Belize. Even if you're not in Belize, hey, why not? A lot of the content that's happening out there is virtual, so make sure to check out the AWS user group in Belize. I believe, do I have a link to that? I do. Look at that. There's a meetup group. I want to go and paste that into the chat again. Beautiful. Gilbert, thank you so much. We're gonna come back right now here with Todd in a second. We're gonna do a little short transition. We're gonna have Jackie back. I'm gonna go away for a second, and then we're gonna have the most amazing Todd Sharp here talk to us. We're gonna still remain on the topic of video, but we're gonna be talking about some content moderation when it comes to video. So without further ado, Gilbert, thank you so much.
Thanks, Gilbert.
We're gonna come back to Mike talking to us about, I don't know, something. See you all in a second.
Appreciate it.
Yes, you need to talk about things, Mike. Talk about AI generative.
Sure. I'll talk about stuff.
We have Jackie joining us, friends. I'm gonna leave for a second. Jackie's gonna be here, and we're gonna be speaking to Todd Sharp right now, all about content moderation on videos. And Todd is one of our amazing superstars when it comes to Twitch. He actually has a Twitch email address, which is amazing. He actually does work for the AWS interactive video service, basically the service that powers Twitch. And he's going to be talking to us about ways you can use AI to moderate content, even on live streams, right? So we talked about translating content or transcribing content. Now we're going to say how you can potentially, well, you know what? I'm not gonna kind of share too much.
Yeah,
We're gonna have Todd do all of those things. So we're gonna bring in Todd, and Todd is gonna talk to us. Well, I'm gonna let Mike and Jackie introduce Todd.
Sure.
And I'm gonna be gone. So.
But where is Jackie?
So where is Jackie? I have no idea where Jackie is. So fancy transition time as we get Todd in.
Oh, that was smooth.
That
was smooth. I didn't notice anything.
How smooth.
Hello, Todd. 1 second.
No problem.
Okay.
Hi, Todd. How are you doing?
Darko, my friend, very, very well.
Doing very well.
I was about to ask. I was about to suggest that we had way too many beards on the stream, so I was going to ask where Jackie is. But I'm glad you've brought Jackie in. So.
We brought Jackie back.
Return of the Jackie.
We cannot do this without Jackie. Jackie, are you all mic'd up?
I'm mic'd up. I've got my earpiece in. I'm
Beautiful.
just
Y'all can hear
turning
me?
on my computer so I can see chat.
You can hear me okay?
We can hear you
I
okay.
can hear you, Todd.
Can you hear Jackie okay?
Perfectly.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Friends, I'm going to say goodbye. I'll see you all in a couple of sessions. I'm going to come and talk to Mike and Jackie about more important things. So, bye.
Bye, Darko.
The coming on and off set is just great. It's fun.
Yeah.
They need a hook, you know?
Yes. Yeah. That might. Yeah. We'd end up like hooking people off the stage when they weren't ready for it. All right.
Right.
Cool. Todd, I think maybe the best thing to do is ask Todd to introduce yourself. Let everybody know who you are, where you're from, what you do.
What's your favorite Pokemon?
What's the favorite Pokemon? We've been talking about favorite browsers and languages, but I think Pokemon is safer.
Pokemon. Okay.
Or language.
All right.
We can do language too.
Yeah. Oh, human language, yeah.
Todd Sharp. I am Todd Sharp. I am a principal developer advocate for Amazon Interactive Video Service. I work at Twitch, as Darko said, but I advocate for AWS service, which is kind of a weird land to live in, but it's all good, and we have a bunch of fun, and I get to work with amazing people on both sides and both teams, and kind of bridge that gap between the companies, I guess, so to speak. But yeah, I am born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio, and now I live in Georgia in the mountains in the middle of nowhere, kind of up 2 hours away from everything. But right now, today, right this very instant, I am live from Kansas City, Missouri. I'm actually at a conference. Yeah, I'm at the KCDC conference, getting ready to speak to some developers tomorrow morning. But yeah, I just I would ask Todd about which Powerpuff Girls he prefers the most. I have no answer for that, Ricardo. I apologize. I do know Ricardo though. But I also don't have Pokemon. I'm not a Pokemon guy. Can you believe that? You know what though?
No.
I do have a favorite superhero. Do you want to learn about my favorite superhero?
Of course.
I guess so.
It's kind of.
Of course I do. Yes, Todd. Who's your favorite superhero?
In the most humble and non-vain way, but my favorite superhero is now myself because.
Wow.
I just received this at this conference. It's like they made like an NFT for all the speakers of this conference. So I am apparently the shadow sovereign of Twitch, and
they're still rocking the NFTs.
Apparently, yeah. I'm gonna be rich one day. Apparently, I'm not gonna show you the QR code because I don't want to start a bidding war right here live on the stream.
Well, yeah, sure. How much are you worth right now?
I
in
believe
your NFT?
0.0 bitcoins. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that you didn't go down the, is it Marvel or DC? I thought we were going to have this fight all of a sudden. So neither Marvel or DC.
Yes.
Okay, honestly, like I was like, oh, that's not Pokemon. I'm kind of disappointed, but you know what? You redeemed it. That was a great answer.
You brought blockchain into the conversation, so it was missing.
Oh yeah, that's true. We didn't hit that on our bingo card.
We didn't have that yet.
How can we talk about modern technology without talking about blockchain? I don't
right?
know.
Yeah.
Right?
So yeah, no, very, very grateful to be here. I appreciate you all having me. Such a large kind of shoes to fill with all the amazing speakers and sessions that are going on today. So I feel honored and very excited to talk about this topic.
Awesome. I want to thank you so much for being here. So, well, maybe introduce your topic. What are you going to be talking to us about today?
Yes, sir. So content moderation. I should step back because it's not just content moderation. We're also talking about content detection, because although content moderation is an amazing use case for this technology, it's not the only potential use case for this technology. And I'll get into some of that in a little bit. But essentially, the problem that we're trying to solve here, right, is so if you don't know what Amazon Interactive Video Service is, it is a way for you to build your own live streaming applications. You can come into AWS, you can create a channel, you can create chat rooms, you can do all kinds of amazing things and build your own kind of live streaming application. So if you're doing that, let's say you wanted to build a user-generated content application similar to Twitch, something where people can come and they sign up for an account and they can live stream to viewers all around the world. Very easy to do, and we could talk about that at another point. I'd love to tell you all about that, but there's a problem that exists, right? You've opened the floodgates, you've created the wild, wild west, and now anybody can live stream on your platform. Yeah, sure, you probably have terms of service and policies and all these guidelines, community guidelines, and but how do you make sure that those are being reinforced? How do you make sure that those are actually being followed? Live streaming is the wild, wild west. Anybody can start their camera, share their desktop, connect up some device and stream to the world.
It's very timely. I mean, who let us on this live stream?
I was
right?
going to say,
here we
the
are.
idea that a live stream is wild, wild west, if you've been watching this morning, then that's, yeah, absolutely.
it is, like, honestly, it's such a good point. Like, I think I've talked to Todd about this a little bit before, but I actually started live streaming around like 2011 on Justin TV. And just to see like how far everything has come in terms of either content moderation or the tools that you have available, or really just how you can do it, has been incredible. So I'm pretty excited to see how the session goes, because I know we've talked a little bit about what you're doing in IVS, and like I'm really interested to hear more.
Yeah, for sure. So the problem is anybody can live stream at any time, and typically content moderation, like you said, is done. If you look here on Twitch, if you click on the Twitch page, there are ways to flag content. There are ways to kind of for viewers and other people and moderators to manage and even stop a stream if need be. If there's something that's really offensive or really breaks community guidelines, there's ways to report that. So traditionally, content moderation has been a mostly manual process involving humans, and it can be very subjective. What one person may feel is offensive might not be offensive to the general audience. Context comes into play, right? So, I may be talking about racism as a topic, and it may be a very constructive and productive discussion, but if you just look at maybe words that are being said or images that are being shown, you could take those inappropriate. Someone could find those inappropriate, or even a machine can find that inappropriate, even though it may in context be an appropriate discussion. So it's a hard problem to solve, especially for live streams. So I came up with this method that I feel, I didn't come up with this, I should say that. It's kind of a method that has been discussed, and I'm certainly not claiming credit for it, I should say that. But the method that I decided upon was essentially to grab frames of that live stream, because analyzing every single frame of every single video live streamed on a site could be intensive, could be expensive. So my thought is, the concept is, you grab frames, you analyze those with some sort of AI, and you can do several things. You could alert a moderator, you could send an email, you could send a text message, a Slack message, whatever mechanism you need to do. Or if you wanted to, you could just outright stop a stream with interactive video service. And that may be kind of an extreme case. We'll demo that because it's fun. But those are kind of the two options there. So what I did was, I have a blog post that outlines this whole kind of process. We can share that later on in the chat. But what I did was, because I know Jackie and Darko are big fans of the CDK, I went and kind of rewrote it in CDK. And actually, I've been getting more familiar, more comfortable with it myself lately. So I rewrote it, and I'd love to show you all that code, and then we can kind of demo how the process works, and then we can change it and redeploy it and see if we can get that to work. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic.
Fantastic.
What do you think?
I think it sounds fantastic. I'm
you
now
said
wondering.
fantastic.
Yeah, I think it sounds great and fantastic. I'm wondering how we share the screen. Do you have the access to be able to do that?
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah. I don't have the access to be able to do that. I have nothing. They don't trust me with anything.
I know the feeling.
They give me the access so I can share the things.
So
I know.
I'm fine with that.
Let's see. I can see Todd's screen here. Are you ready for me to put it on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. We'll just add that to stream, and there we go.
Awesome.
Oh, the camera's here now. It's good to go.
So potentially, if you could just make the fonts just a little bit bigger, zoom in for us, that would be great.
Absolutely.
That looks good.
Cool. So I forgot to do that for here, but my ID's already zoomed in and ready to go. But thank you for that reminder. So, as I said, the kind of thought is this. You create an Amazon Interactive Video Service channel, which allows us to live stream to that channel. And there's a feature in IVS called Record to S3. And we'll get to that in just a second. But essentially what that does is every another live coding session. Way to go, Todd. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate it. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted by the chat here. Somebody say there's 6,000 people in here?
Oh no, there's 5 people. Right. Don't say that. Don't say that. I'm gonna start shaking. Darko, you're supposed to say no.
All right.
Wow, I can't believe we have 6 friends watching us. This is great. Anyway.
Hi, friends.
And 4
also, hello to everyone who's just joined. Welcome to Build on Live Machine Learning Day. It's a pretty big influx of people, actually. So we're doing a live stream today where we are in the studio, and we're going to be talking about machine learning. And we have wonderful guests on, like Todd today. So we'll be doing some live coding. We'll be talking through some things, having some fun, playing some Jenga. And we've got some Twitch challenges for you that you can redeem your points if you keep watching the channel. So quick midstream hello, and sorry about that, Todd. I will give it back to you now that you just pointed the influx out. I was like, oh.
Are you all in Portland? Where are you all at?
Yeah, we're currently in Portland.
Yes, okay. Portland, Oregon. My first time here, and I'm enjoying it. It's nice.
Where are you from, Mike?
I live on the east coast of Australia, so I'm from Brisbane, originally hailing from the UK. So you can hear a mix and match of accents.
Yeah, I heard
I've also been here a couple of weeks.
In the last session, I heard you call it Python, and I didn't know what programming language that is. Because I'm familiar with Python. No, that's
Python. Oh, right.
No.
Python.
Python. We're back to the language thing. No. Okay. All right. So we're going to create a channel. When we create this channel, we can configure Amazon Interactive Video Service. So if I give this channel a name, and we won't go into channel configuration that has to do with your video latency, your transcoding, and all that stuff. We'll skip that for today. But down here, we have this record and store streams. It's disabled by default. And but if we wanted to record thumbs on a specified period, we can say auto record to S3. And we can either choose an existing configuration or we can create one now. So we'll create one now. And if I give it a name, and I say record at an interval. So recording to S3, not only the main kind of purpose of it is recording your entire stream. So like, as you see on Twitch, you could play it back as a VOD later on. But also possible is the ability to record these thumbnails. And we can do that at an interval of either anywhere from 5 to 60 seconds. For this demo, I'm going to choose 5 seconds. You might not want to do that in production. That could end up creating a whole heck of a lot of thumbnails. But we'll do it for this demo just because you probably wouldn't want to wait around 60 seconds to see my demo working. So we'll say 5 seconds. Merge fragmented streams. We won't go into that for now. But we can choose the S3 bucket that we want to save our thumbnails to, and then we click Create Recording Configuration. I've already got all this done, so we don't have to do this and hope that everything fails. But essentially, if you start a stream on this channel at this point, and I come over to S3, you will see every 5-ish seconds, thumbnails will be recorded to this S3 bucket. So how do I get from here on a live stream where I've got these thumbnails being dumped into S3 every 5 seconds? How do I get from here to do some analysis on this? Well,
Todd, can I just say, just really quickly,
please.
At the beginning of your session, you were talking about it's really easy. You can just set up the live streaming service and you can just live stream to it really quickly. And I'm thinking, yeah, it can't actually be quite that easy. But yeah, you basically just showed us that there's a lot of undifferentiated heavy lifting happening there. You just created a string.
Right, exactly. And I can immediately if I were to click create on that, in fact, if I come over here to channels and show you an existing channel, when I click create on that channel, I immediately have a stream key and an ingest server. And if you take that to OBS and plug that in, you're live already. Less than 5 minutes, live stream, ready to play back. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
You're my hype.
It's easy. I mean, to someone like you who's like been doing it for a long time, yeah, I'm sure it's easy, but actually it is easy.
Thank you. All right. So we've got all these thumbnails. How do we take the next step? How do we analyze these? How do we do content detection? How do we do moderation? One of the other amazing services in AWS is EventBridge. And with EventBridge, you can, there's many integrations with IVS and EventBridge. We won't talk about those now, but there's also the ability to watch an S3 bucket. And every time an object is written to an S3 bucket, do something with it, right? In this case, what we're gonna do is every time a thumbnail is written to this bucket, we're going to call a Lambda function. That Lambda function will receive that event. That event will have details about the event, such as the key, the bucket name, and we can then take that Lambda and do some sort of analysis on that screen thumbnail. What we will do is pass it to recognition and let recognition do some content detection and maybe some moderation detection. But that's what we'll do in my demo. But you could do whatever you want. You know, as you were saying at the end of the last stream, this kind of, I'm not an AI or ML or expert by any means. I have this ability to use this third-party service because, you know, it exists and I can take advantage of that. But if somebody like Emily or Mike, you know, one of these experts in the field wanted to create their own model, use their own service, they could very easily sub out what I'm doing and plug in their own, you know, AI ML kind of routine, make that call, and do what they will with that data that comes back.
Yep. We can spin up our convolutional neural networks and we can dive down deep into it. But as you say, and just like we were looking at in the last demo as well, you can take these building blocks and you can just bolt them in, and they're very, very capable. They're not demos, they're actually production grade, and they're very capable services. So you're using recognition in this demo, right?
Absolutely, correct. So
you know, I just have to pop in here real quick. It's funny that you say blocks and building your own models, because we actually just solved the Rubik's Cube challenge. So we could even make a model that, you know, takes different screenshots based on if the Rubik's Cube is in frame or not. There's lots of cool, fun things we could do. We're not going to do that live because live coding is stressful.
Yeah.
Especially when you haven't prepared a demo. Oh man, the cameras. I'm like, well, where are we? Okay, here we are.
Yeah.
And also, I know I just did a midstream welcome, but we've actually almost doubled the numbers since the last time I did it. So welcome to all of the other new people who have now joined us today. Quick pitch, we are doing a live stream today where we are basically building things live based on machine learning. And we've got the wonderful Todd from Twitch on right now talking about IVS and how to do chat moderation with ML. We've got lots of other great sessions coming up. We do have other Twitch challenges as well, even though we've just completed our 10K one, which was the big one for the day, and it's only 10 a.m. So we might need to come up with another big one.
If you've got ideas for what those could be, then let us know in the chat.
Yeah, if you're like, hey, I really want to see the host do this thing, and it's like, you know, reasonable, please don't make it like not reasonable.
No.
We've got a team for that. But we'll hear your suggestions, we'll put it in.
All right.
But yeah. Okay.
So we got to the point where we're supposed to be solving Rubik's Cube. We've got that one? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, we've maxed out that challenge.
All right, okay.
I think maybe we'll do that after the session. I'm looking to the production room.
Maybe I could do that whilst someone's demoing something.
After the session, in between Rubik's, yeah. Stand gestures.
It's interesting to in visual language alone with sign language be talking about doing a Rubik's Cube. It ends up like that.
Oh yeah, I'm totally on camera doing that. That's fine though. It's okay.
All right. Whatever. Sorry.
Not at all. Not a problem.
And also, Todd, I know we've started talking about your code. I have some links here. Is there any that you want me to share while we're talking through the code, or do you want me to do it in a little bit?
Actually, why don't we share the, and I'll, let me hop over to Chrome. So why don't we share the IVS recognition gist? You should have that link.
Is that my CDK version of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic. I will drop that in chat right now.
Thank you.
Here is the gist.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. So Jackie is sharing a copy of the code that we're looking at in my browser right now. Due to time, we probably don't have enough time to dig into every single aspect of this, but to give you a high-level view of what it's doing, it's creating an event bridge rule, and I'll scroll down to that. So this is the event bridge rule, and this handles all those new thumbnails that are created from the live stream. It uses AWS S3 as a source. The detail type for the event is object created. The bucket that it's looking at is here, and then we can tell it a suffix. So only look for JPEGs, essentially. There's some permission-related stuff in the CDK script. There is also some definitions for two Lambda functions, two handlers. And the first handler is the function that does the moderation. The second one is basically a way to expose a stop stream method. So via the SDK, we have the ability to stop an existing live stream in progress. So if we wanted to implement, and I'll show you in my demo, if we wanted to implement a way for a moderator to just click a link and stop a stream because they found something objectionable, we could do that. We can also do it programmatically, which we will also take a look at as well. So that's the CDK script. We'll hop over to the Lambda function now and take a quick look at that. Here's a sample event that will be coming in from Event Bridge on that S3 object creation. The detail has the bucket name, the object, and the key, things like that. And the moderated image function looks like this. We're going to grab the bucket and the key out of the event. We're going to create an input object that we're going to need to pass to recognition. That input object has an image, basically a representation of the S3 image. And then we can use detect labels command from recognition, the recognition SDK, to do basic content detection. Now this is going to just detect whatever it sees in the scene, right? If I hold up my phone, it's going to detect a phone. If I ran it right now, and we'll run it in just a second, it'll probably find a bookcase because there's a bookcase behind me. It will find a man, things like that. So
if we ran it, could it tell us Jenga?
That's a good
I know, a little bit. I'm just kidding.
Potentially not.
Not the regular label.
Yeah.
That's okay.
If you trained your own model and used your own model, you could probably get it to detect Jenga. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah, we could do that.
We're getting all these off-stream ideas now.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, I have a suggestion. I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but maybe an 8-hour Todd stream with Build on Live. I mean, just throwing that out there.
It sounds reasonable.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
Why not?
Right, production?
I might get a chair for that one, but yeah.
I would definitely not stand for 8 hours. So we're going to send that input to recognition. In this case, I'm going to say max labels of 5. There's a reason I do that. I don't want to get into that. I'm trying to speed through things here because I know we have a limited amount of time.
So the maximum number of things you want to detect in the image at any time is going to be 5?
Yes.
Yep.
We're going to send an event, and this down here, if I look at the send event method, this uses the IBS chat SDK to actually send a WebSocket notification to a front-end client. So it's a really nice way to have that automated moderation sent directly to your moderator. You could use any service that you wanted to push that message to the front end, or like I said, send a Slack message, dictate a physical letter like Mike was talking about earlier, write down physical letter. Whatever you need to
call an API to launch a drone to fly to the problem space. That's what I want to do.
That would be amazing. I'm all on board for that. The other thing we could possibly do is detect moderation labels command. And if I jump over here really quick and I scroll down, I'm sorry for the scrolling. And I should have had this open ahead of time. Okay. So if I click on this and I zoom in a bit, so recognition has this moderation API, and this API can detect very specific categories like nudity, violence, visually disturbing things, drugs, tobacco, gambling, hate symbols. And this focuses on these so this model is trained to find these very specific things. So if we wanted to run on those particular things, we could do that. I thought it would be fun just to do the general detection, because I'll tell you what, it's really, really hard to demo really offensive things like a list, especially when I've just flown to Kansas City. I didn't think I'd be able to get a gun through to demo that.
I feel your pain on this one. We do demonstrations as well as of looking at toxic language inside of large language models, and you just don't want to go there.
It's hard. It's difficult. Darko says, "I'll come back to the studio. I am pretty offensive." Oh.
Are we just gonna like blur him out? That's just what happens now. He gets on camera and he's gone. Just green screened away.
All right, so that's the detection for moderation. And if I go back to the code, that's really it. So I'm going to detect those things, and I'm going to send them via a WebSocket to my moderator front end. And if I open up my demo, and I've opened this in Firefox because I do a weekly show on Twitch, small plug here, called Streaming on Streaming every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. And I have found that streaming whilst streaming sometimes your browser doesn't like you to use these cameras in multiple browsers. So so I've got a different browser instance here, and hopefully nothing will crash here. So this is using our Amazon IVS Web Broadcast SDK, and it's just a very simple demo that I have created that I can broadcast myself, which is another amazing feature of IVS. The ability to create these experiences directly in a browser instead of using a third-party software like OBS or Streamlabs or something like that. You can create these experiences directly in the browser. So small plug for that. So if I start broadcasting at this point by clicking broadcast, I am now live. And if I come over here to my moderator view in just a second or two, assuming, there we go. My live stream has started over here on this side. So again, a testament to how easy interactive video service is to get a live stream up and running. And
your chat isn't quite as prolific as ours, but it's okay. It's fine. Don't feel bad.
It's close.
Interior design with a confidence of 90. Oh, look, you're laughing.
Why?
You're also a woman.
Yeah. Okay.
And interior design again.
So this is quite different than my smoke. What?
Portrait.
You may need to leave the building you're in if it's on fire.
It caught me smiling. Okay. Excellent. So you see this stream of events coming into my moderator view. If I wanted to filter that out, or again, if I wanted to only use that moderation API, Jackie, you disappeared.
Oh, I was just leaning forward to look at your screen because it's very small on my screen.
That's true. You're in StreamYard. Okay.
I'm like looking like.
Yeah. Todd looks back up and like he's the only person left on the stream. Portland's disappeared. You're running it now.
I mean, it doesn't help that you're both so much taller than me. I feel like I'm already just disappearing on the stream.
All right. So.
Sorry. Yes.
No problem. So if I click stop stream here, I could actually stop that stream as a moderator manually, like I said, through that API gateway endpoint that I exposed from my Lambda. And in just a second, it should stop. Okay, let's refresh the page.
Yep.
Okay, so if that doesn't work, we'll take the next step and we won't dwell on that because it does work, I promise. And if you look at my code and read my blog post, it will work for you, I promise. Okay.
This is just the joy of doing it live. Like sometimes things work 24 times in a row and then you're live and you're like,
yeah.
Okay, we'll just carry on.
We can do a live stream on a live stream.
Yeah, right?
You know, that's, yeah.
So let's detect beards because we all know that we should just automatically stop any beard in a live stream. Any stream that has a beard, like Darko, Mike, and myself, that's just not acceptable. So
yeah, my beard just ruins streams all the time.
Well, yeah, I understand. Okay, so I'm gonna add this has beard function. I'm gonna use find on the labels array, and I'm going to find entries where the label.name.to lowercase.
Okay. So this is looking at the results that's coming back from recognition. It's going to have those labeled in there so that it'll say what that thing is. And so you're just picking that out here.
Yep. Correct. And in this case, I'm going to say, so yes, it is an array of objects. They have different keys, name, and confidence level. So I'm going to say if this does have a beard, and we are generally sure that it is a beard, meaning our confidence level is greater than 95%.
Yeah.
Right? Because we don't want any false positives on our beard moderation.
Sure. No. Yes. Accuracy with beards is important.
Absolutely. So we'll
Beard
call stop
accuracy.
stream. And stop stream issues a stop stream command via the IVS SDK. Very, very simple.
Right. So we're saying no beards. Any beards appear on this stream, it has to stop.
Automatically. No manual intervention. Just stop it.
Sure.
Get rid of it.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Let's deploy that and hope that everything works. And so we have about 60 seconds to kill here. What any questions come in through the chat? Anthrax says, I don't know, you were scoring pretty high as a woman. I don't know if it's the lighting. I've never seen that before in my testing, but hey, whatever.
I am also seeing us that we have quite a few Jenga requests here.
Yeah, if you want to pull some Jenga, I'm totally cool with that.
For sure. Well, make it more interactive, Todd. You could sort of say whereabouts in the stack do you want us to pull from?
It can't be the second highest. That's actually in the rules. It can't be the second highest.
Oh, right. Okay, second highest. Okay.
It's got to be the bottom third. I mean, it has to be.
The bottom third. Okay, so we're down here. Now, I have a view of this that you don't have. So there are certain blocks that we could pull out which will result in disaster or chaos or fun or whatever. So where should I go? Like around here somewhere?
Should we get this on the big screen? I mean, do we want this to be fully shown?
Oh yeah, here I'll
disaster happens
briefly.
I see. Yeah, right. I got you. All right.
Let me. There we go. I'll bring you.
No pressure, Mike. No pressure.
No, sure. All right. Well, let's.
Pressure's on.
Let's try this. And it's. So you said that I can back out and go somewhere else. Okay, there we go. Look at me doing that to camera. There we go. Thank you.
Cal, I'll do one more to help us catch up. How have we not taken from the bottom yet? How is this twisting? What have you been doing while I was gone? The tapping is allowed. We've confirmed
we've decided
this in the
the
rules.
tapping's allowed, yes.
This is how none of the bottom ones have been taken. This is stressful. It's moving.
It's getting perilous.
This is stress. Mm-hmm. This is stress. Okay, we're good. We're safe.
Okay.
Great news.
I just moved my phone out the way, just in case. Yeah.
Winning.
Good job. Very well. Very good.
Oh my God, there's chords.
Yeah. And so how are we doing? Was that long enough for CDK to do its stuff?
Perfect.
Excellent.
Perfect.
So like we planned it.
Exactly, just like we rehearsed all those times we rehearsed this.
Sorry, who are you? What?
You want to throw my screen back up, Jackie?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will stop talking about my part-time beard in chat.
You did have a beard on the Halloween special, didn't you?
Ooh. Oh, we've got to fix the...
Weren't you dressed up as Darko for Halloween?
I did dress up as Darko for Halloween.
That's right.
There we go. We made it back.
Yeah, I don't usually have a beard. This is me dressed up as Darko for today.
Nice. Okay, so we come back here. We refresh for good measure. We click broadcast. And if we come over here and quickly refresh the screen here.
So do you need to duck under the table briefly so that you're not in shot initially?
That's a great question. It looks like, it is. I am done. I'm done streaming. I'm sorry. Yeah, I probably should have ducked on. Let me do that. Here, I'll do that.
Okay.
All right. Well, try to get out of it.
So what we saw there was the stream immediately came up and then immediately saw you and killed the stream because beards, and obviously beards bad.
Yes.
All right.
So working good. Working as intended.
Yeah, working as intended. So now you're not on the stream, which frankly I like this. I'm offended by beards. Here comes the beard.
There it is.
The beard.
There's
Oh,
the
there we
beard.
go.
Man with beard. Okay, woman. I apologize for making you do this again. Maybe like lean forward a bit and.
All right. Well,
we did see it work.
Yes, because we're live and
Yes.
trying to get the 9,000 people here to do it. Obviously, it's not going to work as intended. Maybe I'm hooked up to the wrong. Anyways, the point is there.
Okay.
We did see it working once, like you
We
said.
did.
And so that's the general concept here. You can do this automated moderation, but as I said earlier, it's not just for moderation. Moderation is a great use case, but think about branding. Think about maybe possible content sponsorships. So maybe a water company, wants to sponsor streamers that use drink their particular brand of water, and you can detect their particular brand of water and present that to them when they're buying advertising and say, hey, we've detected that 90% of our streamers use your brand of water when they're on their stream. That's a simple, silly example, but you understand where I'm going with this, I think.
Right. I mean, you could detect the fact that something's happening in a stream with a product, presumably, or a logo's there, and maybe then, as you've been doing here, you could push something into chat. So, like, if you're interested in this product, then click here on the link, right?
Absolutely, and that's one of the very common ones because live shopping is such a big use case for live streaming. We're seeing so much in APAC, especially live shopping. And if you want to drop my screen share, I think I'm pretty good on that side of things, Jackie.
Okay.
Yes.
Just so we don't see two Todds.
Yes, two of you.
No, but 2 Todds is fun.
Yeah.
Two Todds is better than one.
With beards.
So yeah, there's tons of use cases, and as I said earlier, you don't have to use recognition if you have your own large language model, machine learning instance that you've trained or you want to train, or you can continue to train as you're gathering these thumbnails. Maybe you want to use this to actually train your model.
Right. So collecting data is a huge part of machine learning. It's the boring part potentially of machine learning, but collecting and labeling data is the thing you need to do. So yeah, any mechanism you can do that helps you ingest more data, then that's got to be a good thing.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
So if can I recap what you've done? So IVS, so you've set up a stream in IVS, which was as simple as you said it was going to be. Then you've got a configuration in there that allowed you to grab still images from those streams, put them into an S3 bucket. And I think you said you could do it like up to 60 seconds
From 5
delay.
to 60 seconds, yeah.
5, yeah. So that you can start to just store some data from your stream there. And then you're using the event of the fact that something's gone into the S3 bucket to trigger off some code which is going and using recognition to detect what's in there. And like you said, from there, like whatever you want to do, and you could use it for content moderation as you showed us.
Absolutely, you've nailed it.
I was listening.
All of our automated thumbnails are also in the bucket.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Oh, you do have an S3 bucket there.
We do have an S3 bucket.
This is the S3 bucket. All
the
other S3
same one
buckets
featured
were
in
based on
Observability
this.
Day last year.
So this bucket is very old then, because S3 is like the original service, right? I mean, it's like...
Yeah.
Yes.
This bucket has been around Amazon longer than I have.
Was S3 the original service?
It was like one of the original ones, right?
Yeah, one of the. I got a feeling it was like SQS, right? Yes. Darko's pointing at me. I got it right. But I had to say that before chat just exploded and said, well, actually. So, yes.
So we're coming up to time, but we still have a little bit of time. Todd, is there anything else that you wanted to share with us today, but you haven't had a chance to, or anything else you want to talk about still?
So, was there some questions that I filled out on that sheet? I'm drawing a blank on them now, but if you want to ask some of those that we kind of prepped and just kind of draw the curtain here. Yes, we do some prep for these things.
We do? Why was I not involved in this?
Because you're the machine learning expert. We thought you'd just wing it.
Sure. No, it's all good.
Let me try to remember. So one of the questions is, like, if you run this, couldn't it get like expensive to dump all of these images into S3? And Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Won't it get expensive to capture a thumbnail every 5 seconds and then upload it to S3?
So I was thinking that too. Maybe we should ask Todd.
Yeah, I think we
Todd?
should. What do you think, Todd?
Good question, and Linda has a good question in the stream as well. There's actually a couple good questions coming in. So, could it get expensive? Certainly. I mean, one kind of option is, again, to delay that thumbnail writing. If you're doing a user-generated content site, you're probably going to do that thumbnail generation. If you're building like a Twitch-like kind of platform, and I don't want to say, I don't want to make that comparison because your user-generated content site could be anything. It could be focused on whatever, live shopping, whatever. But you want to grab those thumbnails because, go to a homepage of a user-generated content site, and there's usually going to be a kind of a still image that you could click on that is fairly recent from the stream and shows you a glimpse of what you're going to see in that stream. So you're going to probably be doing this anyways. 5 seconds is very frequent. Do you need to do 5 seconds for a demo like this? Again, it demos better. I mean, if we had to wait 60 seconds, you wouldn't want to wait 60 seconds.
It would be very tense 60 seconds.
Yes. And you could also, I mean, technically, if you didn't need every one of those, you could delete them right away via the SDK, in your Lambda handler. Once you've processed it, delete it. It's gone.
Sure.
So that's
a bucket retention policy as well. I mean,
yes.
You could keep them around for a while. You could stick them into a different tier inside of S3 and put them into Glacier for years and years of archival that you can come back and have a look at beards later.
Absolutely. Perfect point. Linda asked, where is it? Linda asks, why don't you just use Amazon Recognition Video to analyze the live stream? That is a good point, a good question. And are we having audio problems, or you good?
I don't believe so. I don't think.
Okay.
No, I'm having internet problems, so I don't really see Todd currently, but I'm troubleshooting on the side.
Okay. I heard you whispering. I'm like, did I mess up?
I know. No, you're good.
So
I'm just telling
there's seamless set
Darko.
changing thing happening on here. You're not supposed to draw attention to the fact that Darko's plugging his laptop in over there. No, it's fine.
I'm sorry. So, recognition video. Yes.
Spotted.
Recognition video
yeah.
does offer the ability to do analysis on live video, because Amazon IVS writes these video files to S3 as HLS, because that's how live streams are. That's the format that is used for live streams. Recognition video and I think Kinesis Firestream videos, whatever, they don't support
Kinesis video
format.
streams, yeah.
They don't support HLS right now. So you would have to do that conversion, and again, that could get expensive and time consuming. And do you need live instant analysis of every frame of every stream on your site? Maybe, I mean, probably not, if we're being realistic.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there, as with anything, there are many different ways you can do similar things, but I guess you want to sort of zone in on the one that sort of works for your use case. I mean, and if you are in the mode of live streaming and you have a live streaming platform, then you're building it on this platform. It makes sense to extend it out and do the architecture that you showed us today.
Absolutely.
I guess as we're talking about different ways to do things, are there other processes that you could have done to identify the kind of content in the images or in the live stream? Are there other ways we could have solved that?
We kind of talked about that a little bit earlier. You could, technically have your own model built. And Mike, do you have a lot of experience with image detection and building those kind of models? Can you share some of that experience?
In my previous life, which is all of a few months ago, before generative AI was a thing, image recognition, object detection was very much a thing that I enjoyed doing because I like to bring demos together. They're very visual. You can see what's happening. So you can use object detection algorithms, and you can train them on your own objects and say, okay, I want to be able to detect. And I think right at the very top of the stream, I was talking about how I created an object detection model that could detect Dedenne, so the Pokemon that I chose. So you could train one of those models up, and if someone brought a Pokemon on the stream, kill it dead. Not the Pokemon, kill the stream. Sorry.
Oh my gosh!
I have one kind of. Do we have what's our stop time?
We're still good. We've got a little bit more time still.
Yeah, sure.
Can we share my screen again?
I believe Darko can share your screen for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Darko. So
he's not here though, so he can't. How can he do that?
So far, what we've talked about is live video content detection and using AI with live video. Another huge part, as you are all experiencing right now, another huge part of interactive streaming experiences is the chat. And is there anything we could do to help with chat moderation? And the answer, of course, is yes. There are, okay. So with Amazon IVS Chat, which is a full service that you can add just as easily as we created that channel, we could create an IVS chat room. And one of the ways to do moderation for those chat rooms is, again, a Lambda function. So it's all WebSocket based. So you're subscribing to a WebSocket endpoint and your chats are all handled through this WebSocket. Well, this Lambda can be put in place to sit in the middle and not intercept, but basically receive every chat message and then pass it forward if it passes some kind of model. So that's one way to do chat moderation. You could also do manual, let me turn focus mode back on. It turned itself off. So you could also do manual moderation. So there's SDK methods to, if I find a message that kind of snuck through Lambda somehow, I could manually delete that as a moderator. Can we also do things like PII detection and sentiment analysis? Absolutely. We could use AWS services to, I feel so stupid because I'm drawing a blank on the name of the service that does content detection. Can anybody help me out here?
Right.
So you've got Comprehend?
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about. Thank you.
Wait, I was right?
Well, recognition for the image-based stuff.
Yes.
We're talking about text-based stuff.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Comprehend is the text-based stuff. So
there we go. Okay. Yeah.
in this particular example, what I've done is, and it's not a very scalable example, there are other ways to implement this, but I've created a WebSocket server that's running that connects up to my IVS chat, and it kind of does that same thing that Lambda does. It receives every message, and it can do further analysis. Because that Lambda is limited to 200 milliseconds. You have to be very quick with your analysis. But this WebSocket instance that I'm talking about is unlimited because I'm managing that, so I can listen for things and then delete them after the fact, which is not as effective. It's not preventing things from being seen, but it's still something. It's still some layer of moderation and things like that. So in this case, I have this chat room, and every time a message is sent to it, it does sentiment analysis and lets the moderator see the result of that. So if I say, I love build on, and I send that chat message, let me zoom in a little bit. You could see a little more, maybe?
I could see a little smiley face.
Yeah, so I got a little green smiley face, and that's a positive comment, 96% positive. If I say, I hate build on.
Which isn't a thing you'd say. I can't imagine the code would. No.
So it's a very red, angry face, right?
Sure.
So it's a nice way to just that immediately as a moderator, if I have these faces in my chat, I can immediately kind of say, which one should I focus on? The red frowny faces are what I should focus on. I could also say my name is Todd and my phone number is 555-1212. And if you're old enough to remember that, then anybody know what 555-1212 is? It's like the generic number that used to be used in movies and television shows. Like
I thought it was just 555-555-5555.
That too. So if I sent that, we can see some potential PIIs being flagged here, right?
Awesome.
So, I could also do my credit card number.
So it's doing entity recognition there. So it's sort of like detecting there's a name, there's a phone number, and you could pull out other things like places and email addresses and things, right?
Yeah,
or like, account IDs, resource IDs, things that maybe we don't want the general public to have and be able to spin stuff up on our accounts.
Don't paste your keys in, so your encryption keys into a chat.
Your access keys and your AWS access keys, and
definitely don't do that.
Those kind of things.
Yeah. But I guess as well, we talked before about the video side of things. You could also use this for other things, just detecting the content so that you could do promotional content or whatever. Yeah. Obviously, the same would be here as well.
Absolutely. There's endless possibilities, and these AWS services in particular, and I'm not a shill, I don't advocate for those services, but for someone like me who's not an expert in AI ML, it makes it so easy for me, and it gives me the ability to take advantage of these things that experts like Mike and Emily and Jackie have built and exposed for people like us.
Great news, guys. I'm an ML expert now. Hot dog or not hot dog, let's go.
You notice I didn't say Darko.
Yeah, I did. I'm a little concerned. He's kind of here, though.
He's been watching us the whole time.
Yeah, he's been here.
So many possibilities, and I really would want to encourage people, check out Amazon Interactive Video Service. We do have a free tier that you could use to play around with it. Build your own user-generated. I want to see what people could build. Show me what the most creative user-generated content, is it, cats or is it rabbits? What Linux machines from 1974, like the Darko would
Who
share.
would do that?
I don't know anyone who would do that. I've never worked with a single person who ever talks about those things, Darko.
People who have Xerox machines in their home office.
I don't know who that is. No idea. Never met her.
Yeah.
Well, I feel attacked.
I feel safely unknown in this conversation, so it's fine. Yes. I could have my own tea brewing channel. I quite like that.
I don't know you well enough, Mike, but trust me, next time we get together, I will have some dirt on Mike.
Well, we could have our beard channel, right? If we're not allowed to be streaming on your other channel, we could have a beard channel. There you go.
Slides. All right,
Brilliant.
I think we are coming up on time now, and it's been such a great session. I love that chat's been asking questions. I love that everything that you showed as well. My words are a little bit struggle right now, but it's okay. But yeah, we've had a really great time with this session. Thank you, Todd. And we finally got to do a live stream together again.
Absolutely, again, love it. And hopefully we'll see you all at reInvent. That's my goal. I would love to be there with you all.
Absolutely.
We will talk about that offline. Maybe not in front of actual thousands of people, but thank you so much for joining us today. I've really enjoyed this session, and honestly, I think it's such a great topic. So,
yeah,
appreciate
awesome.
it.
Thanks, Todd.
It's been a ball. Thanks.
And I seem to
and
be
welcome back.
Well, yeah, hello.
Hello, friends.
Am I audible, Dave, or was I audible all the time?
Yeah.
Okay, was I?
We can always hear you.
You can always hear.
We try to be sneaky and we forget we have a mic like literally in front of our face. Like, whoops.
Oh my
Sorry,
God.
friends.
First of all, I want to thank Todd. Todd, oh my God. Thank you. Todd is our Twitch expert, and he gets to show his expertise on Twitch, which is just amazing. I also want to say hello to the folks in chat.
Yes.
10,000 people watching us.
10 friends. Wow.
10 friends watching us.
We have 10 friends.
If you're watching us, say hi in chat. If you appreciate the beards, say hello. And remember, it is the beard on the inside that counts. It doesn't matter how physical.
Oh, my beard's in my closet. It's okay. I just didn't bring it today.
Amazing, amazing, cool. Well, this is great. But now we're changing stuff up, Jackie.
We are.
Yes. So
I thought we had a Rubik's Cube to solve.
yes, so the wonderful people in the chat, as soon as I created that community challenge, they immediately went there and just like spent money, not actual money, Twitch money.
Not even Twitch bits, no. Really? Did they do Twitch bits?
No, oh God, no.
Okay.
It was just Twitch points so we can have the amazing Mike solve a Rubik's Cube.
It sounded like a good idea when I suggested it.
So Mike, you have to do it.
Oh yeah, okay, I have to do
Also,
it. I don't like the idea you're looking at your watch. I'm not making any claims about how
closer,
long.
Come closer. We cannot see the Rubik's Cube from the thing. Let's switch to. Okay, beautiful.
Yeah.
Mike.
We have
All right, so for
a
anybody
group
who-
of questions actually. I've got some more people coming in that were wondering what we're doing today on the stream. So do you want to explain
What
you
are
solve
you
the
even
Rubik's Cube?
doing on the
What are
stream?
you-
Is that the question?
Who are you?
What are you
No,
even
like
doing?
No, not like what are you doing? Like what is our stream about today?
Oh, okay. So actually,
Who are these people?
let me
I'm gonna start.
Let
can
me.
start.
So he can start. He will start solving
I'll come
the
to the other
thing
side of the
while
tower.
okay.
Oh my God, there's another
Let's
one.
let's switch the camera to Mike, and I will talk over
Voiceover.
him. I will talk over him, showing a little agenda. What can we expect today? So there's a couple of things happening. Just as Mike is solving this, we're going to be talking about responsible/secure AI with our amazing guest. He is from Australia. He likes a lot of tea.
Oh, I heard he likes
is bald and
electrical
beautiful.
outlets.
He loves electrical outlets. He has a weird passion for electrical outlets. I didn't get that.
Hey, that was
You know what? I really thought you were going to say quokka, or kangaroo. That's where I thought we were going.
So we're getting an Australian fella to come and talk about responsibility in AI and security as well. Later on, we have the most amazing Emily Weber coming in to talk to us about Hugging Face and SageMaker. Basically, we're going to be talking about reinforcement learning with human assistance, contribution, support, something. And then we're going to...
Intervention if needed.
Intervention. And then we're going to wrap up with everybody's favorite topic, how to write better, or how to write code with generative AI. So we're going to be looking at
how to use code to help you code.
Correct. We're going to be using Amazon CodeWhisperer to actually help you generate code or write code way better. So I really wish there was a service out there that can help Mike solve a Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
But we are just going to let him sweat.
Yeah, it's okay.
And do stuff. But
I love that we had that slow zoom going on, like just slowly building tension and zooming into the cube. Fantastic.
But people in the chat, if you want to give Mike support, please claps. F's in the chat. Just F's in the chat.
Support Mike by putting F in the chat.
Just exactly.
Right. I'm trying to figure out how I messed up. It's all right. So keep going.
You can do it.
We'll keep going. So basically,
I didn't say I'd do it in a time, guys. Come on.
I mean, right? So, and like maybe while can you talk to us about AI and ML while you're solving a Rubik's Cube?
Of course I can. Yeah, why not? That seems reasonable.
So tell me, Mike, while you're solving that Rubik's Cube, would generative AI solve a Rubik's Cube better than an algorithm built for solving a Rubik's Cube?
Wouldn't it just generate a cube with a mouth and a mouth?
I've been thinking about this, right?
Okay.
I think almost certainly not.
Why?
Well, because generative AI is going to be looking at patterns that happen over time inside of text, for example, and then looking for a way to predict the next token.
Beautiful.
Okay, now we can get claps in the chat.
Claps in the chat. Look at that. Mike,
well, that sounds
amazing.
like so it's looking for the next token. It's difficult. You could probably have a go at doing it. I have actually had a go at creating my own large language model from scratch, which is pretty exciting, which will play Connect 4, if you're familiar with that game. There's other names for it. You know Connect 4 where you drop the tokens into the thing at the top? So I basically created a language of Connect 4, created a whole bunch of training data, and then trained a GPT model to play GPT Connect 4. It's not very good, but it kind of works. At some point, I'll put a blog post up or something and show everybody about it. I'm going to try and make it a little bit better. I think it could get better than it is. But typically, these things are trying to mimic human behavior in the generation of text, drawing images and stuff at the moment.
But not actually solving problems, right? Is that a pattern?
Well, that's
like
right.
Generative AI, when it comes to the generating text and images, they don't usually sit there to solve a problem.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. Well, so they don't necessarily solve your problem. Obviously, internally they're doing mathematics and stuff.
Exactly.
So all the large language models doing, and this is the thing that absolutely blows my mind. You know, people enjoy using large language models to like tell jokes, as we were doing before, or whatever it is, and it feels like you're having this sort of interaction with this thing. All it's doing is far more amazing than that. It's just taking your prompt, the thing that you typed in, such as tell me a joke about AI, and then it's saying, what is the next word likely to be after I've seen that prompt? And then it takes all of that and it passes it in again and it goes the next word. And it takes all of that and it passes it in again, it does the next word. When you see like a chatbot doing that sort of one word at a time kind of thing, and it's like a typewriter effect, and you kind of feel, oh, that's a nice thing that the web developer did to make me feel. It's actually doing that. It's predicting the word and then it's predicting another word. So, I mean, in a way, the fact that it works at all is just mind-blowingly amazing. Yeah. The fact that that can write a joke is pretty cool. The fact that that can write code,
it's amazing,
that works is amazing. And so, I think it's taken everybody by surprise, how good these things have become. And that's what they're doing.
But there's an important question coming in from chat. So Mirbik is asking, AWS, can you briefly explain generative AI? So what's the elevator pitch, Mike, when it comes to generative AI?
Okay. Mike, you are AWS, go.
Briefly describe generative AI. Okay, so, well, it's a machine learning process. It's a machine learning model. We have, broadly speaking, a couple of different models which are common. So large language models that can predict text output and can generate text output that sort of approximates what a human might do. The other common one is the ability to create images from prompts. So type in a prompt, describe an image that you want, out comes an image. So that's sort of like the end user application, if you like, view of what generative AI looks like. The way it works, well, I mean, we could spend the next several weeks talking about this, but a large language model, for example, will take as much textual information as we can find, the complete works of Shakespeare, everything on Wikipedia, all the Stack Overflow, everything, and we train the model to understand what natural language looks like, what human language looks like, and what code looks like, and then just store a statistical model of what that is to generate the next token. I don't know. Is that
I like this.
I like the answer. So again, Mr. Big or Mirror Big. It is a complex answer. I'm sure that Mike here gave a hopefully a satisfactory answer. However, one of the things I will tell you is that it is very important, right? A lot of things it's moving really fast, things are changing, and you will see a lot more generative AI in your life. So if you haven't started using generative AI or just exploring it or building with it, give it a look.
100%.
I'm just going to add in, I think there's a really nice conversation in chat going on right now too of other people trying to explain what it was, and like we'd like to see you coming in and having these conversations with us. Please join.
Yes.
And related to that, I think we could probably provide an example of at least generating jokes, because we have 4 jokes that have been redeemed.
Right. So there's a Twitch challenge or place where you can spend points. We solved the Rubik's Cube, but you can also request good jokes generated by a large language model. Now, Mike has set up a large language model within AWS.
Yeah.
It is a small large language model.
Yeah.
And
5 jokes.
5 jokes.
You want 5 jokes? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and this is going to be risky because we'll read it out live. So basically, we talked to Heiko before, and he mentioned the Falcon model. And I think the demo that he was using, it's like currently the best open source large language model that there is, and it's really very capable. Now, he was showing us the 40 billion parameter model. I'm using the 7 billion parameter, which is smaller, and I'm able to run it less expensive. So let's give it a go.
6 jokes.
You want 6 jokes? Well, I'll just have to run it one at a time. So the prompt I'm using for this, which it's important to know the prompt, it's just tell me a joke about AI. So that's all I'm asking it. And so the completion has come back, terminology folks, prompt completion. Why did the robot go on a diet?
I don't know, Mike, why?
They needed to lose some bites.
I thought it was they had too many nibbles.
Well, yes.
Friend, just so you know, these jokes are not going to be great.
They're generated.
It's generated by a small
model, yes, yeah. And it's exciting that it can do it.
What's another one?
Okay, what do you call a robot that breaks down often? A model, open bracket, or a poorly maintained model, close bracket. Now beginning to wonder whether this was a good idea.
Yeah, I think it was a great idea.
We're questioning this. We'll bring back the S3 joke bucket next year.
This is the LLM bucket now, so the LLM bucket challenge. No, I mean, let's get one more, and then we'll save some of the others for.
So this is very interesting. It's basically got the same setup. Why did the robot go on a diet? It was getting too big for its circuits. There you go. All right.
What?
So,
what?
Yeah, it's getting too big for its circuits.
Circuits.
Yeah. Circuits.
Oh, circuits. Okay.
Yeah.
It
still makes about as much sense as
but then tell me. So you mentioned here it's a 7 billion parameter model versus a 40 billion.
Yes.
Now, is that a linear scale or an logarithmic scale? Does it mean like is this one just 4 times as less good?
It's not really that clear cut. It is the case that the number of parameters inside a model generally dictates how capable they are and how good they are at understanding language and reasoning and that kind of stuff. Just to put that 7 billion parameters into context, things that we were deploying not that long ago, such as Bloom model and even GPT-3, I think it was, there are 170 odd billion parameters.
Yeah.
So they're quite big. There are definitely models in the world that are bigger than that. So this is really quite small. What's happened recently, though, is quite interesting. There's a lot more research going into model efficiency and how can we get the same kind of capability out of smaller models. Falcon 7 is really a model that you can use to play around with code like I am here. I can run it very easily and play around with it on my laptop. The 40 billion parameter model is exhibiting some really sophisticated behavior. So it was definitely the case that it was this linear thing that we're just making these models bigger and bigger and more capable. That will probably still happen, but we're now also focused on, well, honestly, things like efficiency and the environmental impact and that kind of thing. How can we reduce the amount of energy that we're using to run these models?
I really wonder, one day, are we going to have something like a Moore's Law for AI? For like a model? And are we going to reach some physical/logical limits? How much parameters can have
can it do? And that happens in machine learning a lot. So you have different algorithms, like prior to generative AI algorithms, prior to transformers, where you would scale the amount of information you put in there, and they would get bigger and bigger, better, and then all of a sudden they'd fall off a cliff, and you'd have to go and do something different. Now, I don't think we've necessarily reached that point with transformer architectures yet, but we are also consuming a vast quantities of compute to get there. There are scaling laws out there. There are definitely papers that are written around scaling laws, and so if you want to get deep into it, you definitely can. There are so many papers. I mean, this is quite serious. My working day is to wake up, I check my awesome messages from all my wonderful colleagues, and then I'll go and look to see what papers got written overnight that I now need to catch up on. This is moving so fast, but it's so exciting.
Okay, I love this discussion. By the way, chat, yesterday Mike and I spent like an hour, 2 days ago, we spent like an hour and a half sitting in the green room just talking about this. We could have just live streamed all of that. It was fantastic, but it was just a lot of great information comes from this bald, beautiful man. You need to lose more hair, man, so we can go full.
Yeah, no worries. I'll do that for you.
So I think you say this is like, it's important, it's ever changing. It is critical for all of you to check out generative AI and all the things come with it. But we need to talk about how you, as a user and as a developer of generative AI tools, services, applications, how can you approach this with a bit more responsibility and security, right? That's this session about. Our guest is Mike, as you have noticed, and Mike is gonna basically talk to us about a bit of those points, because remember, it is important to keep your stuff secure, and it is also important when you're dealing with other people's data and other people's queries and information to kind of do it a bit more responsibly. So we're gonna have Mike here tell the 12,000 people in chat.
Sure. What could possibly go wrong?
Possibly go wrong?
Everything
no pressure,
is
Mike.
going great. Nothing's going wrong.
Awesome. Am I echoing still? No. Okay. Okay. So well, let's talk about this. So we're building projects with large language models, and I suppose we're building applications on top of them. We saw Heiko earlier on before as well, who's he mentioned this as an important point, that large language models, they are the underlying technology, but at the end of the day, you need to sort of wrap it up into an application. You've got to do some engineering work potentially. It depends on how much you want. We've also seen the services, the presentations leading up to this point as well. We're talking about those off-the-shelf services like recognition and transcribe and comprehend. You'll be able to do that kind of thing with Gen AI as well. So, but you wrap it up into an application stack. I suppose with all machine learning, there's always this sort of conversation about responsible AI, and of course inside of generative AI, that's very much a thing as well. The thing with generative AI models, and we've talked about this briefly, I suppose, is they're just these prediction machines. They predict what the next token's going to be. They predict what the next word's going to be. And we've probably also experienced that when we interact with the models, as they can do different things. Like just then, when I was doing the jokes, as awesome as they were, I was just running the same code again, and it comes out with something different. So they're non-deterministic, and well, they can be configured to be more or less so, but they're non-deterministic, and that's a real challenge, right? So when you're writing a test case, how do you write a test case for a non-deterministic output? It's challenging. And you've probably seen that, and you've had to go with chatbots, and they say things back to you which don't really make sense. I might type in, my manager has put in this is my name and I work for Amazon Web Services, tell me all about me. And it then just goes and fabricates essentially a response to that. It's like, because it doesn't know who we are, unless you're like a super mega famous rock star or something, and it's read lots of information about you when it's trained, then it might, or a politician or what have you. But what it's doing is it's generating language, it's generating words which look like they make sense. Like the next word might be this, like you are a awesome AWS superstar or whatever. And it's just putting together language that looks like it might make sense, and sort of passes the sniff test, if you like. We saw in the presentation from Heiko again, delving into your data. So if you wanted to talk about something that is factual in your data, he talked about using LangChain to be able to build an application stack together to go and use some authoritative data and say, okay, well, we're going to go and grab this. So those are the kinds of things that you need to take into account. The large language model only knows about the data it was originally trained on, and that was really used for its understanding a language. It's not really where you want to store facts as such.
I think this is a big important distinction, because when I see like large language models being used in applications, I immediately dive into it like, oh, it's just a better search engine.
Right.
But I think it's important to know that it's not a search engine, right? It will potentially get you factual information back, but you don't know, right? It generates the response out of data it has.
Yes.
And it may or may not be correct.
Yeah.
So I'll have an example. I use one of the most popular. I use ChatGPT, right? I asked it about an internet collective in the former Yugoslavia from 1970s. A very obscure topic.
I know the one.
You know it, okay, beautiful. It's called UPAC. I asked it, what is UPAC? And it gave me this perfectly concise answer. This is it. It was built here by this person. I'm like, everything in that sentence was wrong.
Yes.
Like not a thing was correct.
Yes.
And that's because it generated the answer of what it thought.
Well, it put together some language that looked like it was right.
Exactly.
It passed the syntax test, right?
Yeah, it's so hallucinations. Let's talk about that. So the term that a lot of people use is hallucination. It's hallucinating. Now, the problem with that term, I think, is that it's sort of like it engenders too much like humanity on the model. It's not actually alive.
I kind of have too.
Yeah.
Like not just with like machine learning, but it's also a thing like with dogs. People see the faces they make and they attribute human reactions or emotions to it.
Anthropomorphize, is that the term I'm looking forward to?
I think it is. Yeah.
Let's go with it.
But yeah, sorry, I just like, hey, wait, yeah, but this is a thing. It's not just AI and ML, but yes.
So with machine learning, right? So before generative AI, I'd put a model together, and like I'm looking at your shirt there, which is perfect. I don't know if you get a shot of that, but basically we've done the classic. Sorry, making people scarper around to actually get a shot of it. So this is a classic. Image classification problem, right? So the image classification thing we do in machine learning is dogs and cats. We give the machine learning algorithm to train a model all these pictures of dogs, all these pictures of cats.
Correct.
And we say, learn the attributes of these things. It's supervised learning. It's now very run-of-the-mill, but it was sophisticated in its day. And we train a model up to detect dogs and cats. Excellent. Then we show it a picture of a dog and it classifies it as a cat. It gets it wrong. And we call that basically it getting it wrong.
Yeah.
We look at it and say, oh, well, we've notched down on the accuracy score here. Oh dear, never mind. Let's see if we can figure out how to fix that. It's an accuracy problem. And that's what hallucination is. Yeah. It's an accuracy problem. Exactly. It's just a statistical model that's trying to figure out stuff. And so I think it's better almost, I mean, in this conversation, let's call it an accuracy problem. So it can have that. Now, what can we do to try and sort of combat that, I think the first thing, the really important thing, it's talking about it, it's education, it's making sure that when people use large language models is that they can understand what it is that they're doing and they're trying to generate language. Now, we talked there about obviously chatbots that we can use out in the public sphere. We've also been talking about the models that we can deploy ourselves, such as Falcon and the Falcon 40 billion parameter model. When you start to build your own applications on top of large language models, there are more options available to you. So it's not just a case of prompting and writing a prompt. You can also tweak some other values as well. One of those values is called temperature. So you can change the temperature of a model, which sounds amazing.
Yeah, what is the temperature thing? I saw people basically put it in a prompt, set the temperature to X.
Yes.
What is temperature?
Another way of talking about temperature is how creative do you want the output to be? So if you take the temperature right down to as small a value as you can, then you might actually find that every time that you generate something from the model, it's actually generating the same thing and the same sort of rigid output, depending on the model size and its capability. If you put the temperature way up to the top of the scale that's available, you can end up having some very creative kind of, it sort of wanders all over the place, maybe kind of output. Essentially what's happening is I mentioned how that the model is making a prediction about what the next word's going to be. Now, what's actually happening, and we'll try not to go too deep, but what's actually happening is that the model is producing a probability score across every possible word in its dictionary, and typically what we do is we choose the one with the highest probability. But in order, well, that's what we originally did. In order to make it a little bit more creative and more interesting, we take the top few and then do a random selection from that. And so the temperature is a way to basically influence how wide that's going to be. It deals with various scores in the probability distribution. So that's what it's doing. So there is some randomness inside of this. So if you think about this, like a large language model, it's generating this text from data that it's learned from ages ago, and it's including some randomness. Do you want that to be generating facts for you? Maybe not. So like you can still use it to understand language and parse your data and do all that stuff that Heiko was talking about, but just be aware of how it's working.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense too. Like even if I was just gonna Google some topics, any amount of the information that comes back may or may not be true.
Sure.
It may or may not be relevant. But if I was like, now we're humanizing or machining me, I don't know, whatever order, but like if I was like a LLM and I was trying to learn stuff and I didn't know from other sources or have like that correction, like I would just be taking all this information in and then just, hoping for the best, right? I will say it's really cool to see though how far chatbots have come with this. Like I was just Googling, I was like, who created Smarter Child? Because I used to like message Smarter Child a long time ago. I don't know, in like early 2000s, I forget when that was a thing. And it was just kind of like, you'd eventually just hit this loop. But we've made so much progress in such a short amount of time, just to kind of have like all these things happening.
Predicting the future with this is not a good idea. I mean, it's fun, but who knows? I mean, like 6 months ago, we wouldn't have been having this conversation.
Oh, absolutely not.
6 months ago, we would have been thinking about, general artificial intelligence and thinking that's nice science fiction, maybe whatever.
Right.
Now we're thinking, actually, as a society, that you can see how it's possible. Let's just say that.
Yes,
Whereas before, we didn't really think that. So things are moving so fast.
Now, tell me, as a developer, as a builder of an application that's going to be using a large language model or something in the world of generative AI, we want to make sure that we approach this in a secure manner, right? How protecting user data and making sure privacy is out there. What are some tips and tricks for people out there, chat, to be more responsible and more secure when it comes to their building their applications?
Totally. So a great example is let's talk about prompt engineering again. So we talked a little bit. Let's talk about prompt engineering.
All right.
Do we have a prompt engineering counter somewhere? How many times did I say prompt engineering?
Bing. They're all taking a drink in the control room whenever I say prompt engineering or LLMs.
Should have made a bingo card. We really should have made a bingo card.
It really is. It really is it's a big topic. And the thing is,
let's talk about prompt engineering.
Let's talk about prompt engineering. It ties together if you're a developer and you just want to make a product and you want to tap into a large language model, which is in a service endpoint, and you don't want to have to care about all the details, you will still care about prompt engineering. If you're all the way down the other end of the spectrum and you're working in research and university, you still care about prompt engineering. So it's important. I was actually spending some time in Silicon Valley last week. I was talking to people who work in the investment space and in incubators, and they are saying that a lot of, not all of, but a lot of the companies that are building products on top of generative AI are basically concentrating on how to do awesome prompt engineering. So it really is a thing. Right, where was I going? Yes, so it's basically string manipulation. You're basically instructing the model on what you want it to do. You're speaking to it saying, I want you to do this. As part of that, we might be inserting some more of our data. And Heiko did this before. It's called prompt engineering and in-context learning. So what he did was he put that document inside of the prompt and sent that to the large language model. That means that the large language model has got access to my current data, if that's what you've passed it.
Correct.
This is fantastic stuff. But you need to be aware of what data you're sending and where to. As you always would. Don't ignore generative AI for a minute. If I've got my internal reports or whatever, where am I sending that to? Do I work in a regulated space? Does that matter? Is the thing that I'm sending it to, is it appropriately secured?
Encryption, security, access, storage. This is something Heiko mentioned in one of his discussion, is that his chatbot works in memory, right?
Yes.
So the document that's being passed to this chatbot contains the data only in memory while it's running, and that's it. After that, it's gone.
It's a good thing that it's
is
not
that a good
approach.
Or is it, I suppose? I mean, the question is, or is it? I mean, he wrote it, so he knew that. But I mean, just generally speaking here, not talking about anything necessarily to do with generative AI, if I pass my information to a service endpoint, I need to know what's happening there, right? I need to know what they're going to do with that data. So it's important to understand, really, just going back to the point of prompt engineering and generative AI, is that if you're putting the data inside, if you're putting the data inside of a prompt, or if a platform is doing that for you. So LangChain is amazing, but I will have to say that on some of the times when I've been playing around with it and developing applications with it, there's actually a whole bunch of prompts that are inside of it, and that's cool and it's amazing. You should look at the source code. You should know what it's doing, because it's I will pass this data over here. So you just need to know and be aware. So be aware of that kind of thing. The ability to be able to deploy models inside of your own AWS account, for example, just means that you've got access and control to that. You're responsible for where that data is currently hosted, what it's doing, and all that kind of stuff. So it's an easy way to be able to remain in vigilant control of your data, I suppose.
So for me, as a dum-dum, if I want to deploy a base model for my own, then I know where all of the data is going. The way I would do it is by using Foundation or Jumpstart on SageMaker, right? That would be the most approachable way to do it, right?
Right now, as of today, inside of AWS, if you want to deploy a large language model yourself, you can go to Jumpstart,
Jumpstart,
So there's a couple of ways you can do that. You can go into the AWS console, you can go to SageMaker, and then on the left-hand side in the menu, there's a foundation models section, which basically shows you a bunch of, so foundation models are the base large language models like Falcon 40B, etc. And so you can browse through those. You can also play with them as well in there. So you can actually try out some prompts. That's in a test environment, and so you can see how well it works. And then you can go ahead and to do fairly simple few-click deployment of that into your environment. Jumpstart, which you mentioned as well. So inside of SageMaker Studio, you can go into SageMaker Studio, you can browse all of the model cards for all of these open source pre-trained models. Not just generative AI, by the way. You've got all the image classification stuff is in there as well, and all that stuff. But those large language models are in there. Stable Diffusion's in there. So Stable Diffusion is the one where you can type in a prompt and it will generate an image for you.
Yes, like a turtle in a car with a pizza as a hat.
Exactly. And all important things like that, Yes. No, it's good.
Otters typing code on laptop. I may or may not have generated some images.
I'll be honest with you. When Google Maps came out, Google Earth came out. When Google Earth came out, it was a long time ago. I think I probably spent the entire day going, "Oh, I can go everywhere." And now Stable Diffusion is that easily accessible, and the other websites, and I spend an entire day just typing stuff and making images. It's yes. It's not necessarily a productivity gain for me there, but it was a lot of fun. So with Jumpstart, simple click deployment of the models into your environment, but you also get sample code as well, so you can see how to interact with them.
Again, the beauty part of Jumpstart is that it allows you to deploy this model within the scope of your own AWS account. That means anything that happens, all the data, it just stays within the scope of an AWS account, and that's it, right? So if you're concerned about that,
that's the link for it down there.
Yeah, there's a link in the
that
chat.
We're talking about. I just pinned it again on the video. It's right there.
It's there, so you can go check that out. Cool. I mean, I think that's a great thing.
Yeah.
Is there anything more you want to add to this?
Well, I'll just mention. I want to mention SageMaker because I think sometimes I say SageMaker to people and they go, "That's big and scary," and I don't want to know.
It does look big and scary.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not scary, but it is big, and there's lots and lots and lots of parts to it. So it's not like other AWS services. You ask me what S3 is, and I could probably give you a one-sentence response as to what S3 is, or you could just hold up the bucket.
It's a bucket.
It's not a waste bin, it's a bucket.
It's a bucket.
Yes. And describe it. If you ask me about what SageMaker is, though, that's a little bit more of a conversation. So because there's lots of parts to it. Just know that there's lots of things in there. You don't have to use it all. You can just use the parts which work for you. And as a developer or someone who's working in the machine learning space, it basically abstracts you away from needing to worry too much about infrastructure at scale.
Yes.
So if you know how to code machine learning models, if you're at that level, then you can bolt on the SageMaker SDK, put a few more calls into your code, and start to take the code that works on your laptop and deploy it at scale in AWS infrastructure.
Yeah. I think that's right. So a couple of things, couple of top tips when it comes to securing your or being responsible with the data you work with when it comes to generative AI. Know where your data is going. Remember, encrypt, store, permit specific people or services access to it. Also, scope down what data you're collecting. Use clever prompt engineering.
Yeah. So
to do stuff with that data, and I think just be aware of it. Right?
And remember what it is that the model's doing. But keep that in mind. So to have the right mental model of what large language models are doing, and you'll be on the right track.
That's amazing. Awesome. Well, Mike, thank you so much. I mean, this has been fun. You have to get us one more joke.
I don't have a question.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Jackie. Jackie, what's your question to our wonderful Mike here?
I heard that there's 3 H's that are very helpful for us in kind of tackling like responsible AI.
Yeah, for sure. So yes.
What are they?
Oh man, the 3 H's. I can remember 2 of them, but I can never remember all 3 of them. Can I look them up? Is that all right?
I mean, I have them right here.
We have them here.
Oh yeah. So helpful, honest, and harmlessness. So basically that's just, how can we make sure that the outputs of our systems are aligned with our own values, whatever they might happen to be, and aligned with the values of the people that we want to use the system. So it's a good sort of, it's a good call out point to say, okay, well, let's look at this stuff. Right. One of the issues, and I think we're going to be talking about this coming up in a future session as well, so that's definitely worth talking about, is how can we avoid toxicity in the responses of models. Now, so this is more to do with when we're training our own models, which we probably won't be training our own foundation models very often because they're huge and they are very big and costly, take a long time. It's not a rainy weekend kind of activity. But what we might do is fine tune these models on our data. Right. So we talked about prompt engineering very briefly, and we can get a lot of capability out of the model. If we're finding that we haven't managed to quite get where we need with that, we can start looking at taking our data and fine-tuning the model. When we're doing that, we're now in the loop of altering the way that the model works and what it's going to respond with. So we need to be a little bit more intentional about monitoring and testing to make sure that we're not introducing toxic behavior and things like that. Yeah. So monitoring for that is important. One of the ways that we can try to make sure that it's aligned with what we want is with reinforcement learning through human feedback. Part of this challenge here is the scale of the problem. Right. So we can't have someone sat at a terminal in the training loop essentially saying, yeah, that's good, that's not good, that's good, that's not good, because that would slow it down so much that we'd never finish. Exactly. So what we do is we train surrogate models essentially on with our human intentions in it to do that for us, and we can talk more about that when we get into reinforcement learning with human feedback. So that's one of the ways that we can sort of try to make sure it's more aligned with what we want.
Speaking of that, we are just now having our wonderful guest.
Right.
Emily's joining us right now.
I've got one more point. Sorry, I'm sorry. I just got one more point. Just before we finish, it's really important when we put those data sets together and when those humans are involved in that process, that we have a diverse group of people from all different walks of life, areas, regions, all of the other segments of life, so that we're not unwittingly introducing bias into the system. Correct. That was a really brief way of talking about something big and complex, but just make sure that you take these things into account when you're training models of any kind of machine learning.
And speaking of that, like I do a live stream with Emily, who's joining us here in a second as well. And I think almost on every episode we talk about the introduction of bias into the actual machine learning, into the large language models, because it happens, right? So we need to find a way to kind of avoid that. And one of the ways we can avoid that is with the use of reinforcement learning with human feedback. And it's be very intentional in making sure that you are aware of it and you're actively trying to mitigate it, mitigate bias. Yeah. And it's a challenge. It's difficult. Awesome. Especially when your base model is trained on everything that's on the internet. Correct. There are places on the internet that are not nice. Really?
Yeah.
Why? Isn't everything on the internet true?
Not everything is like this in this wonderful Twitch stream that we have here.
Okay, so, speaking of wonderful, let's do an amazing transition and bring in the wonderful Emily Weber to talk to all of us. Mike wanted to leave, but then he changed his mind when he heard, it's Emily talking about reinforcement learning with human feedback. He decided to stay along for the stream. So, Emily, we're going to bring in Emily in a second, and please do not go anywhere. Emily!
Is muted.
You're muted, Emily. Coming from the...
And hi.
Hello, Emily. Welcome back, I would say. You were never on a big old show like this, but you are part of the Build On family. So, hello, Emily. Welcome, and thank you so much for being here. This is weird for me to ask you because we talk on a weekly basis, but tell us who you are, what do you do, where do you join us from right now, because I see you are not in your typical abode, and tell us your favorite language model.
Ooh.
Oh. Wow, straight in with a tough one.
Of course.
What a question. All right, let me do my best. Hi, folks. My name is Emily Weber. I'm a principal machine learning specialist solutions architect at Amazon Web Services, which is a long, wordy way of saying that I like to nerd out on all things AI/ML, and I love to build things with customers. So it's a pleasure being here on the live stream. Thank you for having me. And by the way, I love that we're doing open source. People who work closely with me know that I'm a massive advocate of open source machine learning technologies. Always have been, always will be. So it's a great place to play. Right now, I am in Vancouver, and I'm in Vancouver because I'm at the CVPR conference. So CVPR is one of the largest computer vision conferences in the world. It's the largest one, actually, as it were. And so I've been chatting with luminaries in the field. Actually, yesterday I got to take a selfie with Andrew Ng, which was awesome. Ask him a couple of questions. And then we had Yijun Choi come in and do a keynote, and Larry Zitnik from Meta. So it's been awesome just nerding out and learning about all the ways people are doing CV to solve interesting problems these days. So that's what I'm doing. In terms of my favorite language model, so it's funny that you asked this, because actually just today, I was wondering, why are we all so obsessed with GPUs? We're so obsessed with running neural networks, using transformers, and doing our massive matrix multiplication. And like, yes, we know that gives good performance. And don't get me wrong, I love transformers too. But the thing is, like, and this is something that the researchers were talking about at the conference today, that like, you know, AI research wasn't always this like single focused, you know, like there used to actually be more of a diversity of opinions in AI research about how do we build not just neural networks, but how do we build, you know, autonomous digital agents that are knowledgeable and demonstrate intelligence. And so yeah, literally today I was thinking, well, maybe we can use CPUs to like be more computationally efficient with our neural nets and with our transformers. So right now, my favorite LLM is the one that doesn't exist yet, because it's the one that we have to invent, because it's the one that is more computationally efficient, can be pre-trained on CPUs to be a fraction of the cost of what it takes today, but still be just as fast and then much more accessible to the universe of AI researchers. So that's my favorite.
Well, yeah, I think that's an amazing thing. Hopefully, we get something like that. We talked about hey, is there like are we gonna have a Moore's law for generative AI? Something that we're gonna reach a limit where we just can't do more with parameters or with a bigger model, but as you say, something that's a bit more efficient would potentially solve that problem.
Yeah, I mean it's a big challenge. Like large scale compute is obviously very expensive. And that presents a large barrier to entry for like academics and for developers who don't have massive compute budgets but still want to develop, you know, really impressive things, not just through prompt engineering, which obviously we love. I heard about the counter, so I wanted to add my +1. So not just through prompt engineering, but actually through, you know, writing something really intelligent and really smart and creative that just optimizes your processing and still delivers intelligence, but for a fraction of the compute cost. So to me, that's like where we all need to go. It's like instead of everyone just running on this bandwagon of like, let me, you know, optimize on my hundreds of GPUs and like hoard those things like Armory, which everyone is, like, let's get creative about using CPUs and like offload some work. So anyway, that was my musing this morning.
Thank you so much. Well, Emily, welcome. What can I say? Welcome to the show. Tell us what you're going to be talking to us about today. I heard some reinforcement learning with human feedback. What is that?
Yes. What is that? What is that, Darko? What an excellent question. So let's break down reinforcement learning, actually, just so we can try and understand it. So reinforcement learning has been an interesting concept in AI/ML research and development for years. Why? Because it has the potential to be more intelligent than normal models.
Okay.
Why is this? This is because when I'm training a normal model, like I'm training your dog, not dog on your t-shirt that like clearly missed the thing.
I'm not sure. I think this is correct.
Working as intended.
Working as intended, yeah.
Yeah, so if I'm trying to train like a basic classifier that's doing like painting, not painting, or like bracelet, not bracelet. Basically, I bring a bunch of samples and I say like sample A, sample B, here's what this is, here's what that's not. Think about the classes you took. Like think about your favorite teachers, your most interesting problems, your most interesting experiences in life. They probably weren't where someone just told you, do this, don't do that. And you're like, oh, I do this. Like, most of us don't like to learn that way, right? That's not how you develop your own intelligence as a human being. But that's how we train a lot of models today. Is this very basic, very discriminatory, you know, dog, not dog, hot dog, not hot dog scenario. And so that's supervised learning and like very basic classification. So reinforcement learning has the potential to be more intelligent, because it's a more creative process, actually. Like you give the agent more creative liberty. It actually has the ability to choose different actions, and it chooses and selects and, you know, takes steps in this creative space. And then we, as the designers of the system, we build a reward system. We build a reward signal to be like, oh, go over here, go over there, like you're optimizing for X. And so we give the X, but then the agent just does what it wants to do. And so it has the potential to actually be like net more intelligent than like a supervised system or a regressive system. And so that's why reinforcement is just straight up interesting and something that has been in the AI community for decades, actually even before deep learning. Reinforcement learning has been in the ether. Okay, and so people have been trying to use RL for large language models for years, at least a couple years. And the way this has come about is like, to me, it solves like the coolest problem, because I've been working on generative AI for years. Many people have. We've been trying to generate images, trying to generate stories, trying to generate music. But the problem is that it's very difficult to say what quality generative content is. Like, for example, say I show you like this picture, like that painting, and I ask all three of you, like, which painting do you like more? Do you like this painting or do you like that painting? And like, why? You know, like, what is good about that painting? Like, it's sort of a mountain. It has a couple colors, and like Darko, maybe you're like, yeah, I'm into the gold, and Mike is like, ooh, but I like the white. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Jackie. Yeah.
Jackie likes the painting that hasn't been painted yet. Sorry if I can interrupt.
I was gonna say I like the gold one, but
okay. But yeah, so each of us, like, humans relate to abstract generated content differently. We call that subjective human preferences. And so we all have these like subjective vibes that we get, right? Where like, my personality is optimistic, and so I like to look on the bright side. And like, some of my peers' personality is pessimistic, so they like to look on the negative side. And so what I'm saying is that RLHF is interesting because we build a reward model on top of this. Like, basically, we take all of the human preferences, all of the rankings for all of us who like to vote on the stuff, and we build that into a model. And then it's a regressive large language model, actually. So it's still a GPT-based, quote unquote, generative model. It's using generative pre-trained transformers, but it's outputting a scalar, actually. It's computing a number at the end of it. And then we plug that into an RLHF framework, which I literally have running that we can look at right now. And my friends is open source, so you too can take this thing and hack on it. And then, we can build this awesome, like, open source framework to do RLHF at scale. So that's the goal.
Amazing. So what is the other reinforcement learning thing we have at Ada? Like, when we say reinforcement learning, there's a thing that comes to mind. Do you know what we're talking about? What's the very popular handheld physical thing machine learning we do?
The keyboard?
Not the keyboard.
Oh, I got really excited because I have two of them at home.
Keyboard is generative adversarial networks, the GANs, right?
Yes.
And this is
that one.
Deep Racer is the one that uses reinforcement learning. So in this case, we're bringing reinforcement learning to the world of generative AI. Is that kind of a correct statement, what I'm saying, right?
So there are many ways to use reinforcement learning in generative AI, but RLHF seems to be the most promising one to like guide or fine tune a generative model. So basically, you take your LLM, you have your LLM generate stuff, and then you take your RLHF framework, and it is like good, not good, but in a more expressive manner, because instead of just doing, again, that basic binary classification, which we talked about as being like inherently less intelligent than RL, it uses the benefits of like RL creativity because it's generating anything in the universe of all possibilities. And then, you pair that with a reward model with the human feedback. So the reward model is the human feedback.
Got it.
Use the reward model. That's the human feedback part. And then RL like brings them together. So the agent is the LLM you're fine tuning. It's this it's this new LLM that's just generating content and generating text. and then you pop that into an RL framework, blend it with this reward model, and hit go. and then it iteratively gets closer and closer to what humans like. So just like in Go, right, or with Deep Racer, where a Deep Racer is optimizing for your reward model. Like the car just wants to do what you tell it to do.
Correct.
In RLHF, the LLM is like trying to optimize for your users, actually. So all of the people who voted on the content and who voted on the text that was generated, or the images that were generated, or any modality that has been generated. Trust me, there's a lot that people are doing these days. Music. I heard about chemistry today, like new particles of materials that people are using generative AI for. So super cool stuff. But yeah, and so you combine that with the RL agent to do amazing things in summary.
Amazing. So I guess Emily, you're going to show us something. I guess we're going to see some of this in action, or at least the way we're going to be implementing this. So I guess you can share your screen, and then we can give it a go.
Let's do it. Great.
So while Emily's doing that, I want to just say hello to the chat. Hi, chat. Any questions you may have for Emily when it comes to RLHF or reinforcement learning with human feedback, or just to us, please do drop them in the chat. We would love to answer them. We do have a couple of folks in the chat answering questions on our behalf, but do not be shy. Go and ask questions. Go say hello, and also redeem the points for Jenga, and maybe some dumb. I won't say dumb. Some interesting large language model jokes. So Emily, we have a 7 billion parameter Falcon LLM giving us jokes. It is very bad.
So bad, it's great.
Yeah. Also for the people in the chat, there's a link just posted right now. It's for the survey. So tell us, are you enjoying the show? Tell us what would you like to see in future shows, and also tell us what questions, what topics would you like answered on the topic of generative AI. So, Emily, I'm going to bring up the screen share and tell us. Can you please zoom in a bit?
Yes, I can. Yeah. So first thing, you should have the link to this.
I have it.
Beautiful. Yeah. So if you can pop that in. So this is an open source example that we are developing right now. And I can tell you it is a lot of PyTorch code. So from my good friend EK, applied scientist in Amazon, and there are, I want to say, like 7 custom PyTorch objects floating around.
Okay.
So it is like a lot of really intense PyTorch code.
I was talking to EK last week, and he was showing me some of his code, and he was like, why do this with Hugging Face when you can just write it yourself and then get right down into it? I'm like, yeah, EK, fine. I can think of reasons why I don't want to do it, but you go for it.
Yes. Yeah, no, EK is all about that. But so to make it easier for customers, actually, and for all of you, so we have this little work in progress little folder right here, and so we're trying to containerize this thing. And so basically what I'm working on is just containerizing all of this content so that it's much easier for you, so that ideally instead of needing to run this notebook and like parse everything apart and like pop it on some large instances, basically you should be able to like just write a couple lines of code and then like interact with it in a much more streamlined fashion. So that's this little branch or this folder. And so feel free to I don't know, comment there if you want to, but we're working on it.
Okay, awesome. So go.
So let's poke at this. So I have this running. This is running on my trusty SageMaker Studio domain. And have you already looked at SageMaker Studio today?
We have not, but Mike told us about SageMaker Studio. It's this big thing that does a lot of things, but you don't have to use all the things.
SageMaker is the big thing. SageMaker Studio is definitely one of those components. And it's an IDE for helping you to be able to develop your machine learning project. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No, Mike, I love the way that you described SageMaker previously. Like it's true that the on the one hand, that's almost like just a function of the universe of machine learning. Like the universe of machine learning is gigantic. Like you're looking at probably more than 100,000 papers that are published in machine learning every year. And they're all over the place, right? And so in SageMaker, we're developing, right, fully managed solutions to make this easier and more effective, but across like so many life cycles. So across model development, which is your studio notebook, cross model training, which is your distributed training environment, model hosting, which is you take your artifact and pop that in an API, data labeling with ground truth. But yeah, so definitely like the zen of SageMaker is like just use the one part and like don't worry about the rest. Like it will be there for you later, but don't stress out about it. Like just use the thing. So basically right here I'm using a Jupyter Notebook instance, or rather a Studio Notebook. But what's unique about Studio, what I love about it, beyond all of the other things that we have, is that it's extremely computationally efficient and computationally powerful. So for example, right now the UI for this is actually a separate Jupyter server. So that's a Jupyter server that's built and managed by Amazon. And so they're running, AWS is running my Jupyter server. And so that's hosting the UI actually that you see. And then every like IPython notebook file that I'm running is actually running on a new machine. So I can spin up a new notebook, for example, and then this is going to run on some CPUs. So I can run on maybe my T3 medium because I'm just doing some really lightweight development. And so what's really cool about Studio is that you like, instead of running on just one box, right, like one notebook instance, you can have like n number of notebook instances, right? So you have all these different machines that are floating around in your Studio domain. And so as a developer, you can just pop into them. So you can like spin up a GPU, turn that thing off, spin up a CPU, like go to a compute efficient CPU to do some data processing, or bring that back down if you're just writing an equation. So it has this like computational flexibility and elasticity that is just really fun. So that's my favorite thing about Studio.
So the front end here, you're running it on a Studio instance, like on a notebook instance, or like
So it's SageMaker Studio.
Studio, okay.
Yeah, it's SageMaker Studio. And then I have this G4DN. It's called a kernel gateway application is the technical name for this thing. And so it's literally a different instance. So the Jupyter Lab UI that we see here, that's hosted by, it's just called the Jupyter Server instance. And that's basically here. Yeah, that's basically this. So for my user profile, I have this like default Jupyter Server, bam, right here. So that's hosting my UI. And then you can see I have all these other kernel gateway applications, and that's actually a different instance, right? So that's this G4DN XL that's like connecting to my Jupyter server. And so I can turn this on, turn it off, switch out the compute type. And so you have this like amazing elasticity of compute that I've never seen before. So it's really fun.
And can I point out as well, so with all of those different compute instances that you're using inside of Studio, they share a common file space, right?
They do, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So they're all sharing an EFS volume, and so they're all pointing to the same directory paths, basically. So you can, like, as you write your notebooks, they all get saved on that same EFS volume. When you're, downloading data and analyzing data, that's also copied onto that same volume, and then your notebooks are mounted to that. So yeah, great call out.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
So let's see this in action. How does this work?
Yeah. Okay, so first you install a bunch of things. You'll notice we are indeed installing transformers. So definitely the model itself comes from the transformers library from our friends at Hugging Face. And so that's here. And then, yeah, a lot of PyTorch. A lot of low-level PyTorch going on here. And then we're also using the datasets library from Hugging Face as well. And so then we're going to define the model config. And so we're saying we're going to use Lewis's GPT-2 IMDb. He's one of the co-authors of the book, by the way, the Natural Language Processing with Transformers. And so, yeah, so then we have a bunch of other parameters here. We're going to load that into the config. And then go define some objects in PyTorch. So you've got this prompt pipeline. PPO is the optimizer for the reinforcement learning. And so this class basically enables that, the PPO, through a number of things. So you've got this RL element, this RL batch, rollout storage, and then this is where we create the data loader. So if you're familiar with PyTorch, we use a data loader to basically manage the data that's going into your neural network, but creating those mini batches so that during the training loop, basically you can grab a small sample of your data set, feed that forward and backward through your network, and then run the optimizer. So anyway, that's your data loader. And then even more PyTorch functions. So we have this GAE process. Then we have this PPO loss, all sorts of things. Thank you, EK.
Love you, EK.
So that was all written by EK?
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes to, yeah. I think he wrote his own implementation of PPO as well, just just for good measure.
What is PPO?
Policy proximal optimization.
Okay, thank you.
It's the reinforcement learning library bit in the background.
Yes. Cool. Yeah. So then we've got this PPO loss, and then this is the loss function for the neural network, for the language model. And so basically, actually, I have a handy slide for this. It's okay. We'll do that later. But yeah, so basically the loss for the language model that you're trying to tune is like an equal weight combination from the reward model. So basically what the humans say, and then you add a penalty to basically to limit divergence from what the RL is just generating. Limit the divergence from that and your first LLM, because RLHF, as it's conceived of today, is a fine-tuning process. So you take a pre-trained LLM, and then you get the responses from all of your prompts from that LLM, and then you use that to fine-tune this model. And so basically, we take the responses from that previous LLM, and then add that to this loss function, because otherwise the RL agent will go crazy. Like figure out how to optimize for all of the reward model signals, but it'll lose like any sense of similarity or coherency. So anyway, that's why this loss function.
So is that the case where you're saying I want to make this language less toxic, and so instead of just making it a little less toxic, because maybe you are talking about something difficult, it ends up talking about rainbows and flowers and almost nothing to do with what you wanted. Is that a way of saying that?
Yeah, basically, because the LLM, like the original LLM, will generate a legitimate response to the question that's sort of a coherent response. And then you want to sort of keep the responses in line with that. But the RL, will just go crazy and will generate words that don't really make sense, but that still catch like all of the edge cases in the human behavior.
Cool.
Yeah, cool, great. So then we have this actor object. And then so basically in reinforcement learning, you sort of concretely define the environment of the agent. The most obvious example of this is like a robot, basically, where you're training a robot and you're training like the brain for the robot is the PPO. But then you have this larger agent who then takes actions. And so the agent takes an action, it experiences a result from that action, and then it perceives a reward from that. So what you need to build to actually make RLHF happen is this entire sort of experience. And so that's what this is in any case. Yeah,
Okay.
and then you've got this thing to generate. It's a lot. This is why we're trying to simplify it, because it's so much PyTorch.
But this is all available within that workshop we shared, right? So people can basically just take this notebook and run it themselves?
Absolutely, yeah. Run this thing start to finish.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And you can go to kernel, restart kernel, and run all cells, right? And then just watch it. Right?
Yes,
you could do that.
Yes, you can. One pro tip though. So again, because we don't yet have that magic LLM that runs on CPUs, we still do need to use GPUs. So definitely make sure you're using at least one GPU on this machine, because otherwise it won't even run. Actually, the frameworks are explicitly looking for accelerators, so you can use a different type of accelerator, but you do really want that GPU.
Awesome.
Amazing, amazing. Now tell me, where does the human element come into this?
Yes, indeed. So right now, this example is sort of a toy example.
Okay.
In reality, you would basically have human samples. So our reward function, for example, is sort of just a generic mapper. But in reality, you would train a reward model for this, where the reward model itself would be composed of the human ranked responses to the model. And so that is not implemented just yet because we just have this sort of very discrete reward function. But yeah, a more robust version would have the actual reward model implemented.
So to collect data for that reward model, we're actually talking about having people sit in front of a user interface and actually vote and rank responses from the model originally, right?
That is correct. Yeah, that's sort of the most standard way of doing it. And then obviously you could use a data labeling solution like SageMaker Ground Truth, or you could, just put it into your app. Like if you have, the model running in your software, for example, and then in your software, you give your users an easy way to pick the response that they most strongly resonate to, then you can use that and aggregate it as the reward signal. So you don't need to literally sit down and label unless you don't have anything like that, in which case then yeah, you need to. But one of the things is that an interesting trend that's going on is trying to use AIs to actually do the labeling because it's very efficient to do that. And some of the language models obviously are quite good these days. So definitely some people are at Anthropic, they have this constitutional AI framework that uses LLMs and AIs to actually provide some of that ranking. So if you have a stellar AI, then yes, you can use that. But it's also I like this because I feel like it gives organizations a way to sort of index on their data and index on their own capability. I make the same argument in my book, by the way, that I like and I want to see companies use their data and use their own knowledge and perspectives as their differentiating process. So if I'm in healthcare, I'm going to use my healthcare data sets and my knowledge about healthcare to tune my LLMs and to direct where my LLMs go. And then in that way, we're not all just using one LLM for the entire universe. We're actually using our own expertise and we're using our own data sets and skill sets to then actually do the labeling, which through this RLHF framework, you can then integrate into your language model. So I'm optimistic about that.
I think that sounds great. So you've got that expertise and those resources already in your organization. So you're basically looking for ways to capitalize on that and codify that, not just use off-the-shelf models.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we've not talked a lot about fine tuning large language models yet. We've been talking about prompt engineering. Should we talk about that? Can we talk briefly about how to do some fine tuning of models on SageMaker?
Yes, definitely. So let's say you want to take one step beyond prompt engineering, and you're not quite ready to dive off the RLHF cliff. So then a good middle stage is just generic fine tuning. So Hugging Face is a nice library for this. It's called Parameter Efficient Fine Tuning, or PEFT. And so you can run PEFT on your SageMaker notebooks, you can run PEFT on your SageMaker training jobs, or you can use the SageMaker Jumpstart that you mentioned earlier, which has a lot of those capabilities already built in. So you can just point to some of the models. We have many of these notebooks built in. So even in Studio, you can kind of browse for these things. Let's see if we can find a fine tune. Great.
Yeah, I think I was seeing the other day that in Jumpstart, so in Jumpstart, as you're looking in there now, that you've got those model cards essentially. You've got often three options, right? You've got the ability to do single click deployment of a model with sensible defaults. You've got the ability to do some fine tuning in the console, like where you can just add some, like, here's my S3 bucket with my data. And you've also got the sample code. In that middle section there, I think this is relatively recent. This stuff's moving so fast, but you've got the options in fine tuning to do parameter efficient fine tuning. So that's now something that's supported. You don't necessarily have to dive into code initially, right?
That's nice. Yeah, very cool. Great. Yeah, all sorts of things. And so the reason why it's helpful to know about parameter efficient fine tuning is because the models themselves, the language models are like physically very large. Like on disk, they can be, some of them are literally hundreds of GBs on disk. And so if you were to fine tune this entire beast, you just need a really, really large data set, and it's not always efficient to do this. And so parameter efficient fine tuning actually like injects trainable weights into this like massive beast. And then you just need to fine tune the weights, the trainable weights, and you don't need to fine tune the hundreds of GBs of neural nets. And so that's just a very efficient way of doing it. And so it's helpful to know that. And so, so we can run this on a notebook right now if we wanted to.
Awesome. Yeah, so smaller training data set potentially, but also faster and cheaper, right? So if you're doing sort of, like I think I said this before, like building a foundation model is not a thing you do on a rainy weekend, right? It's a big involved process.
I mean, it is if you're some type of people. Like, sure, you might sit down and code that thing out and like figure out clever ways that we can run that on CPU. But yeah, for most LLMs, obviously it takes like a couple months to actually train that thing on at least a few hundred, maybe nearly 1,000 accelerators. So yeah, that is not a weekend project.
No, not at my house anyway.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So this is fine tuning, and meanwhile the RLHF. So we downloaded this Luis Vera's IMDb DistillaBird. And then we're going to load that into this agent, actually. So then the model is loaded into the agent, and then the model becomes the agent. And then in this example, we have some generic text. So the model is generating some text, and it's actually generating movie reviews. And so what we want to do is we want to see the human reward on these generated movie reviews go up. So right now, the first movie review like gets a high human rating. The second one is very far away from human reviews. Like it's not even 1%. This one, but then the third one is like very high. Like, yes, clearly that seems like it's from the IMDb data set. And so in any case, to solve that problem, then we'll run this overall training loop. So you've got the prompt pipeline, the actor, this PPRO, and then you're actually going to do the loop. So we loop through the number of epochs. We create this experience for the actor. And then based on the results, we run those through the network, compute the loss, using that loss function that combines that penalty, and then update the network. And so we made it through 400 steps, and then we're going to use this new model to generate more movie reviews, and we can see that, yes, indeed, these all get a much higher human rating. So they're all well over 95%, and they're actually over 98%, which is great. And so this is just a toy example, but it shows that using that reward model in RLHF, like it just always will optimize for human preferences. Like that is very very trusty. Like it's very clear that that's a good way to optimize for human preferred generated content.
And look, I think it's worth noting, isn't it, that this is one of those things that's happened over the beginning of this year, and everyone's very, very excited as to how much this has raised up the quality of the responses from large language models, from being sort of this quite random kind of going all over the place to aligning with our values and coming back with responses which are so much more useful.
Yes, absolutely.
And having it available in this code means that we can actually do it. It's not just
Exactly.
a theory, right? It's like it's something that we've got hands-on with this code, which is great.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And like, so just Emily here, like looking at this thing, like I see those, like it's a human kind of a reward to it, but it's not an actual human. No human actually rewarded this, right? It is an AI that kind of gave it a reward to a specific bit of text. Is that what? Do I get that correctly?
So this is where I humbly submit the work in progress.
Okay, good.
This is like literally just where we are right now. Eventually, certainly, we want to get to where you can easily like go do some data labeling and then easily train your reward model on the human ranked data sets, train your reward model and then put that in the RL pipeline. But you can see that even without training the reward model, we're still at like 10 net new PyTorch objects. So it's like an extremely complex process. And so that's why it's a work in progress. No doubt will continue to be for a long time, just because it's extremely complicated, but it's really fun.
Amazing. Now, I know we are not covering this right now per se, but there's a comment here from Garnet Lerock. Any links for doing fine-tuning of classification tasks with SageMaker? Sorry if this has already been covered. Any place we can direct Garnet Lerock?
Yeah, definitely. So SageMaker Jumpstart is definitely a great place for this. This is pointing me to the notebook for this in Jumpstart. But honestly, another place is just the SageMaker examples.
Okay.
So if we go out here, give me just a couple minutes,
Beautiful.
and then we'll find it.
Good. So we're gonna get that to you, Garnet Lerock. Hopefully that helps out. And I think the SageMaker GitHub examples repo is just a great place to just get stuff regarding SageMaker. I know when SageMaker initially came out, that was the place to go to get content and stuff like that. So
sure, there's lots and lots of stuff in there, definitely.
Oh, it still is.
So okay. So
updated.
So we're gonna get Emily while you're searching for that. We don't want to show your screen where you're searching for all of those things. Emily's gonna post us a link to that notebook, and we're gonna post it in the chat as well. Emily, as we're wrapping this up, is there something we've missed through our discussion today? Is there something you want to make sure that the audience takes away home from this entire discussion when it comes to reinforcement learning with human feedback, or LHF?
So one topic, and actually this is the notebook that I shared. So this is called instruction fine-tuning, and this is another really useful technique where, so if you take a GPT-2, for example, like just a base GPT-2 from a couple years ago, and you try and have it generate some stuff, it's going to be really bad. Like it'll be just random tokens. We won't know what's going on. If you add instruction fine-tuning to that, it will be able to respond much more coherently. It will know much more clearly how to follow instructions. So instruction fine-tuning is a supervised technique. So I take my prompts, I take my responses, I give that to the model and have it do its fine-tuning. And this is useful because then it's much more able to just follow instructions. So instruction fine-tuning is a useful technique. And then actually, on text classification, here's the truth of it, is like, if you want to use an LLM for text classification, like realistically, I'm going to do that with prompting. Like I'm going to send a prompt to my LLM and have it extract the entity or perform the classification through the body of the prompt, because an autoregressive language model with a causal modeling loss, like that's not really perfect for classification. Like if you just want classification, like BERT is still your go-to. Like still go use BERT, go
BERT.
do fine-tuning with BERT. Yeah, BERT is great. There are updated versions of BERT that you can use that are good as well. But yeah, so it's questionable, like if LLMs will actually do anything for you in a classification world. But if you're using LLMs to like do a style transfer or to summarize or to suggest a next action, like that's a great use case. And that, like an instruction fine tuning might be better because that is more appropriate for that. But yeah, like if you just want text classification, you don't even need an LLM. Like just go straight to BERT, be happy with your one accelerator, save money. Life is good.
Yeah.
The number one rule of machine learning is don't use machine learning unless you have to. The number one rule about generative AI is if there's a thing that already does what you need, just use that.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. I did hear it otherwise. I did remember, no, the number one about machine learning is find a use case for it.
Well, that's another way of looking at it, yeah. But like
Okay.
No, it's true though. Like there's a lot of anxiety out there, right? Where people see the performance of these language models that can do everything in the universe of generation, and they get nervous. They're like, oh, do I need to do this? But the reality is that like very few companies need like universal language generation. They want language to enhance their customer experience in discrete ways. And so you don't need like the universe of LLMs, right? You need your data and you need some custom processes to like make it really good in that one segment. Yeah, very few companies actually need this like massive, open-ended language generation for the universe of that. So definitely once you focus on like, oh, I want LLMs for X, then it's much easier.
Yeah. I think one area though that you can say that LLMs work is in efficiency and in the tooling that we use, for example, to code, right? So there are definitely ways that we can adopt LLMs and the applications that are built on top of them.
Exactly.
And that might be a segue.
That might be a segue. But before we go to that segue, Emily, we're going to thank you for this. But before you leave, Mike is going to generate a joke for you. So Mike is going to ask his 7 billion. You can't?
I'm not. I tried to. Can I? Sorry. No.
No. We won't generate that. We won't generate a joke for you. We tried. And his 7 billion parameters Falcon LLM.
Yeah, give me a bit more seconds.
That's fine. Anyway, Emily, thank you so much for being part of this. It's always great to have you here. By the way, next Monday at 9 a.m. Pacific, join Emily and me as we do a bit more stuff right here on Twitch on Build on Generative AI.
Yeah, and actually on Monday we're going to do, lo and behold, bias detection. So we're going to use the Hugging Face evaluate library that has pre-trained language models for classification, which you can then use to detect toxicity and to detect bias in a number of ways. So yeah, we're gonna poke at that on Monday.
That's gonna be fun. Emily, thank you so much. We're gonna come back here after a really short, fast, amazing transition. Give us a sec. So Jackie,
Yes.
what's our next session?
Well, I believe we had that brief segue moment, and what we're actually going to be talking about is coding with code, by which I mean CodeWhisperer. So we just talked about like what can help generate and what can't, you know, all the different use cases, and here we're going to actually be using a good one, so I'm excited.
You are the person who has potentially written the most code out of all of three of us. I'm not sure about Mike. You write code?
I know. I'm using generative AI to write code. I don't write code.
Okay, so I guess without further ado, we're going to get the most amazing David. And don't go anywhere, folks, because we're going to be talking about something very interesting called generative AI?
Have you heard of it?
Yeah.
Apparently it's
we're going to do some code generation with generative AI. So without further ado, fancy transition time, and let's get David to show us how we can generate some code.
Hello,
David.
Hello. It's
How
been a
are
long
you doing,
time.
good sir? Sorry, what?
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. David is also one of the returning members of this show. He wasn't on a Build On live show, but like a lot of people in the past, he joined one of our weekly live streams. Hello, David. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You are, no pressure, our last session of the day and the most anticipated session because, of course, we all hate writing code and we need to find a better way to do it. Before we get into a discussion with you, David, please give us a few moments because we need to pull some Jenga blocks. So I'm going to ask our wonderful camera folks here to zoom in to some Jenga blocks if we can. Otherwise, can we do Jenga blocks? Can we do Jenga blocks? Is that a possibility? Because we won't have Mike and Jackie and Darko to pull some Jenga blocks because the chat wants it. Because remember, chat, there's a thing on Twitch where you can spend your points, hard-earned points, so we can potentially tip this tower over because we have one more session to go. So I'm gonna make us bigger. So Mike.
We do have about 15 Jenga blocks to pull.
All right.
I've been marking them out of the queue as we do them. Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna do a bunch. David, stand by. So
17.
17. Okay.
It's just too many.
Mike, go for it.
All right. Okay, cool.
Here we go. And this is probably going to be the moment where we tip it over. So please, Twitch people, get that clip tool ready because you want to clip this. See, Mike is just done.
It's kind of hard to see on the camera, but there's actually like this really big gap right here that's just perfect for a bunch of Jenga blocks to go down. So I think we're going to have a bit of a chaotic time here.
Come on, Jackie, go for it.
Oh, God. Last time I did this, I almost tipped it over.
This is exactly as writing AWS infrastructure, right? You're pulling out stuff. This is an IAM policy.
Copy, paste from Stack Overflow, delete half of it, and then add it back in.
Yeah. This is basically an IAM policy. You rip stuff out of it until it rips. Look at that, Mr. Fat Fingers.
Okay, we're down 3 more.
We're 3 more. Okay, Mike, 1 more.
Oh, God.
David, you're in the front seat for this.
Yeah, if you look at chat, it is literally just Jenga redemptions.
Frank L81, Decerix, Dunkbot.
Is this a stupid one to do? This is not, I shouldn't have done that, should I?
Frank is just redeeming
what happens
all of the
if
stuff.
If I'm responsible for...
You are responsible.
Shady Hannah,
thank you so much. Redeem the stuff. Oh, Lord.
There's no way.
Jackie, it's you, sorry. I was like, I want to destroy this.
you want to break the tower?
How did you find that?
I'm skilled.
She used to play Jenga
professionally
in her youth.
Right.
Yes, in 2004, I was the Canadian champion of Jenga.
Oh, God. I know the middle ones are like the optimal things to get out, but...
They're all stuck pretty good right now.
Oh, look at
Look
that.
at this one. Look at this one. This one found me. This one off.
Oh, that's the dangerous side. Oh my God, you just like plunked it on there too.
We've gone to the point where this one is now in fair game, I think.
Yes.
All right, look at that. It's easy. That was easy.
Okay, Jacqueline?
I'm just nervous about this.
David, do you want to pull one as well? I mean, yeah. Just
I'm
remotely.
I'm going to be the one that topples it over, and then I'll give you the blame. So I'll just
Okay.
watch. Nail
Good
biting.
blame. Good blame, David.
Panic.
Panic.
Lots of panic. Oh.
Oh.
Please don't fall.
Why not?
Because I don't want to lose. I hate losing.
What happens
You're
if you
not
lose?
stacking these properly. You're supposed to do 3.
Mm-hmm. Okay, one more friends, and then we're
just gonna move my laptop further away.
Why are you scared?
Yeah, I don't want to break the screen.
Wait. This one is just okay. Now this is where the action starts.
You found one. Oh.
Hey! Do you yell Jenga?
Jenga!
Whoa! Generative AI.
Hi, David. Welcome
I
to...
did promise somebody earlier that if we had 10,000 points redeemed for Jenga, I would punch the tower off the desk. Just to throw that out there.
So, David, welcome to the wonderful world of we're being serious on a live stream. Thank you all for redeeming. We just had a Stack Overflow. Don't mind us. David, welcome to your session, which is not about Jenga. It's about something else. Tell us a bit about yourself. Who you are, what do you do, where do you join us from, and what's your favorite board game or whatever this is?
I have kids, so I play a lot of board games, and if my son was here, he would have knocked that Jenga stack over before any of you had a chance to pull one. I'll go in reverse order. So favorite board game is Sorry. The kids absolutely love it. We have a travel version so we can play in the car on road trips too. I am coming to you from the sunny Tampa, Florida. And I've been with AWS for 5 years now, a little bit over. And I'm a senior solution architect with the DevOps focus, but I specifically work on our builder experience team. The builder experience team has about 21 AWS services under our portfolio. For today's conversation, CodeWhisperer is taking the forefront.
Okay.
Happy to be
absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, David.
I do have a quick chat question for David.
There are.
He already answered it. So.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah. It is, yes, it is the kids' art.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So I was like, who's gonna start? So David, let's talk about code generation with generative AI. I think that is a very important topic because hey, I don't write code. I used to build things with a screwdriver and flash drives and CDs. So when the world came and we introduced DevOps as a thing, it made me write code. And I like writing code, but I'm not good at. I like singing, but I never could sing. So code generation helps me personally write better code. And one of the tools that we have right now here is something called Amazon CodeWhisperer. So tell us, what is Amazon CodeWhisperer?
So CodeWhisperer is AWS solution for the coding companion. I'm from the DevOps background as well. I have been a part of DevOps before DevOps was a thing. I've never really called myself a developer, even though I do a lot of code writing. And, you know, like you, there are times where I absolutely hate it. There's times where I love it. At the same point, I can always be better at it. And I feel the biggest thing that CodeWhisperer has helped me accomplish is really being able to focus on the things that matter when I am coding. And for example, I'm sure all of us can relate to going to Stack Overflow. There's already been a couple Stack Overflow jokes on the channel since I've joined. But then searching Stack Overflow or even searching Google for the answers that you want and how that becomes so tedious. And I think that really can take you away from coding and being a part of what matters and what is important for a developer on a day-to-day basis. But, you know, going back to Stack Overflow, searching not only the type of language, but your problem statement, trying to give it as much context as you can, all in the form of that search, and doing that in a good way, I think a lot of us have become pros at. But what if you could do that within your IDE and minimize that entire context switching and do that within your browser? And that's really what CodeWhisperer is about, allowing you to be more effective as a developer, focus on the things that matter, and write more code with the time that you have. I know that was quick.
I think that's like a really great kind of perspective and way to share it too. And I like that you kind of started with like the immersion breaking side of it, right? Like you're in the code, you've got a good flow going on, you're like, this is fantastic, and then you hit a problem, and you just kind of have that moment where you're like, okay, I'll look this up. And then you start going and you find something from 2011 and you're like, okay, is this what I need? I don't know. You look at the comments, you get links from other places. And now by the time you're back in your code, you're like, what was I just doing? Like, I think that's such a great point. And then the other side of it too is I think tools like this are really helpful for people that are either learning new languages, learning new syntaxes, or just generally getting more in this to kind of have those guardrails. So I'm really excited to see like where we're going to go with more of your CodeWhisperer demo here.
Yeah, no, certainly. So I can jump into the demo. Do you want me to talk about it a little bit more? What is the team open to?
I think if whatever you feel good with right now, like if there's a couple more things you want to say before you get into the demo, that's totally fine. But if you're like, all right, we're ready to go, let's just get straight into the demo, totally great too. Yeah.
One thing I'll mention, because we talk about what is it, and we talk about it being a coding companion. And one thing when I'm talking with customers that I feel like a lot of developers are really scared of is the fact that they're going to be replaced. And CodeWhisperer really isn't in the area of replacing developers. It's really allowing developers to be faster at coding and more efficient. Really a companion to what you are already doing. So based on that, I can get ready to share my screen.
Okay.
And we can get started.
While David is getting that ready, so while he shares his screen, I just want to point out a couple of things. Folks, because this is the last session of the day, I want to make sure that you follow us for further sessions because we tend to do these things. So there's a bunch of social media handles underneath us for AWS developers, which is a team we love to represent. So if you want to go to LinkedIn, there's an AWS developers LinkedIn account. If you're on Twitter, there's the AWS developers Twitter account. There's also the YouTube channel, and there's, of course, this most amazing Twitch channel. So if you have not hit that follow button on Twitch, because remember, we are quite close to 100,000 followers, almost 99,000. So please help us get over that little hump of 100,000. Amazing. Thank you.
And don't forget to hit that like button.
Yes.
Never miss a live stream from us. So I'm kind of making like inside jokes for recording stuff yesterday, but yeah, okay. We're ready.
Okay, so David.
So I was muted. I'm going to share a slide quick just before I jump over to my VS Code. So let me just get to a point where this is working.
Should we hide your screen so we don't show something spicy?
Nope, I had that taken. I'm good. You guys are on a separate desktop, so I'm good there.
Okay, good.
I thought I was on a different desktop. Did you feel like you were on a different desktop? I thought we were, yeah.
Well, if I was sharing my main desktop, you would be littered with icons and you would judge me. So we don't want that.
But none of those are on my desktop. Perfectly clean.
So I wanted to share this before I jump into the demo because this talks about the languages that CodeWhisperer use, which is important. So during the beta, we had 5 languages. So Python, Java, JavaScript, TypeScript, and C#. Those have the most comprehensive support with the service. And then the other 10 languages behind it, they're not the multi-function generation or multi-line. It is single line, and that will be expanding on the roadmap in the time to come. And then supported IDEs, I'm using VS Code. Also, I can show IntelliJ, a little bit of a difference between the two. And then also Lambda, Cloud9, SageMaker Studio. So let me switch
You can also install a plugin if you have Jupyter Labs running anywhere.
Thank you.
Yes. Very exciting. So being able to actually do this kind of thing that we're going to be looking at now, actually within the cells of your Jupyter notebook. Very, very cool.
So there's a question in the chat as well. Somebody's asking, can you use CodeWhisperer in Cloud9? We all love Cloud9.
You can.
Can you? We can. Beautiful.
Yes,
awesome.
you can. Okay, so here in VS Code, I'll start out by just getting started. I'm going to be using a builder ID today. And I already have the AWS Toolkit installed. So I'm in my extension menu, which you can see here. I have the AWS Toolkit installed. The real difference between IntelliJ and VS Code is the fact that they call it plugins versus extensions. And then the AWS menu that's on the left here is going to be listed as an AWS Toolkit. Other than that, pretty similar.
So you need something called a cloud hot builder ID or a builder ID, right? You need something like that for this to work, because I remember when I started with this, it was a bit finicky for me because it wouldn't work, but then it happens refreshing my builder ID token is important. What's a builder ID, Mr. David?
So a builder ID is a little bit different from what people are normally used to, and that was that came out with our service Code Catalyst. It is not tied to an AWS account. It allows developers to sign up and create this builder ID tied to an email address, either personal or work, but then get access to Code Catalyst as well as, in this case, CodeWhisperer, and then not tying it to a credit card. So
you're your own person, Darko. You are not a VPC. You get your own identity.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Really?
Yeah, I love that. Yes. Yes.
What about your own subnets?
What? Are you a subnet?
Yes. How did you know?
Well, in that case, you can be a subnet. Sorry, I'm derailing.
No, you're good. So one thing about the builder ID, there's two different versions with CodeWhisperer. There's the individual, which uses the builder ID. Then there's also the professional tier. The professional tier for customers is integrated through Identity Center. And I like to tell customers the way to think about that is we're not necessarily, let's say you're using for your identity provider, Okta or Azure ID or another third-party provider, not asking you to reset up all that you already have set up with the providers. Identity Center integrates into those, and really CodeWhisperer is almost like a SaaS tool. So then you're going to use Identity Center to map to those users or groups, pull them in from that third party, and then they'll be able to log in through that method. So fast forward, we're assuming that you have the toolkit now, and I'm already connected with my builder ID. But if I take a step back, the taskbar down below, you see the checkbox. If I click on that and click new connection, this is what you would see if you were just getting started. This is where you would connect with the builder ID, and then below that is the Identity Center, and then you would provide the URL for your Identity Center, and you would connect in. Since I'm already connected, I'm not going to walk you through that, but it's super simple. And I think that's one thing to really drive home here is the fact that you can go out and sign up for this. There isn't a cost, and you can start using the service.
I feel like usually when people are like, oh, it's really simple or it's super simple, I get like mildly annoyed because it ends up not being simple. But in this case, it actually is really simple. Like it's just right there, which is nice.
I was thinking that same thing as the words came out of my mouth. But I do, no bias from my behalf, but I agree with you.
Yeah. I feel every time I say it too, I'm like, oh no, it better have actually been really simple. But this actually was, so. And after we've kind of got that builder ID in there, what's our next steps? Because we keep going forward.
Yeah, so we have several options here. We can pause the auto suggestions. And that's really a developer preference. As I'm doing the demo, I'll show the difference between the auto suggestions and the prompts where I can trigger through a shortcut command. And I'm on a Mac, which will be Option C. And you're probably wondering how you'll see me type. I'll be casting my keys so you can see and follow along. And I'll also talk as I'm going. But then we can run a security scan. So the idea here is not to say the code returned from the service would be not secure. It's more, there's nothing controlling a developer from editing that code and let's say opening up an organization to a potential security vulnerability. And this then gives them that opportunity to scan that easily within the ID with CodeWhisperer. It's as simple as clicking on the run security and it'll scan the project. And then it'll bubble out those issues, which I'll show in the demo. And then we can click on open the reference log. This is going to show any referenceable licensed open source projects that I'm pulling in as part of those suggestions. So from the comment or those auto suggestions, it will return up to 5 suggestions. And then I can arrow through those. And then if I choose to accept, it will have a little banner if it is referenceable. And then at that point, you can dive in further in that reference log here, which we will get to. The output tab is going to show any findings from the security scan, and the problems menu will show any issues that show from the security scan. I have some syntax issues that aren't related to the security scan there, but I'm going to close my extension menu. We'll go ahead and kick off that security scan and let that run. And I'm going to pull this down and just give myself a little bit more real estate. So we talked about the auto completion, talked about the comments that is providing. Oh, so that just finished. My project isn't large, but you can see here I do have 2 findings. I can hover over them to get additional details. I've never done this in real life, but I have hard-coded the credentials in this project for the sake of the demo. I can then click. Sadly, I have done that in my past, but before my AWS time. And I can then click and get where that is within the project. Same with my SQL injection issue, and then it'll give me details. And then I can also go and remedy that within the location.
It's honestly so nice to just see this like actually in the IDE. Like this is the kind of stuff I used to like build into my pipelines and then have to find a way to make sure that they were actually like easy to see and transparent and that my developers could actually see them, right? Like maybe I send an email, maybe I send a Slack message. However, but it's definitely not as like straightforward as this, where it's like I don't even have to leave, I don't have to run the pipeline, you know, I don't have to go to a web browser, like it's just right there. So that's like super handy.
Yeah, so there, with the different versions, the individual, there's a little bit of a difference between the amount of scans that you can run, but that's included on the pricing page. But here, I have a Python file with a comment, a function to get a file from a URL with error handling. So we talk about the service taking a comment. It also takes so many lines above and below where your cursor is. So if you're in a new Python file versus, or a new file within your development environment in general, not just Python, it's going to take that additional context into account. I was in a workshop earlier today, and we were getting some variables added to one of the functions that was in the workshop, and the individual was actually using the same file and then going through, and he was like, well, why am I getting a different response? And you know, we were able to back up and determine it was because everything was within the same file, almost like a global variable, which was pretty cool to see, and we were able to elaborate more on that.
No, I just want to talk about something here. You mentioned here a thing called reference log. I think as a person who writes production code, or actually a person who wishes I wrote production code, I want to make sure that if I am using production code, that it's, well, you know, it's something that I can actually use, that it's not something potentially proprietary or not open source or whatnot. So the reference log actually shows us where that code came from. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is, and it'll present that to you. Well, here, since we're talking about that, let's skip ahead. I'll circle back to this. We're good.
Okay.
But here, I have a function to create a Dynamo table. I'm going to hit enter, and you can see that down below in my bottom right. And the service is now starting to give us that function declaration. This is through autocomplete. I didn't hit any shortcut commands, but if I did, it would show up as the option C.
Can you slightly zoom into this so we can see it a bit better? Maybe just do a command plus once.
Yep. Is that better?
Better. Thank you.
So the auto completion starting to populate the function here. I didn't hit option C, but if I did, it's going to show up in the taskbar bottom right as that. I can arrow through the results, but it's not giving me that entire function. It doesn't know the direction that I'm looking to take this. But if I tab from that first response, and now you see it's giving me a message here about adding the import photo 3. As well as the referenceable code under MIT. If I tab to accept this, which I'm just going to scroll up just so you can see, and then I'm going to pull up my taskbar and switch over. So here it's showing the code block that was matched, and then you can dive further. So this was referenceable under MIT, repository voices, and you can go to that repo. You can then dive into this a little bit further. I think the key thing there is, with a lot of licensed repos out there, that's something from an organization standpoint, depending on the policies they have, that could be important versus not.
Okay, amazing, cool. So I guess
I just think it's really cool too, because like you can go into it and see what the rest of the code around it looks like too. Like I think that's really invaluable to be able to see how the pieces fit together, because that's something that a lot of people struggle with, especially when they're learning something new. But yeah.
No, I just wanted to make sure, get you back on track. So I kind of made you take a sidestep, but please do continue at the beginning.
No, you're good. So with these tools, I think the biggest thing that I'm struggling with getting people on board, and we've been doing workshops to do this with organizations, is getting them in the mindset of the service is only as good as the prompts that you're asking. So that previous example was very generic, but here I have a comment, same comment, but let's elaborate. So table ID, or a table with employee ID as primary key, the read capacity and write capacity units, so being a little bit more prescriptive. I'm going to go ahead and tab and accept and character return, but you can see how now this is more tailored for what we were looking for. And now we also are importing Boto 3 because that's previously was not there.
Yeah. And just to kind of point one thing out here, remember kids, what David is doing right now is prompt engineering. Take a drink. So we're joking, like every time we mention prompt engineering, somebody has to take a drink because we said prompt engineering so many times. But like whatever you're doing here in a comment, because a comment here is basically a prompt. Is that correct?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So
no,
you kind of made
100%. So
100%.
So the new workshop that I was talking about that we're going through with customers, we even have a prompt engineering section that really dives into, if you tailor it this way, you're going to get this response. Now let's add a little bit more context and see that response and really get them in the mindset of elaborating more on what they're asking.
I like that.
But those were comments, right? So here I am creating a function to do what I just did, but I'm specifying the different parameters. So if I back up and do a character return, you can see now it's actually pulling in those parameters into the code. So there's really several ways to do this beyond just the comment. The auto completion that we do have turned on, like I haven't hit the option C yet, it will keep up with you as you code and then pull in these suggestions either through the comment or through your coding itself, and then you can then accept, or you can arrow through the different results. But either way.
Now, David, when I write code, right? So when I start typing my code off and going through, like let's say I do the function statement and I start with a couple of parameters or something, does it automatically take each line of code I'm writing as like a prompt for the next one, or like of course you start your function declaration here and it will just generate the whole function. But what if I don't accept the function? I start going, okay, I'm going to create the first couple of lines and hopefully based on those couple of lines it will do it better. Does it also do that or not?
Yeah, yes it does. So yeah, in this example I'm generating that full code, but if I kept typing and ignoring it, it's going to continue that work in the background. Or let's say you type something and you want to leverage that, you can then trigger that shortcut command in order to get that to trigger. So really it is both.
Yeah, amazing. We had a question here from Legendary Squall. By the way, Legendary Squall, welcome back.
Yeah. Hi. Haven't seen you in a while. Also, I was on vacation. That's my fault, but welcome.
Yeah, welcome back. So Legendary Squall asked, was the code just copied from a repo or the AI generated with inspiration from the repo? Would you be able to answer that? We do have an answer from Hodok AWS, but would you be able to answer this in a more audible way?
Yes. So it's not directly from a repo. Like this isn't a database lookup. It's not going out and matching this and then returning that from whatever repo that was.
Yeah.
And that's what makes this difficult. So I've been demoing this a lot. I can't even count how many times with various customers. And there are times where, let's say I have a typo or I have a punctuation that's just slightly different. It will completely change what I get as far as the suggestions, or based on that other user that I mentioned in the workshop, the other code that he was pulling in from the other samples completely changed the functions that he was getting from the rest. So no, it's not just a copy paste. It is much more complicated.
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much, David. Okay, so let's see what else can this thing do?
So I particularly like this just because I've wasted a ton of time in my life generating fake data. So here, I'm going to leverage the auto completion. I simply just hit enter. I've populated a few, and usually one is enough to get going, or even having a prompt to create this would be enough to get going, and then you could then generate that data. But simply populating the users, the cities, the states, we can do names. I've done Harry Potter characters. It's a lot of fun. But then But then we have not even a comment, and this kind of goes back to what we were saying. It doesn't necessarily need that comment. So here it's generating that function for standard deviation and then pulling that in just by me simply hitting enter.
So I in my spare time, as any normal human, I go to what's the name of the site, Euler.net, and I do math problems with code. And usually those math problems are quite complex, and you have to do them with code because there's a lot of brute forcing around. But this now makes that exercise fruitless because I just can type the problem in as a comment in the code, and it will do it for me. So. Can you write a comment saying optimize? No,
so like if I optimize the code that I have?
Yeah.
Not yet.
See?
That is not a capability of the service.
That's good.
My code isn't working, fix it.
My code isn't working, fix it. Yeah, that would be great.
I don't know anyone who's ever done that prompt before. Nobody on this stage.
Amazing.
I will say, so on the flip side, back to your question on like if you code in or ignoring it, I've accepted code blocks from it too, and then went back in and then added additional commentary on adding exception handling or additional logging, and then pull in that additional functionality to what it was already given. So you can edit it, but as far as debugging or troubleshooting, not at this time.
Makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I have a couple of more questions here.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm actually going to ask Chat. Chat, give us a prompt for a function. I just want to make sure that we have David sweating here. We want to give us a function we want to try to run, and we'll see if it's going to work. Because in most cases, CodeWhisperer is just great. It just gives you what you want. If you give it a nice prompt engineering.
Yeah, it needs to be good. So I have seen, like yesterday, I was on a call with a colleague, and he's like, I'm trying to get it to write an app for me. And it was like, that is so generic. Like, I can't even help you. Like, what are you trying to do? And you expect this to do it.
I love how Darko was like, oh, be careful not to show anything spicy on your desktop. And then Darko was like, hey, you want to make this stream spicy?
But allow people to type by proxy.
But Frank L81 is asking, Can you use the Python Boto SDK to create an IAM user that has read-only access to an S3 bucket? Is CodeWhisperer able to do that? Or you can use JavaScript. I don't care.
Here, let me.
Let's do it.
Well, what do we want to do? Python or script?
Let's do Python because we told Python is the best language in the world, right?
Sorry.
So let's do Python, and let's see how that works. Just create an IAM user that has read-only access to S3, and that's it.
So I mean, like, yeah. Would you? What would the first thing you do? Would it be to like import Boto 3 first, so it knows what you're doing, or?
Well, it's going to do it for you, I believe, right? If you just tell it, like this, it's going to know that it needs to import Boto.
Yeah. I'm just trying to help it out.
So
I wanted to work.
Okay, I'm going to go with that. So it is importing Boto 3. Yeah. The other thing that I will say, and I went ahead and hit the Option C.
Option C, okay.
Response create user X.
Okay, look at that. The policy is coming up. Is it going to be a Jenga policy? Okay. Look at that. It's not even going to create a policy. It just attaches a policy.
And then I have a note to attach the policy. So the other thing is, so let's back up, because sometimes that additional context helps.
Okay. Prompt engineering.
Let's say if we have Boto 3 already. And the other thing I want to specify is, yeah, so I'm getting pretty much the same response, but let's take a step back and if I could type right.
Okay. Typing on a live stream is kind of frustrating because remember, David, 1,000 people are watching you right now, so no pressure.
No pressure.
Nice.
No pressure. Okay, look at that.
So this is what I'm getting based on that. The other thing, so we didn't talk about like with Python and CDK support, the service isn't directly trained right now. And like back to this list of languages, CDK is not on there, but because of Python, you're able to code in CDK as well as TypeScript and other languages. It does work. Is it optimized for that? No, but that's something to keep in mind. The service, that is something that is on the roadmap, I'll say.
Okay. I mean, but still, this is just an API call to AWS. This kind of works, right? As you can see here, it is basically creating a policy without a policy document. So it is creating a function for it, but then maybe we need to continue. So it's going to create a function, but then we would have to basically glue on a policy.
That looks like policy, yeah.
Look at that.
I think for me, this works really well. So you can stick yourself in the position of an architect. So like, if you know how to architect the bits and pieces together, but you're just not necessarily in the weeds of actually doing the code, then I remember when I became, I was a solution architect, and I would spend all my time drawing on whiteboards. Then all of a sudden I discovered cloud and AWS and the console, and now it's like, actually, I'm just going to build it and show you. And then I figured with this, I can figure out what components of an application I want to have, and now I can use something like this to actually fill in those blanks. That's, for me, how it works really well.
Absolutely.
I like that, but at the same point, with the fact that it is trained on AWS and Amazon code as well as open source, it is the best in the class for our APIs and services, but I think it's so much more than that.
Yeah.
Like looking at all the different programming languages that even the service supports and all those APIs, and just being a developer and staying on top of that is near impossible. Like I don't claim to be a developer. I do some development, but even for myself, that's overwhelming.
I hear you. Yeah.
We have just a quick comment here, and this is maybe a feature request for all of you folks out there. They've been using CodeWhisperer for a while now in multiple different IDEs. So from C# in WebStorm and Writer to doing some TypeScript and Angular. And every time they switch an IDE, they have to re-log in. Is this something that's coming up? Is there a solution to this?
I am curious if you're using, what version you're using. Are you using the individual versus the professional?
Okay, could that be the thing?
So the individual usually authenticates within, I think it's a 7-day time frame, but if you are using the professional, there is a limitation with an identity center. And it's not a limitation, it's more of a configuration setting, but that can also be up to 7 days. But let's say you're using another provider, there could be limitations there.
Okay, thank you, awesome. I believe there's multiple different languages it supports, right? You mentioned that to us. But I heard through the grapevines that it also supports something like SQL or SQL.
I do have a SQL example that I could dive into. And the way that I have this, I'm using the above create tables as context. And then my comment is using the tables above, write a query that returns all the properties and how many residents are in each. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter there, and this is an important thing to note. So when I showed that previous, I'm going to hit tab, and then I'll continue to tap through this. When I talked about those previous languages, SQL was on the list that has the single line generation right now. So I am having to tab and enter through this. It is capable of handling this, but then this goes back to the reference tracking capability. The reference tracking for those 5 main languages is available, and they will get rolled out to the others in the future. But that's where this is at the moment.
Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I think this is, again, as a person who needs to write SQL statements from time to time, and I'm not really good at them, I think this is a really good use case. Just looking at this file, so does this mean that CodeWhisperer, when we use it for building tools, it knows the context of the current file? So it is aware of more lines of code. Let's say I have a code file that's 1,000 lines long. Does it know what's in that piece of code?
So it's going to know based on where you're at, and so many lines above and so many lines below. We tend to say about 100 for the payload as of right now, but follow the service closely, and we'll see how this develops. But right now it is single file.
Thank you. Amazing. Well, hey, it's still a big thing.
No, and that's like in this example, we're able to take that above context that I have and then pull that in. The same thing goes for the other examples here.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, David. David, did we miss some things? I believe you told me there's a workshop. Oh, I see the workshop here. Okay, beautiful. Is something like a workshop I think we should share with the audience?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. So there is a do it on your own section, and you're more than capable of going through that. Right now we do just have the instructions for VS Code, but it translates very easily to IntelliJ. There's also a repo for the demo files, so you can get your hands on. And the way that we structured this was very basic from the prompts that I went through today to then a more advanced prompt engineering, which then tackles the differences on how you're actually formulating that prompt. And then from there, it goes into some user challenges. The user challenges are trying to get you to think outside the box. And we're using PyTest in order to validate some user fields, an email address, as well as a zip code. But then it gets you to then create those functions, and then you can run PyTest to mitigate those issues and make sure that you're in the clear. And it does that for the other sections too. I
love it.
There's a hint section, and then we also provide the solution in a dropdown. But the idea is to get you so you're not actually using that, so that you're trying to think outside the box and really tackle this from that prompt engineering side. I feel like it's on. I don't know. Now that you mentioned the prompt engineering. Like the Pee-wee's Playhouse where all the characters go crazy.
Yeah.
Like the word of the day. I might be showing my age.
Prompt engineering is definitely the word of the day. Again, luckily this was not alcohol, so we just drank water. Otherwise, we would stop the stream.
Yes, hydration.
Hydrations, yeah. Amazing. Well, so one more last question for you. For people out there, the wonderful folks in chat, if they want to go ahead and play with this, try it out. The personal version is free. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That is correct. The individual is free. Please try it out. It is easy to get started. Just a couple of clicks. And if you don't have a builder ID, that's also relatively easy. With a couple of clicks and an email address, you're ready to go.
Exactly. So it is free. We can all use it. Again, I remember when it came out, I just set it up locally, and we did it in a couple of live streams where we just tried stuff out, and it really did help us do our job. So
there was at least one where we were like, there's no way we would have gotten through actually building all these pieces without CodeWhisperer in that stream, because we built a lot, and 60 minutes turns into 45 when you got like the intro and the outro, which turns into even less when you're answering questions, and we actually made it through it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Beautiful. So, folks in the chat, there's a link to the workshop. Yes, workshop. That's the word. There's a link to the workshop there, and you can go check it out. You can go play around with it, and again, just boot up your favorite IDE. And I'm still mad at you, David. There's no Vim support. We talked about this last time, right? I know, but.
What about Emacs?
No Emacs, no Vim, no Nano support, no Ed support, edit.com. It's just all of those things.
I'm sure they'd welcome your help in making that happen.
Microsoft Word?
Microsoft Word. Just get it into
I'm
Word.
really sorry.
Notepad++. So, David, if you need help, I'm happy to write a plugin for this. I'm just kidding. I can't do that.
Could you get CodeWhisperer to write it for you?
CodeWhisperer, self-evolving code whisperer tool.
That's scary.
Amazing. That's scary. Amazing. Thank you so much, David.
I want to try that now.
Sorry?
No, thanks for having me.
You want to try that? You are most welcome. We hope to see you at some live stream in the future. We're going to put all the links in the chat, folks. So if you want to go check out CodeWhisperer, please do. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back right now after this most amazing transition. And then we're going to slowly wrap up the show. And we have a couple of more questions to ask the most amazing Mike. So we'll be here in a sec. Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
Was it?
Was it?
I don't know.
Well, you said it was, and then you asked us if it was.
Well, I'm just
now it
gauging
just
your
sounds like
response.
you don't think it was fun.
I'm not
Are
sure.
you hoping that I'll say it was super fun?
Yeah, I was hoping you're going to hype us up. It's like, this is the most amazing thing we've done. Yeah, I know.
Today was awesome. We had a great time. We learned all kinds of things about machine learning and models. We talked about responsibility. We honestly had a lot of great sessions and a lot of great speakers. I kind of like these days because I always feel like I walk away having actually learned something, like a lot of something.
Same.
Really a lot of some things today in particular. But yeah.
So give me just a second. I got something. I got notified that my laptop is about to die. The laptop that streams things. That laptop. That's okay.
Oh, that laptop.
The laptop that shows the picture behind
the
us.
picture
laptop. To
laptop.
go away.
That's fine. It's okay.
I like that we're getting some things from chat already actually saying things that they liked about the show. So like, I want to encourage you to keep doing that. Like, keep telling us what you liked about the show and what you want to see more of, because as I said like way earlier, we do actually listen to all your feedback. We bring it into planning meetings, we talk about it, we consider it, and then we do our best to implement it. So give us that feedback and drop it in that survey down below in chat. We would love to have that from you.
Exactly. So the survey is important. Tell us if you like the show or not. Tell us what would you like to see in the future shows or not. And tell us what would you love to learn about generative AI or not. Or not. But before we wrap up, I think Jackie and I need to ask this gentleman important questions.
Okay.
Mike.
When will our machine learning overlords take over?
Well, I do actually know the answer to that.
Did you get the date?
But I'm going to have to tell you later because I can't tell you.
We can't do it live.
No, I can't do it live.
Can't do it live. Don't want to upset them.
I think the most important question.
Yes.
Marmite or Vegemite?
Or
Bovril?
Right. Okay. So that is something I'm very much not on the fence about. Okay. It's Marmite through and through. I'm sorry, but it's Marmite through and through. Vegemite has no place in my world.
I think, in all seriousness, let's wrap this session up by you telling telling them, chat, how do they get started with machine learning on top of AWS? How can they write their most amazing generative AI, open source code, whatever?
Look, okay, yeah. So, I mean, this session's been about machine learning as well as generative AI, which, the bigger topic. One thing you can do if you want to get started for free, we've done lots of looking at SageMaker Studio, and that's a big professional environment. There is some cost involved with running that. What we can do is set you up in a studio environment, a SageMaker Studio-like environment, which is completely and utterly free. So that's SageMaker Studio Lab. So if we can post the link for that, then that'd be great. Thank you. It's in chat. This is a place you go and sign up. You don't need an AWS account. You don't need a credit card. You just sign up for an account. You get access to GPU and CPU environments. So we were talking there earlier about how you do need GPU to do a lot of this kind of work. You get access to free GPU and an environment which is a fully managed, say, Jupyter Labs environment for your Jupyter notebooks. So it's a really great place to go. Sign up. There's a bit of an approval process. Takes just a few hours, maybe a day. Then you'll get access to this environment and start to play around in a safe place, away from production data, in a place that you can just have a go with machine learning code.
And as Frank says, wow, free compute. Absolutely.
Exactly.
It is free compute.
Yes.
There are limitations to it. Like it's a one day you have to run for 24 hours.
There's time limits to it. There's time limits to it. They've just recently been updated as well, just to make it fair and equitable for everybody. You can get in there and just start to play around with their projects. But so if you've got code you're working on at school or college, or you're just learning machine learning yourself, it's a fantastic place to go. And it's fast as well.
I agree. I love that. I remember when it came out, last year-ish, I think it came out, and we did a big old hackathon with it. So there's a lot of stuff you can do on that.
No,
any resources beyond that? What should Frank? What should Heroku AWS? What should Linda? What should Legendary Squall and Dragunov read? Look into it.
Wow. So look, there are lots of resources available for this. There are some resources which I can't tell you about, but are coming out really soon. I'd really like to be able to. So follow on LinkedIn, connect with me and with Build On and with AWS in general. There'll definitely be some posts next week, which I'm really excited to get out there. So where we talk a lot about generative AI and about what I did last week. So there's that. Look on Build On as well, because we've got a bunch of content that's going to be coming up there about generative AI as well.
So I posted a link to the buildon.aws website. This is a blog post where we, your wonderful favorite developer advocates, and a few more people, write content regarding AWS, cloud, open source, and anything in between. And this is where a lot of the content is going to come out. I posted a link to an article by Banjo, who's written a well-architected chatbot. So if you want to go check those things out and much more, please go there, smash the bookmark button, see bookmarks, and don't forget to, what can they do? Read it and let us know. Whatever.
Try it out at home and see how it works and let us know. Give us feedback. Yes.
We are all on Twitter. What are you saying, Frank? We are on Twitter. Look, you can see us individually.
Yes.
And you can also find the AWS developers here on Twitter as well.
I'm less on Twitter and more on LinkedIn, by the way.
Right,
So, but
yeah.
if you want,
He's more professional.
If you want to get into a conversation, I'm absolutely open for that. So just connect out. It's fine.
Exactly. Parting words.
Do you want a joke?
Yes, joke.
The reason why I couldn't do it before was because I was swapping out the 7 billion parameter model for the 40. I was just going, let's go 40.
Okay.
So we actually have, and I think this is not bad. Okay, so I said, tell me a joke about AI, and Falcon 40 billion parameter model came back with, sure, here's a joke. What did the AI language model say to the other AI language model?
What did it say, Mike? What did it say?
I'm not sure. I don't have access to the context of your question. Can you please provide more information so that I can generate a relevant response?
Yay!
It wrote that.
Oh my God.
I just looked around the studio room to pan at people's reactions,
Yeah,
and they were all a variation of
5
like,
hours.
Oh,
and
no.
5 hours and that?
That is billions of dollars spent right there. I love it. That being said, friends, make sure. Yes. Go.
Okay, I have one closing comment, but you can go first.
Okay.
No, I want mine to be last.
Okay,
No, you go last.
So my you go last. My last comment and ask of the day is: friends, family, developers, prompt engineers, check out the survey link in the chat. We want to know what should we do in the future. There was a question: do we do this often? We try to do this as much often as we can. But you need to tell us what would you love to see on these kinds of shows, and because generative AI is so hot and spicy right now. Tell us what would you like us to solve or teach you about generative AI so we can get Mike here to talk more. That being said, Jackie.
First off, thank you so much for joining us all day. We love doing this. Like I say this every time, you're my favorite part of this. But seeing as we are in fact coming up right on time, we're actually 1 minute over, the last thing I want to say is Autobots roll out.
Oh my God.
I have waited all day to say that.
Oh God. What do Decepticons say? What? Goodbye.
Hello, friends. Hello, friends. DeWanlifer here, and I have a question for you. Are you interested in building on the cloud with AWS? Do you want helpful tips from experts and to hear inspiring stories from the global cloud community? Well, I know where you can find all of that and more in just one place. Head on over to the Build on AWS YouTube channel where you can find in-depth technical demos and interviews to help you build and innovate faster on the AWS ecosystem. Now, remember, it's not just a channel, it's your first step into the AWS Builder community. So get your head in the cloud and subscribe to Build on AWS today. I'll see you there. Peace.
Renaming a file. Files, edit, header, and view. Cutting and pasting files. Hello, I did not see you there. Let me tell you about Build On Weekly. Build On Weekly is a live show happening right here on twitch.tv/AWS, hosted by the wonderful Jackie and myself. It is a show where we talk about the cloud, open source, the community, and everything in between. It is a show where you can hear from the wonderful speakers all around the world, community members, developers, engineers, solution builders. It is a show where we get to talk to you, the wonderful audience. We get to build things in real time. We get to fail a lot. Hopefully teach you something as well. Do check it out. Thursdays at 9 a.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/AWS.
Everybody, my name's Stuart Clark. I'm a senior developer advocate with AWS. The Big Dev Theory is a live stream broadcast every week on the AWS Twitch channel. Our live streams are designed to help developers learn about all of the advantages of our partner technologies and AWS. These events provide developers with the opportunity to learn from some of the top minds in the industry and connect with other developers who might be working on similar projects to you. A key part of our mission is to help developers build and innovate with confidence. Each episode we chat with AWS partners and bring experts with specialized knowledge on various areas of technology to provide informative and engaging live streams that help developers stay up to date with all of the latest trends and tools. So join us on the AWS Twitch channel every Tuesday.
I'm Ricardo, and I believe open source is art.
Hi there, my name's Derek, and I love building things. So, we'd like to tell you about a new show coming to the AWS Twitch channel called Build on Open Source. Ricardo, tell us more.
Every 2 weeks, we're going to feature the latest open source projects from around the AWS communities. We're going to tell you about the blog posts that you need to read, and we're going to have plenty of live coding and demos for you.
If, like us, you're passionate about open source, we'd really love to hear from you.
So if you have a favorite project you want us to feature, or perhaps you're a maintainer and you want to come on and share your project with our audience, we'd love to hear from you.
Join us on twitch.tv/AWS.
See you there.